Hello everybody and welcome to the OSC Championship. Things are getting serious as we have got ourselves today and tomorrow to crown ourselves the 13th champion of the OSC. I am Wardy and I'm joined here today by you guys watching. Believe it or not, I know, crazy business. So yes, hello. It is going to be a fantastic day. Here's the schedule for the day and we're going to rip right on into it. Clem versus Cure. The winner of that takes on ByuN. We're then going to drop down to the lower bracket, which is going to be Solar versus the loser of... Wait, which one is the Solar play? He plays the loser of the Clem... No. Now I'm clicking on the wrong thing. I can get there. I can do this. The Solar plays the loser of... Yes, Solar plays the loser of the ByuN versus whoever series, so Clem or Cure. And then we're going to have the winner of that playing MaxPax, and then we are going to drop down or stay in the lower bracket for Christiana versus the loser of Clem Cure, and the winner of that taking on ShoWTime. Alright, that's what we're doing. Plain, simple, easy to understand. Let's get into Clem versus Cure. Let's get this TVP underway, as Clem is going to play Protoss, as we would expect. And let's get this started. Let me just find out that we're everywhere we need to be, but it really does look like we are. So, without any further ado, my friends, I introduce you to StarCraft. So let me actually go and throw this over here. Beautiful. Alrighty, guys, hello and welcome to the WardiTV stream and to the OSC Championship 13. Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you all as we get ourselves up and rolling into this one. We're going to be starting off in the top left corner of the map with the red Protoss player. This is going to be, in this team kill matchup, Team Liquid's Clem. A former OSC champion, as we have just been told in the chat. Two former OSC champions here today, actually. Clem is our Season 8 and Season 12, so Clem's actually the reigning champion, whereas Cure was the Season 7 champion way back when in 2020 that one was played. At the end of the 2019 season and January 2020 that was played. Clem winning in 2021 and hence 2025. Let's see who will get it done. Cure's in the bottom of the map here, as you may be able to see already. So Cure down in that bottom right hand side. He's looking to see what's up and what's happening as well as we get settled down for a few early moments of gameplay here on this one. Early probe scout across the map from Clem as he looks to check on what is going on in the early stages. And we have a look to see what is going to happen. Let's go. Perfect timing. Hell yes. We got a great set of games today, guys. The players are awesome. This is what OSC it's not what OSC Championship's all about, actually. I think OSC Championship is all about the other guys that we get to see playing in this competitive set, and that isn't necessarily the best of the best. But this is what the OSC Championship comes down to. At the end of the day, the top guys are those who remain, and it's these guys that are going to be playing for the championship over the next 2 days. It's these guys that everyone is always super excited to see, and we should have some hella good games for you guys today. Obviously, like I say, starting with this PVT, Clem versus Cure, and moving on to winner versus ByuN, like I say, then Solar, then MaxPax, then some Christiana, then some ShoWTime. Like, they're really just all star-studded line of players. It is pretty darn awesome. So yeah, hope you guys are having a good day as well in the chat. If you are, then let me know what's up. Let me be the first to welcome you all to the stream and say hello. And if you're really enjoying, don't forget to obviously click on the YouTube, like and subscribe early. Let's get those numbers up. We got some great players today. We should see some good viewership, but it only happens if you guys tell the YouTube algorithm that it's exciting. Believe it or not, in the year 2026, YouTube has not developed the algorithm to notice that Clem and MaxPax and Solar are playing in the games, and hence just naturally, get everyone hyped and tell everyone to watch. So we have to, train the algorithm into being like, hey, look, no, today's games are really good. So get those likes in, greatly appreciated. As we have our Twilight Council Gateway, Gold Probes and the Stalker, all of that business coming through for the moment. The couple of Marines going to get chasing on against these couple of Adepts, which are going to threaten, threaten the shade through into the natural and toward the main base over these next few moments. Just going to get that going as the couple of Adepts will come by once again, see what else they can do. Going to throw a shade backwards while the Marines step forwards. Just going to find one Marine there, and the Adepts do end up shading, like I say, quite far back for a couple of moments here, and just going to be out of there For the moment, we do have Blink on the way as a follow-up to this. 2 Adepts still shading around. Actually, these Marines are going to be seeing the Adepts. The Adepts should have just seen the Marines on the end of their shade. Reduced vision on the shade means they won't have seen them while shading, but right at the end, they should have had a glimpse of them. As we are now going to go and take ourselves a chance to run these Adepts in. So these Adepts are going to commit through into this base right here. So a little opportunity to try and get something done, as the Cyclone will join up with that as well. And that is not going to go really very far at all. Clem getting shut down pretty quickly. Not really seeing much one being allowed to come of this. And if I can boost over to the upper right hand side as well, so just going to go straight over there. And again, the Blink and the Prism coming out. How many gates are we going to? Just the 3, so pretty typical to kind of take a third base with. And we also see Cure heading into the Raven. And a couple of extra barracks. His game plan definitely setting up right now into this next phase of the game and seeing just where we can go. The Medivac still chilling out overhead for a couple seconds. It's an empty Medivac. Didn't even have anything in it in the first place. So yeah, just empty Medivac trying to play some mind games. And even maybe get some scout info. Third Nexus does now come down. Couple extra barracks and the engineering bay going to come through. The bunker is going to get placed. And we are going to see here a tank shot off in the distance onto these first few stalkers as Clem tries to poke around with these. Trying to poke in for some early damage, not really finding that just yet. Still got the charge, the obs, the Nexus continuing on into play as well. Let's just have, the few stalkers going to maneuver around, stay out the front. And we will also have the Prism going to go into the main base as well, going to unload over here. Cyclone and tank combining. After that Prism is going to pull back a little bit and just get away over that right-hand side. More stalkers settling into the middle of the map at the moment. So that's a bunch of stalkers that are setting up. The Observer coming through. Stalkers still putting some pressure on. Marines taking some damage against Impact Combat Shield. All the Marine Marauder continuing up as well. So we are getting a good amount brought into play here. Just for the moment, getting that on the way. Getting this started as the stalkers are going to come pushing through onto these SCVs. Alright, so we are going to be hanging about for a couple moments then. We do see the Prism and the Stalkers going to head down to the bottom side here. As one may see, just going to actually blink these in and try and make a little bit of a play of this just now. So in we go, looking to make some action happen. Doesn't really see too much success in the end, as the Prism's going to unload a few more Stalkers back over on this side. And again, we just see the gates and the charge coming up at the same time right now. So bringing a lot of the extra bits and pieces on the way through. And again, Robobay, the gates and the charge building up. Stim Combat and +1 all coming online. As our Stalkers just going to be settling in there. We do have the Prism going to be there with the Zealots inside. And the Army of the Terran starting to move out. 58 to 41 army supply. Clem is going to have charge to help him deal with this, but I mean, the question is going to be, you're going to have charge, but is that going to be enough? I mean, that's a very good question, because it's something that we really kind of need to see an answer to here as well. So, let's find out. 8 SCVs going down, the Zealots counterattacking for a ton of damage, so 14 workers going down immediately. But we've got to be able to stop this army. That was a sick little pickup, dodging that mine shot there with the Prism pickup on the Zealot just for a split second. It happened so fast you might have missed it, but yeah, he just Clem doing Clem things. Cure is doing Cure things, which is showing up with a hell of a lot of units. Clem's going to dive in because the tanks were in siege, so I guess we want to get rid of these before too many shots come out. He actually tries to blink the Stalkers really far over the right side. I imagine the idea is he's trying to get those Stalkers kind of past the bio so that the Zealots are still the focus there. This is not exactly looking pretty for Clem. The +1 upgrade from Cure looking good. I mean, the fight initially just looked very good from Cure as well. And he continues to push in at the moment, just finding himself a good amount of damage here. Colossus pops out. The only issue I will say is that for Cure, there's not a lot of reinforcements coming in behind this, so if Clem can just about hold on, then that would be sick. We are going to be seeing there the Colossus does go down. Cure is going to be leaving, but he's got reinforcements coming over. And yeah, I mean, he's not going to have a great economy with 26 STVs left, but it's enough economy to keep this going, and GG has to be called, and that is going to be Cure to open the day with a 1-0 lead over Clem. So Cure gets off to the races and gets off to a fantastic starting point as we're going to head ourselves into game number 2 here with Clem behind by a map to start things off. Alrighty guys, game number 2 coming through in a moment or so. I'll just get everyone invited in. We're going to keep things rolling quickly here in the early stages today as well. And keep bringing you guys a whole bunch of StarCraft 2 action. Beautiful. All right, we will send this. Let's jump into game number 2. We're going to go to Ruby Rock for our second map here and see whether or not this will be a success story or a sad tale. As Ruby Rock comes up, let's take it in game and let's cast some more StarCraft 2, guys. Say 6 best of 5s today, OSC Championship, and I'm here today and tomorrow. Then I'll be back on Monday. There'll be no streams for me Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We've been streaming our butts off. I'm off to a Pokemon tournament to play some cards, and yeah, I'll be back on Monday. And when I'm back on Monday, so we actually had a little bit of a hectic schedule of the start of this year, where I'm back on Monday. I will stream until Wednesday, but on Thursday I go to Home Story Cup. And then I come back from Home Story Cup and I'm home for like a week straight. And then the week after that, I'm actually going to an even bigger Pokemon tournament. And then when I'm back from that, we're just really back on the grind again. So this is the start of a little bit of like slowing down on the stream, but only because I'm doing a couple of IRL things. Once we kind of come back from that, we're going to keep grinding when we can as well. We'll be streaming everywhere we are possibly able to. So just letting you guys know that is kind of a work in progress. So yeah, obviously, like I say, maybe the start of a few less streams, but fear not, there's still going to be lots of StarCraft. We've got the Winter Cup to round up. We're going to be starting the Winter Championship. Progress is being made on the Team League that I've been promising you guys as well, so that's also coming into play. There's a lot of exciting things, and if you want to help us out with any of that, you can check us out on the Patreon as well, patreon.com/WardiTV. Appreciate it if you decide to check that out. Orbital Reaper coming through. Cybercore and the Nexus building up here. Clem just getting that Nexus on the natural for a few moments. And we give ourselves a couple of seconds to just see how things are going here as well. Factoring the Reaper. I know that's exactly what it is. Factoring the Reaper on the way up initially. Nexus from Clem setting up over on that side. It's going to get ready to go as well. And just figuring out where exactly we take things over these next couple moments. Figure out where we want to send it. And what exactly we might want to be doing. So yeah, Nexus coming about. Just going to be seeing the Reaper on the factory coming through. Nexus Warp Gate. Going to be the choice as his upper game in this series as well. Forgot to add to the scoreboard. How terrible of me. How will you guys ever forgive me? Not putting the scoreboard up in the first 2 moments. I hope you guys will be okay. If Kua did in fact still win the game, whether I put the score up 2 minutes in or 30 seconds in. Now Reaper just holds out in the center. As you're all going to be seeing the Twilight Council, the Sentry, and the Warp Gate then all building through on the side of Clem. So that will be coming up as well. We get that battery building also. And the 2 Reapers together are going to start making their move out over to the bottom right-hand side. The Sentry is going to be there as well, just ready to fight a little bit. A couple of Reapers moving through into the main mineral line. And probe goes down straight away. And the Reapers get cleaned up. So not really much gained there from Cure as Clem now I'm going to throw the hallucination down. He's starting to look to get just his information running throughout this game so you can try and tell a little bit of what's going on just from start to finish. Just make sure that nothing's going to get away from you that you're not expecting. And that's, like I say, the job of this hallucination, to give you all of this information in the next few moments. Wouldn't mind was launching itself, or looking to launch itself at the hallucination for a second, but will not happen. The hallucination just sees everything. I was going to say you could set off the Widow Mine, but I don't think it's really going to benefit you at all unless you can drag the Widow Mine onto something to do some friendly fire. That'd be sick, no? What if we set the Widow Mine off on these Marines and you don't realize it as Cure? And then you just bam, just some free damage done. Probably not the sort of thing that's going to have like an impact on the game, but it's absolutely the sort of thing that'd be highlight reel worthy, if nothing else. So, yeah, maybe that's that would be kind of a cool, excuse me, a cool little something. As our Nexus, our Blink, our Probe, all coming up. Tank and the Marines coming through. The Barracks on the way. Depot on the way. And we are going to see this medevac heading to the bottom side. That third Nexus building up from Clem. Stalkers will fire. A couple Widow Mines are going to go into the back here. We're going to see the Hallucinated Archon. I love that. That can tank 2 Widow Mines, right? So it basically forces you to unburrow the mines and not let them fire, because otherwise they're going to go off on that Archon. It's actually a really cute way of dealing with this. I don't think I've ever seen someone hallucinate an Archon for that exact purpose. We are going to kill everything here. What a beautiful cleanup from Clem. This is not like a thrilling cleanup in terms of like, oh, he just about picked that off, or this or that, or anything like that. It was just clean, you know? He had a plan for every single Widow Mine burrow. He shot them all down, not a single shot fired even. It does not really get cleaner than that in terms of getting rid of the Widow Mine drop. Okay, the medevac, obviously, I mean, it gets cleaner than that if you just pick off the medevac, but in terms of like a scenario where the Terran is careful and flies in with the medevac but doesn't get it shot down immediately, this really is pretty much as well as it could go. As now this group of Stalkers will settle toward the natural. Tank is going to fire, a couple Stalkers doing some shots, a couple of Marines going down. Stalker's going to pull back out the front for a few moments. The medevac continues to loop back up to the top in the next few moments as well. And you have the Stalkers just sitting out the front here. Storm and Charge building, gates in the robot facility coming up. A couple of additional barracks coming down. Where are they at? In the back of the natural. So we have 5 racks in here as Cure. So he's looking to get very aggressive very quickly. He wants a push that's going to go and not look back. And he's just going to send this until it is time to get the GG from the opponents. So yeah, big aggressive play from Q. I imagine these barracks don't even get add-ons. It's just for 2 extra Marines every 18 seconds or so. How long does the Marine take? 18 seconds. So yeah, 2 extra Marines every 18 seconds. And we just have the medevac loading up. And the Marines going to go journeying down that left-hand side. It's pretty sick. You had 2 barracks. You get 6, like, just a little bit more than 6 Marines a minute. And the next thing you know, that really does add up over the course of the next couple of minutes, having 12 more Marines, bam. The extra damage output that they add to the army really is just so worthwhile for their shove that's coming up. And they're going to have, obviously, the stim, they're going to have the combat shield, the upgrades are going to be a factor here. Here doing something that Clem's been doing a lot lately, which is unloading this medevac just out at the base, and basically, it would seem like he's looking to catch these Stalkers as he forces them backwards. He's kind of out of position. Clem runs down the left side. Bakura's over to the right. He is still going to get a catch, though, and 2 Stalkers do go down. Like I say, Clem will be a little bit of like a moment, because he does this so much recently himself in his own TVP. I don't think that's a move that should come as so much of a surprise to him. Although I actually do think he blinked in a good direction. He maybe just needed to keep running over to that left side a bit more. Alright, the Stalkers gather up. The Zealots will be here. We are going to have ourselves Clem. If you haven't been watching the production tab, has already got Storm available, guys. So Storm is going to be a massive factor here. There's no denying that. Good Storms can just shut this down in an instant. That first one is pretty darn good. The Marines kind of sit in it for just half a second, and the reality is half a second of Storm can still be pretty deadly, just as softening those Marines up. The SCV show up from the right-hand side. I mean, they weren't even with the army, and honestly, the army's kind of dying before the SCVs even get involved. We do still have a couple High Templar. We do have a couple of Archons. This Archon gets away on low HP, which is obviously rough, but we're going to take it over here to the batteries. That's just cute. Just let it make sure, guarantee it's going to get there safely, because there's absolutely a world where if you walk it over there, it just takes the extra shot that's going to kill it. So I think that's just very responsible from Clem. He's going to look to break this position down before the bunkers come up. He already reduced so much of the Marine firepower in this army in the previous trades, and because of that, I'm pretty sure here this shove through from Clem is going to be looking very convincing, as he completely denies this 5 racks 2 base push from Kua, and Clem will take a 1-1 scoreline in this best of 5, as him and Kua will tie it up and look toward a game 3 to see where things will continue. Alright, Clem Kua map 3 coming up in a couple of moments. Let me get this ready to go. That was honestly a really cool game from Clem. You know, when I watch Clem, I always feel as though there's like a few little moments where I'm just like, oh, that was a cool play, or like, oh, that was neat, you know, like that was awesome, that was exciting. I don't know what it is, like, I feel like he always still just has such creative little things to do, like the hallucinated Archon. Maybe he's not the first guy to do it, but it's just the sort of thing where I'm like, man, it makes me stop and be like, man, is that something I expect to see? No, not really, but it's so smart. It was such a good way of dealing with it. Lifting the Archon up and giving it a drop-off over to the right side third base just to guarantee it gets a shield battery heal, you know? Because the Archon's such an important unit and it's such low HP, you can't risk it taking a single shot. Alright, let's jump into game number 3 of this series. It's tied up 1-1 as we get ready to resume here. Thank you for joining us today, guys. It's Celestial Enclave coming up for the 3rd map, so let's get right on in and see what the players have to show us in the bottom left-hand side. We'll be starting off with the red Terran player who has been able to bring us to the tied-up scenario here in this series. This is going to be Team Liquid's Clem in this Team Liquid showdown with teammate Kua in the top right corner of the map. He will be in the blue and playing through, see what he can show us. SV coming about, deeper on the way, pile on the probe, building at the moment. You get a lot of that on the way up. Got this ready to rumble. Pile on the probe. Reducing on this kind of interesting map because we've got this in-base expansion that is a possibility. There's not as many minerals here, so it's not exactly ideal to, move to, but it is an option. And that being an option in itself is kind of, something which, gives you a possibility, gives you a chance. So as long as you give yourself a chance there, I guess I kind of like the potential of it, I suppose. Let's see what happens over the course of this one. Barracks and the refinery coming through. Just going to see the gate and the assimilator coming up. Probe coming by, and yeah, we just had this probe up toward the high ground here for a couple moments. Going to go nibbling at the SCV for now. Getting some damage done. Second SCV just going to pull over, and third one as well. One to hit the probe, one to continue playing on the barracks just early. Probe will be getting chased. SCV is chasing. Again, Cybercore next is building through. The Orbital Commander and the Reaper is... Orbital Commander and Marine on the way up, not the Reaper. I'm too excited. I'm getting words out before I even think about them today, guys. My words are just like... they're just like... StarCraft! I'm just like... What was I even trying to say? Some days just be like that, Some days you just want to get things excited and all of this and that, so... Alrighty, so take a couple moments and really figure out where things want to go here. Probe returns all the way back home. We've just been following this guy, but ain't much else going on because there's no Reaper, which is oftentimes what we would follow across the map early. For some intrigue in this matchup, but that's just not happening here. Stalking that warp gate coming through as well, so we bring that straight up and continue through for the moment. Factory Refinery Command Center, a couple extra Marines building on in. Just going to be seeing this orbital still rallying around a little bit as well. Adept is going to shade up this ramp, and the Marines are going to be there to push Adept back. Adept is going to threaten the shade onto the Marine still. I was going to say, I think that's a little crazy, because then I think it definitely dies, even if it gets a Marine. It might have got two, but I'm not completely convinced that would have been the case. I kind of like that the Adept did not shade. Just backs up. I mean, maybe it's nice to threaten the shade, though. I mean, it keeps Q on his toes for a second or two. Starport building, tech lab on the factory. The Adept just about getting away again. Now a Stalker showing up. The Stalker's really fun, because in theory, the Stalker can kite Marines forever. And it has the Adept shade to provide high ground vision, which allows you to poke at those Marines where they would usually feel very safe. So that's actually kind of a neat little something as the Stalker peels back down to the bottom side. Again, blinking that warp gate coming up, cycling the two Marines coming through, Starport still building, Robo facility on the natural, Stalker peeling back down to the south just for the moment. And a few Marines will take a step forward as well, as this Adept looks to move around. Walks straight into the Marines, unfortunately. We'll see the Adept going down right now. There's two more gateways and that robotics facility all building into play. Medevac and the couple Marines coming out. Join that up with the siege tank. And that's where this game number 3 goes to at the moment, as here we'll have Marine Tank Medevac ready to go across the map if he wants to be aggressive. He's already sending these Marines on the map on their own with the Cyclone. And then we do have the Stalkers producing from Clem, who is once again just heading into Blink, kind of unsurprisingly. Good upgrade is good, who would have guessed? Stalker Blink is fantastic as per usual. No surprise at all that that is something that we're going into at the moment here, as Clem to set us off into this game 3. Couple Marines will come and unload over to the bottom side. We'll just have the Stalkers going to get set up, a few shots coming through. We are going to be seeing one Stalker taking a lot of damage, second Stalker taking some damage as well. The Blink still coming around. We are going to settle ourselves in here with the Medevac loading back up and trying to relocate for a moment or two as well. So just going to try to reposition here that teeny tiny bit. As you see Stalkers and the Immortal coming kind of out and about as well. Well, Clem is going to have to deal with the attack over in the main base at the same time. So when we go over here, the Cyclone, the few Marines continue to put some pressure in. Damage being done. So definitely getting a little bit added to this at the moment as we kill a couple of workers. The Stalkers blinking on the other side of the map, so they're going to try and find themselves a little bit of opportunity and possibility as well. So we continue through with that also. Let's just have the Siege Tank and Company all continuing back up and into play. And on the bottom left-hand side, we will see this Medevac just lingering down over there. ready to come back through at a moment's notice and get involved once again. The few Stalkers are going to gather up. They're going to move around and decide what they would like to do too. You just get there, like I say, a moment or so to get this all rumbling. Observer coming back over. Banshee, the couple of Marines, and that cloaking all coming about. We get the gateways coming through as well. Add that Nexus on. RoboBay also producing through just for the moment. And that charge building as we speak as well. So again, that charge coming about. Just going to be seeing the RoboBay and the gateways coming online as well. And so Clem is looking to confidently move through into his next stage of this game, which is going to be in the form of Colossus. So obviously played Storm in that last game. Moving to Colossus here for game 3. Clem showing us that ability to kind of mix it up and do things a little bit differently game to game, which I think is absolutely something we can appreciate. There is definitely a talent to that, not just being confident on one single style of this PvT, but in multiple different facets of the matchup. That's something which Clem has definitely impressed us with in PvT. You know, when people, when Clem started playing PvT, I think he was a bit more one-dimensional in terms of like, oh, this is my build that's really good, and, you know, I'm just going to keep doing it. And a lot of people are like, yeah, well, that, that makes sense. But he's really expanded his variety in this matchup ever since this PvT became something he played consistently. And he's done nothing but kind of expand his horizons. And that makes him just such a terrifying player, because then he's playing PvT with kind of the full strength of the Protoss arsenal. And that means you got to kind of play, to his style each game, rather than just, you got to play to the game rather than playing to the player, which sometimes is, a big factor in StarCraft 2. If you can kind of play to the player, you can get some edges sometimes. These Banshees are going to create an edge for you here as Kira. 5-6 workers going down. The Stalkers, just not enough of them at home to shut those Banshees down easily. I mean, there's a bunch of Stalkers across the map, which is what's kind of the issue. If they were at home, this would have been an easier cleanup, but then you don't have the pressure across the map either, so it does work in two ways. As the extra gates, the Zealots, the Colossus, all of that continuing through. Medivacs, Marauders coming about, +1 attack, and the combat shield building as well. It's going to be seeing the Observer still moving around as the rest of the Bio-Tank Force comes over. We will see the Command Center just going to float for the third base. No intention of an in-base expand from either player still. As we'll just take the fourth base in the bottom right corner here from Clem. And Cure showing the interest in moving across the map. You're going to see a bit of the Bio stimming up already. So that's going to come straight through down to that bottom side as well. So we get that on the way. Just going to see the Stalkers pulling around, attacking or so as well. Just want to try and slow this down at all. What are we at tech-wise? We've got one Colossus, one Immortal right now. I don't think this is necessarily where we want to be right now, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Let's see, though, as we are going to come through. Just going to see the couple tanks having to lift off. Take a couple of moments. The Colossus going to be there to fight. The Stalker and the Sentries trying to do their thing. A couple of those tanks super low. If we could get rid of them before they fire again would be amazing. They get one more shot off. No, we pull the Zealot back. I think he could have left it there to kill it. As Clem in a bit of trouble. Cure is going to surge forward. Colossus goes down. Clem's going to turn back into this. These Widow Mines still taking damage. A couple of Widow Mines trying to shoot, but not quite getting there just yet. Oh, Clem slowing this advance, but Cure is still pretty powerful. A couple of tanks, a lot of mines, kills the Observer as well, so Clem does not get as good vision on this as he wants, and a lot of Clem's Stalkers are low, so where he wants to try and get rid of these couple of Widow Mines, he just cannot right now. No range on the Colossus either, as, oh my god, scan for 2 more Observers. Cure, this man hates people seeing what's going on in the game. And we're now going to see those Zealots charging on through, so they're going to charge straight on up. And they're going to charge straight on up, so that all of this. It's going to see those Vikings returning fire. Colossus goes down. I think Clem is slipping out of control in this game number 3. I don't think he's going to be able to keep a grip on this match, because right now you're down 50 supply, and I just don't see what army is going to come up to magically fix things here on Celestial Enclave for you. Another Sentry warping in, another Colossus coming through, the 1-1 upgrade still building on those forges, the Bio still spreading and looking to keep fighting, the Colossus looking to get back over, the Bio is going to be here, keeping on trading, just going to see those Zealots taking damage as well. The couple Widow Mines will charge forward, they are going to burrow up, the Colossus does go down, and Clem is going to have to say G to the G's as Cure takes game number 3 of this best of 5 series. So Cure is going to go up onto match point, and Q is going to be the first player to have an opportunity to close this series out in his favor as we get to map 4, which will feature Winter Madness for a 4th game of this best of 5 series. And the best part of this one, guys, is we're going to go right on into it. Thanks for joining us here. It's very quiet in the chat today, especially on the YouTube. No one said anything on YouTube. Hello, YouTube. I see you guys. You guys have got to exist. Truly. As we get ready to rumble. everyone invites out. We've had one player, one caster. Taking a second to get there. There it is. But yeah, let me know what's up on YouTube. Hello, guys. What's going on? Appreciate you all, and thank you for being here. But what's happening? Let me know what's up. Say hello while you hit the like and the subs. Morning. Hello. Hi. There we go. You guys just need a little bit of motivation to get underway. Sad no SC2EWC. Oh, trust me, buddy. We're all sad there's no SC2EWC, but alas, we cannot. Alas, we cannot do too much about it. So we just gotta truck on, man. You never know. There might be cool things around the corner. If not, we're just gonna have to be a hell of a cool community and just do as much as we heckin' can. Keep stuff going. Support your events. Watch the tournaments. OSC, fantastic system. One of the OSC definitely one of the systems that definitely kind of promotes not just the most highest level play. I mean, think of all the players we've watched over the last 2 or 3 weeks in this OSC championship. The players who are the up-and-comers, the semi-pros, who've gotten a chance on a bigger stage and a bigger tournament because of OSC. You know, we've got so many of these cool community-funded initiatives. There's definitely potential for us into the future as well. It's gonna be hecking awesome. So yeah, keep on keeping on, guys. Fear not. Don't be too sad. Is what I've got to say, honestly. I mean, you never know. Never know. Bottom right-hand side, our red product is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. And in the top left, our blue Terran is Team Liquid's Cure, who is up 2-1 in this best of 5. Hi, Wardy, great casting. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. You keep on the good work and being nice in the chat. It's not easy, based on how most people act, or how some people act. Appreciate you guys. Screw WC, their loss. Yeah, I mean, they just did have a lot of money is the only problem. Like I say, it's hard to know exactly what's going to happen, but I think it's fair to be, a little sad right now and a little bit upset about it. But like I say, we just gotta lick our wounds and stand up and get ready to go again, man. We can't just be upset about it forever, at the end of the day. So yeah, we can't just be upset about it forever, otherwise we'll never get anywhere. Otherwise, we'll never get anywhere. Alrighty, Proby coming through. Let's just have ourselves the factory coming about, Warpgate coming through, Nexus in production. Just going to see this Reaper heading down to the bottom side to take a little peek or two of what's going on early. And yeah, just a little scouting early on from Cure. I love how alive the YouTube chat became as well. You guys really are just chilling out there lurking. That's all good, guys. You can go back to lurk, and I just like every now and then to check in, see if people are real. We just had a lot of viewership, and no one was saying anything. That's all good. Hello, guys. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Sometimes the YouTube likes it when you have some chat activity as well, so it's good to say hi every now and again. We exist. You exist. Yes. '26 is the year of SC2. Trusting. Well, now I have someone to blame it on if it all goes wrong. Am I trusting you? Are you gonna let me down? Ay, ay, ay. I don't know. Don't get me wrong. No EWC is sad about that. It's just something that. I don't know how to phrase this without just sounding like, for lack of a better word, but it's not really what I want to say, but like a bit cringe, but like, I don't know why, I just have so much belief in the StarCraft community, and honestly, I feel like we're gonna just fight through it and figure something out, and game will exist, man. Game will exist, the esport will exist, and we're gonna enjoy it, and I don't know, man, like, I just have some belief, man, like, I don't know. I feel like I'd be more sad about it, but I'm just not. So I don't know what that's about, but yeah. I don't know what that's about, but there you go. Alright, well, we take a moment or two here as the drop comes in from Cure and gets completely denied. I'm going to pull that Stalker back as well, try and minimize a little bit extra of the losses towards the end of this here. That's a beautiful defense from Clem. He's lost 1 Adept this game. He's now cleaned out a Reaper Cyclone and 4 Marines, so complete shutdown against what Kyo was trying to do in those early moments. Let's see this medevac peeling back for a moment or two. And getting out of there. Next push from Q coming around the right-hand side, just trying to get going. Wardy, what do you think about playing some custom campaigns? It's really fun to play, but also to watch, and I bet it would be cool to watch me play it. I think I'm not much of a campaign player, and B, I think you don't actually understand how fun it would be to watch me play a campaign. I'm not a great streamer. I'm a much better caster, you know? I'm not an entertaining person when I play games. That's why I talk about people playing the games instead. You know? It's two very different skill sets, so I don't know how exciting I would be to watch, to be honest. Nexus is going to get cancelled. ESQ is going to show up, cancel his third base. Don't think Clem has a response to that, and before we do anything else, thank you, Loco, for the 107-month resub. At the end of the day, guys, if no one else steps up, I'm sure the YouTubers will just come together to throw a global finals. Probably 3 times the size of VWC anyway. They've got their rainy day funds. They're just like, you know, break for emergency. They have like $7 million amongst them just to run a couple global finals. Probably be fine, man. Probably be fine. You know, the YouTube money's just been put away the last few years, waiting for this moment. We'll be okay, guys. Don't worry. All right. Sorry. Let's get back focused on the game, because obviously serious times right here with Clem being down a map. He is defending well so far, though. This is 2 fights which he's defended well against. He's lost 4 Stalkers and 2 Adepts, and a Pylon as well. But he's killed out now 2 extra Siege Tanks from the last time we talked, 6 more Marines, the Medevac, and the Reaper, and the Viking, sorry. So, yeah, we're kind of doing pretty darn okay right now, I think it's fair to say. Yeah, I think we're doing pretty darn okay at the moment. A couple of these tanks are going to siege up. Marine Viking is going to step forward onto the map as well. It's just looking to come straight through here, jump onto this Nexus. Once again, Sakio just comes in with another wave of aggression here. He is building a 3rd CC behind this. The Stalker's going to blink up. The Zealots do not have charge for a moment or two longer, but they actually get engaged pretty decently. The Marine, the issue here is these Stalkers actually blinked into the army. They just didn't take that much damage. They targeted down both tanks, and the Marines were so busy on the few Zealots that the Stalkers just lived to tell the tale. I just don't think that's really meant to happen when you commit through like that. Let's just have the Stalkers, the Zealots, and the Archon moving back to the top. They're just going to pull away, head toward the natural expansion in a moment or so. Let's gather and we ready ourselves to push into this left-hand side. So Clem just on the counter-attack after kind of defending here pretty nicely. He's going to look to counter. I'm not sure if he's got enough to counter, but this is sometimes just what Clem does. The belief in the army that he has. He's back to Storm, by the way, for this game number 4. So the High Templars have those Storms. A couple of Marauders already taking shots. Army pulls back over the left side. Prism in the main and a few of those Zealots already coming through, firing some hits as well. Prism loads back up. We pull back down to the low ground. A couple more Zealots showing up as well here. Let's just take a moment or two. Command Center is actually going to have to float off of there. Just going to be seeing the bio. He's still trying to stem forward. I mean, trying to target a High Templar there, which actually would have been really nice to reduce some of the Storm damage output. Finally, a Storm comes in as Clem waited a long time to kind of drop those Templar forward and to get them in position. Was just trying to find the absolute correct position to engage onto that, felt like, as the Prism is going to hold out overhead. The few Zealots turn onto the Refinery for a moment or so. Also, just going to keep that pressure up for a couple moments longer here at the moment. Well, Bio spills off to the left side. Clem is going to rotate back around to the right now, about 120 supply apiece at this point in time. Storm comes in, a couple SCVs and Marauders taking damage as well. The Prism pulls back. As the Ghost Academy, the Orbital continue to come up. The Armor Upgrade coming through. We're going to see the Widowmine is going to get jumped on. You see the Storm coming down, a couple of Zealots are just going to get chased away a little bit as well. Just going to see our Bio Army continue to come around and just sitting up on the high ground still, just going to be positioning back around. Widowmine is just going to get a cheeky little shot in right there, a little bit of damage done. Just going to be seeing the nice couple Storms once more just coming in across this army. Looking absolutely beautiful. Great Storms, damage really being dealt in a big way right now. As we just have ourselves the rest of this army from Clem going to come back out over the right side. So again, just getting set up over here, moving around a little bit for the moment. Army coming back around again, Ghost coming up, Armory on the way. Just going to be seeing the rest of the Zealot Stalker Colossus Force now regathering. We still have the High Templar and the Prism as well, so wants to try and find a little extra here. Head up to the top, a couple of Marauders beginning to go down. So we're seeing the Zealots settling. They mostly kind of get pushed away, but we're going to see the rest of this army still coming through, and Clem still kind of threatening right on the front door. Clem is not ahead on supply. He's about the same army supply. I guess that Warping is just about going to even things up a little bit. The Ghosts kind of all gone with their energy. There's one Ghost left on the right side. He's going to feed back that as well. So now, no EMPs available. Kyo's army as well is super drained. Because we've been fighting so much, his army has not been able to heal up, and the medevacs are all out of energy. A couple new ones just showed up. A new Ghost just showed up for an EMP as well, but I mean, this third base is having to lift off. That's already a bit of a disaster, quite frankly. And the rest of this army continues to push on through. Storm's coming down, Marauders and Marines keep getting pushed back. A couple more SCVs going down as well. We'll see another nice Storm over on that side. It's going to get a little extra done. And in the end, Q has to say GG as Clem's army is able to just keep brute forcing its way forward and just saying no, no, no. This game is completely under my control, and it really was in the end. As Clem comes in and shows up, and it is going to be Game 5, deciding map, coming through in just a couple of moments. I'm just happy my weekly Wardy competition just dropped out. No. Guys, please. Come on. Like, I love StarCraft 2. The worst thing that can happen to StarCraft 2 is we have less events and less money in the scene, but, like, there's a reality to it as well, right? Like, you can't just take things for granted. Like, it sucks if EWC doesn't happen, but, like, it also just doesn't mean, like, we have to presume nothing's ever going to happen again. You know, like, yeah, it might never be the size of EWC, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be someone else that's like, you know what's still a cool game? StarCraft. Let's run an offline tournament, you know? Like you know, like, these things still happen. They happened before. They'll happen again. We just don't have EWC, which is, like, one event a year. And yes, EWC was amazing because it forced teams to pick up players, and players had good salaries, so it definitely helped that part out. So, you know, the top guys, it's kind of weird. I think it's really specifically brutal for, like, because the top guys will still probably earn enough winning some tournaments and stuff to not have to rely on, like, a team salary. I think that, and for anyone kind of outside of EWC, they didn't get really picked up by a team anyway, so that doesn't really change much either, apart from the possibility of getting there. So maybe, like, the top 6 through 16 players are going to see the biggest shift, because the tournament prize pool was still decent, and they had the salary, and that probably is going to be difficult to keep up with, but I don't know, man. Like, I still just think there's going to be stuff to do. We don't have to play around EWC anymore. Tournaments can be bigger and better themselves without kind of having to, like, run around EWC and stuff. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying it's a good thing, right? I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying I'm hopeful. I'm saying I'm hopeful, and I know the people that work within StarCraft 2, and I know a lot of people want to do things to help. Like, you know, like, I just, like, yeah, some people might retire, and that sucks, right? It does. But if you get caught up on all of the negatives without any positivity at all, then you just let that overwhelm the entire situation, and, like, we still have a lot of good in StarCraft 2. Like, EWC was, what, Dallas? A couple of GSL seasons, which, let's face it, like, RSL is probably replaced, quite frankly. And what, like, EWC itself, it was, like, realistically, like, EWC this year contributed to maybe, like, 150 hours of StarCraft content or something. It's just not a lot in the grand scheme of things. So yes, the money is the issue, the money is a problem, but, like, I just still think there's a lot we can enjoy otherwise, man. So just, yeah, like I say, I'm not trying to, I'm not feeling great because I'm like, let's go, WardiTV is the main tournament series. I've said it time and time again. I think it's terrible if I'm the main tournament series. I think that's horrible because I am meant to be the person that fills in the gaps of the schedule, not someone that is the schedule. And like I say, I think other entities will probably step up and still do things, and obviously I'm going to fill as many gaps as need filling, but like, it's not about that at all. It's just, is it so bad to believe in what we have, and the game is good, and, like, that will probably just come out of this being kind of okay still, because, like, StarCraft's awesome, and the people that still love StarCraft, you know? I don't know, maybe it's a very selfish point of view, but, like, I just kind of believe in the game. I don't know what else to really say, man. I don't even know what else to say. Like, that's just my point of view. If you don't like it, if you think it's for my personal gain, that I think it's okay, like, whatever. You can join the other guys that are mad at me on our StarCraft because someone posted something about my tournaments, like... Yeah. Hey, what's up, Kenk TQT? Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Going out to Kitty Lynn. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Appreciate you. That's a gift sub to the community that hits someone that I think is here quite a lot. It was nice to recognize the names, getting the gifted subs. And hey, Fly Yikin, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Going out to Dawit49, the Average Ozzo, Alex G Punked, Wheezing Wheeze, and ZZC Fire Truck. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you very much indeed. I think the most important thing, guys, that you can do right now is not. Don't get me wrong. Like, money's nice and stuff, and supporting and subbing and everything. You know, support the people you like and support what you like in that regard. But just keep on watching. The best thing you can do is to give viewership to StarCraft 2, because the more viewership anything has in StarCraft 2, the better that is for us to get other people. That's better for us to go and talk to people and get other people involved in running extra stuff. You know. Like, it's all, like, don't get me wrong, like, you know, money is the core of everything at the end of the day. Like, these tournaments don't happen without money. But if you can't afford to support, and you can't afford to just up what you support StarCraft with just because EWC disappeared, because, you know, just because EWC didn't disappear didn't mean you guys got a promotion, right? So yeah, support like that if you can, but, like, realistically, just keep on watching stuff. You know, so many of these events are able to do so well because they have that foundational kind of level of just viewership, you know? So just keep on watching. Watch the StarCraft. Enjoy it. Don't read our StarCraft, because that's just miserable. You know what was really funny on our StarCraft is someone made a post about Hero playing badly or something, and like they made a video about it or something, and then people argued against him, and so he went and made a second video to prove his point of how Hero messes up so much, of like the Draenor Hero finals, and it was like this video of like highlighting every time Hero let all these lings run through his wall. And I'm watching this, I'm like, you know what? This guy's like out here flaming and spamming and blaming Protoss as OP and shit. Can you imagine this guy just made us some highlight reels for the tournaments? Like, dude just went out and did something that'd be hella cool. Instead of just highlighting all the ling run buyers, why don't you just do some highlights and make some actual content for Reddit? That sort of shit would help. If you got time to balance wine, turn that energy into some actual content. Jesus. This post was incredible. I literally sat there thinking, I was like, man, if you have the time to go out and clip all these moments from the finals, why don't you clip all the highlights and just make a freaking highlight reel and get people excited about the game instead of just freaking complaining? Got some positive energy in here. Jeez. Hey, thank you, Chipper, for the 22-month resub on the Prime. Protoss, thank you so much for the big Warp Prism. I've got no idea how many bits that is. But thank you so much for the big prism. Almost done, a cheeky little hype train, but alas, we cannot sell out because we've got some Clem versus Q to keep on talking about here, guys, as we get this underway. Blink, Warp Gate, Robo Facility, and the gates coming through as we get settled in for Game 5 of this series. Old Republic is our map, and we see what we are going to get to here as a tank Marines and medevacs come through. A couple of the barracks are still producing. Game 5. Important game because, obviously, you know, avoid lower bracket relegation. I actually think both these players have a shot against ByuN in the next round. Absolutely. Q and Clem alike. So it's a big game because of that, because you win this and you could absolutely keep advancing this bracket. And obviously right now, every round you advance in the winner bracket is just a round advanced in the lower bracket as well, essentially. So every win really counts for a lot. And you've gotten this all the way to Game 5. It would be a great opportunity to cash in on. Medevac will be flying about a little bit as we just see the stem coming through. A few Marines are coming up. It's going to be seeing the Templar Archives coming in. The Medevac is going to unload a couple of units right now as the Cyclone and the Marines will get there. Stalker gets grabbed. A nice little catch from Kira early on, so he's able to get some pretty reasonable damage going just right off the bat. So it's not bad at all, like I say. Just see where we go from the next moment or two. The Medevac is still going to keep boosting back along. We just move over there for a couple of moments and see, say, where things are maybe going to go in the next couple of moments as the medevac loads, moves, and commits. At home for the moment. So there we set back up over here. Resettle things for a moment or two. Again, Stimpak Combat Shield and the +1 all building into place right for now. And just continue to get that into play for the moment. So again, we get that set up, we get this on the way. Stim Combat and +1 coming about. Just going to be seeing the Storm and the Charge upgrade coming by as well. So, I'll just need some extra gates coming through. Observer building, the Storm and the Charge again building through as well. We get all of that ready to go. And yeah, Marine Marauder coming about. The medevac with those mines. And yeah, we'll just have the Marine tank coming over as well. Bio coming through, the medevac's overhead, and we will take the chance to move forward. Again, Storm and that Charge continue to build by. We'll just take a couple moments. Big push from Cure. Big shove down to the bottom side of the map. This game, on this bit of a third CC, only the one engineering bay kind of has me thinking a bit more aggression coming through. As that Bio gets right down to the bottom side, so we'll see just where that takes us. Next couple moments, and we get ready to shove on into this position. Well, Storm comes down, the Zealots come through, a couple of shots coming in. The Templars obviously here to try and zone this out with those Storms, and that is one thing that Storms are very good at right now. Right? Ability to kind of storm and zone with those Storms because they last a while. In a position like this, if you just storm here, you can't move through that position for a while. And like you can say, well, you just run through the Storm, it does no damage. But then you storm a second time, then you really can't run through because then you can't run, then you ran through 2 Storms, or you have to run back through a Storm, so then you're basically running through 2 Storms no matter what. So you're basically able to guarantee that he can't push through there, and in the end, Clem actually pushes back pretty convincingly against Cure at the moment. There are a couple of Zealots onto the third base, the Stalkers, the Archon, the Sentry coming by, the Prism has a couple of High Templars right there as well. Stalkers will just chase, a couple of Marines going down, Storm coming down as well. So we've seen the Bio continue to come through, High Templars lift back up. It's nice to throw kind of the Storms out here, but I do think we're kind of getting to a point where we're not maybe achieving as much as we would have wanted to overall there as Clem. It just gets to the point where you're running away a bit too much and there's not much else to really be done about it in the next moment or so. What's up, MadHelm13? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. It's good to see you guys. Forge, Robobay, Nexus all building through. The attack upgrade coming up. A couple of additional Ghosts still in production. We do see the Zealots running in. On the left-hand side, they're going to get pushed back, so a few of those Zealots already being cleared away. Now an army of Zealots and Archons up through the center. It's going to be seeing the army stepping over. And big push up to the top. Like I say, getting a move in here for the next couple of moments. Big push from Clem. A lot of Zealots especially. Has to split away from the first mine. Only hits 3 Zealots in the end. Again, Stormers are a big part of your damage output here, so you need these Storms to stack up well. That was an amazing first Storm. He's actually in a great position. High Templars are going to drop out. The Prism goes down. Clem will have to storm as he kind of gets chased. Cure, I like the cleanup, honestly. Like, getting the Prism really removes a lot of the potential with the army there. She felt like that was pretty well handled from Cure in the grand scheme of things. That actually felt pretty darn decent overall. Well, Marine Marauder Ghosts +1 armor still coming through. Army regathering back onto the forward base here. We do see a 6 o'clock going to be taken by Clem, so he's going to try and get up to 5 bases for the next couple of moments as well. So the base count continues to grow from him. So he's expanding nicely while Cure is still sitting on 3 bases. So while Cure has defended well, the base count for Cure is not exactly incredible for moving into the next stage of this game right now. So that's going to be a factor as these medevacs gather overhead. Got a few more of those up and running as well right here. And the Armory halfway through. Engineering Bay coming up. Marine, Marauder, Ghost, SCV, Viking. Again, a little bit of everything. Continuing to come about. Stalkers will build into position right now. Just going to be continuing to head down into the center. We do have the Bio, Medevac, Viking Force continuing through as well. Army chasing. Probe already taking some damage. Gets shot down immediately here. And a little bit of Bio just going to step through. The Zealot is coming about. A couple of Zealots going down. The other Zealots coming forwards. Just taking a few moments. We are going to be seeing the Bio army continue to come about here and just pull back. But it's not a lot of Bio. My initial instinct when I saw this fight start out was like, I looked on the mini-map to see where the rest of Kyo's army was. And I'm like, oh, that is his army. And don't get me wrong, it's not small, because obviously it's a lot of air units here as well. Like a good amount of medevacs. There's actually a good amount of Bio. It just doesn't look massive against the Protoss, and I think it is because it's mostly just kind of smaller Bio units, and there's not a lot of tech really mixed in there. And yeah, there's a couple of Ghosts, and yeah, there was a couple Vikings. This Widowmine does a lot to help out at the moment, as we just see this army still pushing up and looking to push on through. You can see our Marines going to get jumped on, the Immortal going down, the Zealots pulling back, another Storm or two coming through, the Vikings are still firing. Storm hits the Zealots again, the Vikings still taking a bunch of damage, Marines getting kind of slaughtered in amongst this. Clem's army goes back over to the side. Just going to be seeing the 2-2 and the ship weapons coming up. The Clem's going to be a bit ahead on the 2-2 as well. Q is standing in the 71 army supplied to the 68. I honestly think he's got the tech to deal with this as well. This does not look like the outscaling of armies that I was kind of looking at previously. This does look like a lot more controlled and manageable at this point in time as well. Just going to see the ByuNs getting ready to fight through a little bit. Just going to be seeing the Ghost coming back the other way. So Stalker coming through again. Orbital Command just going to lift off. EMP comes down. The Colossus going to take some shots there, losing their shields. Again, trying to step through. Those couple Colossus hits coming in once again. The Vikings going to be there. Colossus taking damage once again. IO army, two new Colossus. But we have a good Viking count now, no? A couple of EMPs on those new Colossus, and they're still pretty engageable. It's a nice storm. Kira, his issue is he's not spread into the concave, and so a storm like that is actually pretty difficult to deal with because his entire army is naturally going to want to run through it. Here we go. Vikings going to take the chance to get in toward the Colossus. The Colossus taking some big hits. A lot of SCVs going down. 19 workers killed, and Kira's army not standing up to the task either. 2 Colossus remain at the end. Maybe these Marauders can be scary, but there's actually still Zealots left here as well, so Clem is going to hold on to this position. The reinforcements from across the map, additional Zealots just showing up already, coming straight through there. And Kira is actually going to say GG as, Clem just re-engaged into this position. Nothing really happened. He just has a lot more stuff, and hence Kira knows he cannot stand in this, and Clem will continue to make an upper bracket run in the OSC Championship 13 Ladder Legends Championship bracket. So Clem takes the dub, and he moves on through to play ByuN, which means we get more PvT coming up next in the form of Clem versus ByuN. So we're going to get that ready to go, guys. Before we get there, we're just going to take a moment to hop on over and say a little hello to one of the sponsors of the OSC Championship, which is Ladder Legends. If you guys enjoy getting better at StarCraft 2, Ladder Legends might help you get to another level of it. Let's have a listen from them, and we'll come back in just a moment or so with Clem versus ByuN up next.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Ladder Legends, where you can not just be a ladder noob, you can be a ladder legend. If that's not already their motto, it should be. Welcome back, guys. How are we doing? We are getting ready for more StarCraft 2 here in the form of Clem versus ByuN, keeping the action rolling today in this OSC Championship bracket. Day 8, the second to last day. Tomorrow is the final day. Very exciting. And yeah, let's get this ready to roll out, as we are pretty much ready to go and kick this off and get this started up. I need to recreate the sounds, get those back as well. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. So yeah, check out Ladder Legends, guys. We'll have I'll put the poster up as well. You guys can have a little read here while I take a moment just to ensure everything is in place for this series and before we kick it off. So you guys can have a little read of that. And I mean, it's pretty much what they said in the video, but also you can, you know, sometimes reading reaffirmation is very important. You can also check out that website, of course, ladderlegendsacademy.com. It's also posted in the Twitch chat. If you want to scroll for it, you will find it. All right. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Cool. All right, let's throw into this next matchup, which is going to be in the form of ByuN versus Clem. So, ByuN versus Clem coming up in this next match, and it is going to be a best of 5. The winner advances to play Hero, although that will be tomorrow. So the winner of ByuN Clem will play Hero, while the loser will drop down to play against Solar, and that's actually going to be our next matchup. We also now know Christiana versus Cure will be one of the series we see later on today as well. The winner of that plays ShoWTime as part of today's broadcast. So that's everything that's going on. That's what's happening. And yeah, we will take a moment or two to kick off into this next game, my friends. Let's get this one ready to roll out. Sweet. ByuN Clem, another best of 5, and it's more PvT, because obviously this man does not play the Terran matchup versus Terrans. So he will play the PvT. It is going to be the red Protoss in the bottom left-hand side. Our winner of the previous series is Team Liquid's Clem. I'm the only one doing the OSC, don't have any transmission in other languages. There are other languages broadcast in OSC right now. Inti is casting in Polish, TKL is casting in French, and Pommy is casting in Russian. So you can catch all of those. I know that a couple other guys are going to be covering these on the YouTubes and stuff as well, so there's a bunch of coverage on this series. So yeah, it is in fact happening. Just gotta look for them. They should be on the TL.net sidebar though, if I'm not crazy. I'd be surprised if they weren't linked there, but maybe they're not. Let's just take a moment or two, get ourselves settled in for this next game, guys. So, picking this off, kicking this up, and seeing what is going to happen here as we have ourselves ByuN and Clem, game number 1 of this best of 5, and Clem early with the probe across the map just to start nibbling up at that first SCV, putting some damage in, and starting to get some work done. So, SCV taking some shots, Barracks is about to finish up, the Reaper is coming through as well, and the Orbital Command building at this point in time also. Nexus and Cybercore coming by right there. Again, the Reaper and the Orbital Command coming up as well. Reaper is just about to finish, and the factory is already producing from ByuN also, so just going to get that factory into production. And yeah, the Cybercore and the Nexus continue to build just for now. Get that underway. Stalker going to be there as well. Taking a couple of moments here. Second match of the day, again, ByuN versus Clem. After this, we get ourselves into some more awesome games. Like I say, the loser of this will play Solar, and that comes up next. So we have either Solar ByuN or Solar Clem taking place after this one. And then after Solar versus the Terran, we'll have the winner of that versus MaxPax. You guys notice what is happening today is a complete lack of PvP. Yes, complete lack of PvP. The only PvP we could have is if Christiana beats Cure, and that would create a winner match versus ShoWTime. That would obviously then be PvP if Christiana wins that. So today is a day of potentially no PvP, which is kind of crazy. Because obviously this, I mean, there was just like a bracket of PvP in the lower bracket originally, so we finally fought through all of that in the last couple of days. May have no PvP at all, depends who kind of wins out. Obviously Classic is in the upper bracket final. Hero, if he wins versus Clem or ByuN, would make that a PvP, but that's something for us to figure out later on. As we do need to figure out who's going to be playing Hero in the first place before we do any of that as well. So lots to think on there. Reaper Hellion going together, and we just take a moment or so to sell with these units running at the front. I mean, you see the sentry there. It's going to get jumped on immediately if you want it. Drop the force field. So ByuN is not going to be allowed in with those units, but he is going to get a couple of probes. And I guess the sentry doesn't go down with the battery. I really thought with 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions, the sentry would probably die. It's going to die now because Clem chased forward. He's also going to lose that probe, which wants to come and build a third base, apparently. So it doesn't mean that ByuN loses everything, but 3 workers and a sentry for your early game unit investment. That's really not bad because, let's face it, early on, the sentries and everything are very much so. Yeah, the sentry is useful. The early Reaper Hellion is not going to be as useful as the game kind of moves on through either. So, in that regard, generally something which is worth checking out. As we just now take a moment or so and settle into our next phase of this. A couple of barracks coming through. The medevac is going to be there as well. The Stalker is there to push the Hellion away for a couple of moments. So just push that back out the other side. And yeah, the medevac is going to have the double Widow Mine included to try and make a play into the main base. So in we go. Stalker's going to shoot. First mine goes down to the probe pool. Second mine will be forced to fire on a single probe here, and the medevac goes down. That mine will go down too. This was pretty good for Clem. He's going to lose a second probe, apparently. Was that just a Hellion over here that found this kill? I think it might have been. But he's going to lose a second probe, but he cleans out the medevac and 2 mines. They're not going to linger around, which you know is obviously a pretty big factor, because if they stick around and kind of linger for a bit, it can get kind of nasty. So nice to just kind of clean that up and push that back right away. Just have, yeah, and the stim pack +1 attack. A lot of those little bits and pieces still coming through. Has Clem ever played a TVT again since he switched to Protoss against Terran? Not purposefully. I think maybe in like a random tournament he randomed into TVT. Maybe one event early on forced him to play the same race for the same tournament, so he was TVT, but I'm pretty sure he's only played PVT outside of those like couple of rare exceptions. Like PVT is the matchup he wants to play. He does not want to play the TVT, so that's a matchup he's very much so been trying to stick to. Stim compound +1 building up here as well as we take a moment or so. Just have ourselves those upgrades kicking in from ByuN. We'll see what he can do with this Storm and the Charge, both on the way from Clem currently. So we get those rolling here. And yeah, the extra gates coming about. And the Observer at the front. ByuN, one of the best players at seen Observers. And I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he sees this one, because he stepped forward to kill it and he was just making sure he had the scan. He is going to get that grab. So ByuN is actually insane at watching and spotting for Observers. I really can't make this up. Like, the amount of success he has in just kind of finding an observer and spotting it and killing it is just, it just happens at such a higher rate than how it happens for pretty much any other, for pretty much any other Terran player. Like, he is so good at fighting those out and doing something about them. It's pretty crazy. Invade Cape Cup, he played against a random, that was TVT. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know it happens, like, but that's not really the same, right? Like, did he play TVT when he, since then, it's like, yeah, but only when he randomized into it, so it's a little different, no? Pancreas Eater. Interesting name, but thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate the Prime. Thank you for supporting the channel today. Thank you for supporting the content. I will not judge. If you support StarCraft, you can eat whatever you like, ? I guess I shouldn't go on record saying that one. As you are going to see, the Zealot is going to be Chase. The Bio will stim, and a couple of Zealots still taking some extra damage as well. Just going to be seeing a couple of Zealots wanting to try and run through there. The Bio is going to come in, just chase those other couple units away. A couple of medevacs are loading up and dropping. I was going to say toward the base, but one of those medevacs is super low, so I don't know if we actually do want to bring them, those units forward. Now Clem chases in, and that 16 supply of Bio just in the medevacs, not part of this fight immediately, is not exactly ideal, so ByuN with a little bit of an issue there in the end of the day. That is going to put him into a much more problematic position than what he was in initially. Stalker's still chasing those Bio units, still getting taken down, being pushed away for a moment or two, and the Stalker's going to try for just a little bit of extra damage, a few more shots. Toward the tail end of this, we do have the Stalkers, the Immortals, the High Templar continue to come through as well, and a couple of Storms, and we're going to clean up everything in the end, so Clem is going to be able to pick off the majority of this army, pretty much everything going down. We got a Forge or two on the way up, we add on a Robobay to that mix as well. Nexus on the way up, 5 additional Zealots building, and this Bio army still heading to the center of the map as the scan comes down. In talking about OSC champions, guys, obviously this is another OSC champion in ByuN. The loser of this plays an OSC 2-time champion in Solar. Kind of a stacked lineup right now. Are the only players that aren't OSC champions that remain? What? ShoWTime, Christiana, the Protoss players, right? Hero Classic, ShoWTime, Christiana, I would guess. MaxPax is an OSC champion as well. And the first 4 matches of the day are all previous OSC champions. That's actually kind of a crazy stat. I just kind of realized out of nowhere. Because that Widowmine is good for the Prism Kill, and the Storm is only good for a couple of SCVs, or not even the couple, but just the one. So one SCV goes down, Zealot 2 leaking into the third base, as Clem continues to bring Zealot, Stalker, Immortal, and High Templar across the map. Another Widowmine going off on the Stalker, going to have to give up one more Zealot there, clean up those Widowmines, and the Bio comes back toward the center. 4th Nexus in the front, getting set to go. Again, Marine Marauder still building up, Armory and the Engineering Bay coming through as well. Scan will come on down. Bio gonna jump, the Immortal gets jumped on, the Zealots are gonna charge forward, the other Archon morphing through, Medivac's gonna lift off, they're gonna escape away back toward the upper right hand side, and the Zealots are gonna try and make the charge forward, just going in after those Marauders. So again, just gonna get straight through to this, get toward the upper right, and we will see this Bio Force unloading. It's just regathering things for a couple of moments, the armor upgrade coming through as well. A lot of this continuing into place just for now, to continue to get ourselves settled up here momentarily and figure out where we are going to go in this next moment or so. Zealot, Stalker, Archon gathered as well, also trying to see what's up. There's a couple extra Colossus build through. One more upgrade is going to be a part of this as well, so continuing with those upgrades at this current point in time. Clem just takes a 5th base down to the bottom. Meanwhile, ByuN is ByuN is down in supply a lot, so overall these trades have not been good enough for him. He's actually ahead on resources lost, but the economy of Clem must have just been booming throughout this. Let's have a peek. It's been definitely pretty heavily advantaged as well. A couple times it's come back down as ByuN's been able to make a play or two, but generally speaking, ByuN is not getting enough out of these units early, and is leaving him in a bit of a tricky place right now. Going to see that command center loading up, and we are going to see the Zealot, Stalker, Archon, Colossus gathering up underneath as well to get joined in there, as the armor upgrade will finish in a moment or two. So yeah, 2-2 upgrades coming about, the Vikings, the Marauders coming in as well. Keep building as much of this as we possibly can right now, as the rest of this army moves up the map, and we are going to get moving straight in. Colossus is going to laser beam from afar, and Clem looking pretty good for this game 1 right now. Supply is fantastic for him as a bunch of SCVs continue to come down. We'll see the Storm's getting through. The Viking is going to get grabbed. That's 12 SCVs falling. You have to blink back a little bit further. ByuN 130 to the 170 supply at the moment. I mean, we're just going to lose SCVs if this keeps up is the issue. So there's just not really a good way to go about this right now. Another Storm comes into play right there as well. Not sure that's really going to change much of anything at this stage, as we are going to be seeing one more Storm, and the armies still looking to try and just commit on through for a couple moments. We're going to see Storm coming straight down. Seeing what else we can get up to there. Another round of Zealots warping in. ByuN just going to say GG. This really is a little bit too much from Clem as he steals away the opening game of this next best of 5 as he continues to look to make a run through this section of the bracket. So, get this ready to go. Am I casting Rongyi Cup tomorrow? No, because it is OSC Championship final day. How could we miss this? can't. So no, I will not be casting Wrong E Cup tomorrow. In fact, I'm probably not going to cast any of the Wrong E Cup group stage because I'm away Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I decided I'm not gonna. I talked a bit about maybe the possibility that I cast Friday, but I think I'd rather just kind of take my day and then take it off because I'd be basically what's gonna happen is if I cast on Fridays, I'm just gonna be completely like waiting for the day to end because I'm just gonna be like, can it end so I can go and go to my thing and go have my weekend off? So I'm just gonna not do it on Friday and just take my day easy, and then yeah, we'll probably catch up on some of the group stage action after the weekend. I just can't cast it over the weekend. I'm not here. But we will be back on Monday with the playoffs beginning. I'm not sure when we're going to cast the groups. We might just do like a best of the group stage kind of cast. Like I say, I'm not 100% sure when that'll be, but we'll probably just cast some of the main matches from the group stage at some point as like some bonus content, basically. So yeah, that would be my prediction of how things go, guys. So yeah, unfortunately I will not be able to cast those. Like I say, just it came around a bit too late for anyone to organize around it. And yeah, I'll see if we can get the replays. I'm sure other people will be casting. I'd be very surprised if Roddy wasn't casting, for example. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't other casters giving you guys the action. Like, they weren't here for the qualifiers, but I'd be surprised if they weren't there for the main event. So yeah, I'm sure some other people will give you the games. And I'm very sad that I can't. I want to cast as much as I can at the moment, but I think it's also important to take a few days off and do my thing, because I cast a lot better after taking a few days off every now and again. You know, there's a point where casting StarCraft every day for, like, you know, in a row, back to back to back, eventually you come around and it's like, man, am I just saying the same things once again? I don't know if you guys notice this sometimes, but there's definitely days, I mean, there's definitely kind of off days anyways, but I almost always feel when we come back from even just a 2 or 3 day break, it's just like, bam, my brain almost resets. I don't get stuck saying the same stuff as much, and we just get a whole lot more kind of, I would say, a whole lot better kind of casting out of it. So yeah, I'll be away Friday, Saturday, Sunday, guys. Then I'm back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I'm away Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for Home Story Cup. Then I'm back on that. Actually, I might not be live on that Monday after Home Story, because I think we've moved the Monday Cup to the Tuesday. But we'll be back after Home Story Cup for kind of about a week. Then I'm away for like a, kind of like probably the rest, but another week, and then I'm back again. So I'll update you guys on all of that as it happens. Just a combination of, obviously, basically I'm taking 2 weekends for myself, and in between those 2 weekends is Home Story Cup. So it's like, you know, while I'm still working in between them, it's not necessarily on the stream. So yeah, that's what's going on. Blame all the things that happen at the same time. I don't know. Blame all the things that happen at the same time. How dare they? How dare they? Probe up to the top is moving through. Barracks SCV, Gateway, and the probe all producing by for a couple of moments. It's going to be seen the barracks is going to come around. And just going to see those couple SCVs going to chase the probe down a little bit as well. Best days are important. Hell yeah, they are. Like I say, this Wrong E Cup really sprung up out of nowhere as well. What I am going to do, guys, is I haven't talked to the players still, but I will do this because obviously the WardiTV Winter Cup was going to kind of overlap with Wrong E playoffs. I'm going to just move the Winter Cup because I think what I'd rather do is, instead of doing 2 mega days, where especially the playoff day of the WardiTV Winter Cup with the playoff day of the Wrong E Cup is going to be kind of rough, I'm going to move those and just kind of fill up the end of, or the very start of February with the end of the Winter Cup, just to kind of make things a bit smoother for me and the players, and just to kind of stop the overlapping and kind of all the mayhem of loads of things happening on the same day and so on. So that will move a little bit. I'm just going to confirm with the guys. I still need to find a final player for that group in the Winter Cup as well, preferably a Terran. But I need to figure that out, and yeah, so we'll get on that as soon as we can. Just the TLDR of the situation. Let's just have the CC building into place. Stalker, Warp Gate coming about, Twilight Council coming through, and just have ourselves the couple command centers still building, the barracks, the marine, everything else continue to come by for a few moments here. As I said, into game 2 of this BO5. Just going to see the couple Marauders have their concussive shells, and they are going to get a catch on the Adept already. Just going to see the Adept going down straight away. Again, Twilight Council coming by, got the Gateway coming up, a couple of probes in the Warp Gate will continue to come through as well. Yeah, the Marine and a couple of Marauders will continue to make their way out down to the bottom side of the map just for a moment or two. Just going to bring that straight back over for a couple of moments and set that all up. Marauder's going to try and shoot, Stalker going to be there to try and fight back a little bit. Getting that Warp Gate coming into play, the Blink coming online, Robo Facility Gateway building up, Braxton the Reactor coming down. Impact Marine, a couple of SCVs building through as well, and we'll just see the couple units of ByuN pulling back over the left-hand side. So that Blink's about halfway done. Robo Facility and the Gateway setting up, and the Marine and the two Marauders continue to come by. Third command center on the upper right side as well, just getting settled, and the Hallucination keeps moving over to the top for a couple of moments. So get in position, get ready to go. And the rest of that Marine Marauder just settles down for a moment, and we'll just take that moment to see where things end up here. Marine's down underneath the Hallucinations, just going to be able to knock that down pretty easily. Going to be a pretty comfortable point of contention as well. Let's just have a Blink about to finish up. I mean, Clem just playing Blink, Blink, Blink in these series, which every now and again Clem was mixing it up away from Blink, but right now it just feels like Blink still has just been so good. Why move away from something that is good, but also still has versatility to it? You know, you don't have to Blink into Storm every game. You can Blink into Colossus. You can Blink and play a bit more Zealot Stalker heavy for a while as well. Yeah, Blink is going to lay the foundations of the matchup for you, but there really are kind of different ways to play from there, and so you can just get into a very good start with Blink, a very consistent start with Blink, and then, like I say, play into the different styles from there, so you're kind of playing the same thing but something different still every time. This is going to be Clem going to Storm once again. I do think Storm is definitely going to be the preference here generally for Clem still, is give this Hallucinated Colossus to step up to the high ground, and then this Colossus is actually going to be taking a bunch of the damage. I mean, does ByuN think that's a real Colossus? It's going to fade away. I mean, maybe those units just couldn't reach the Stalkers anyway, but he gave up a couple where kind of running in where he probably just didn't need to, really, so a little bit of a shame on that one, as we just have the Stalkers pulling back over to that right-hand side, pulling them back across for a moment or two. And again, +1 attack, the Marauders all coming in, extra barracks on the starboard coming up as well. Got that going. Stalkers pulled back out over the side. And Storm charge continue to come about here just for a moment or two. It's going to be having the combat shield building up and the armor upgrade coming in from Clem as well, so we continue to get that on the way also. ByuN just settles for a second or so here, so just going to get that underway. I'm just going to be seeing the Stalkers stepping up for a moment or two. Get that ready to rumble, as we just have... yeah, the rest of this coming by. It's just going to be seeing the Stalkers step away for a couple of moments. Just going to pull back out of this for now. Straight back through. Prism sets up as well. Ready to make a little bit of something extra happen here, perhaps. As the army moves around. There's going to be Zealots charging in on the top side of the map, so they get straight into that third base. ByuN looking to get up the ramp here on 10,000 feet. Fourth base from Clem will be the one that's under fire in these next couple of moments, so we get straight into that. Now a couple of storms coming down already. The Zealots taking some damage, so a few hits coming through there. Zealot Stalker is going to continue to chase down. A couple other Zealots are going to show up as well, so putting some damage out and able to kind of push that away for a moment or two. I'm going to see that Bioforce is just going to go scarpering. So Clem able to shove this back. He's on his way to his 1-1 upgrade, so it's going to be 1-1 versus 0-0 for a while, favoring ByuN. As the Stalkers get underneath, the Medevac gets picked off. A couple of these Zealots still in some trouble. The Stalkers and the Sentries taking a few more shots as well. Just going to see one more Storm dropping down. The Widowmine takes some damage there. And Wondermine will be dropping in the next moment or two. Stalker's still taking some shots as well. Gonna see one more Storm dropping down onto said Marauders. So again, just little bits of extra being done for the moment. Just finding some extra little bits and pieces. There's Orbital going to be forced to lift off. Clem pushing himself all the way across the map and into this aggressive position right now. Let's see a couple of those ghosts coming about too. Let's just see the Archon also coming in. The Zealots are still going to be there. Stalker and the Sentry combo continuing. Storms keep coming by onto a lot of that army, man. The Storms are doing a lot. ByuN's doing a good job of not losing a bunch of stuff, but it's very low, and obviously another Storm or two, or just the units actually getting some shots off, could be big, but that's a massive EMP that removes the rest of the High Templar energy. Now Clem has to micro the High Templar back with the Prism. He does have a new, fresh, high-energy Templar, which has full energy, actually, so he still has one available. But the others getting the energy reset is definitely still a win from ByuN, who does trail on supply. Following this is going to take the forward location instead now, as that top right side of your screen was not exactly a base that was working out for him, so he's going to try and go elsewhere instead. Again, armor upgrade coming about. Extended Thermal Lance coming through. The unit's going to load up, load down, move all around. It's going to be seeing the army over around the left. It's going to be seeing the Marine again jumped on. The army looking to push straight through here. A couple of ByuNs going to spread out and go a couple directions. High Templar going to land onto the ByuN units as well. A couple Storms coming straight into this. The army going to try and chase. And it is going to be ByuN who is eating the Storms, but actually has some chasing potential. I do think the Colossus is actually a really good addition right now out of Clem, because the Colossus are going to come in at a point where ByuN's just not ready with Vikings, and a lot of this army's low, so these Colossus have so much potential to kind of follow up and get a lot of work done. So in we go. Finally taking a few more shots, a few more hits coming through. We are going to see again Clem just bullying his way up into that supply lead. This army again low HP from ByuN. I really think if these Colossus can just get involved for even half a fight or something onto this bio army, things are going to meld. 4 Colossus. We are building 4 Vikings at a time, but we need them to actually do enough. They get rid of the Prism at first. I just think 4 Colossus are going to meld everything. Like I say, everything is low from before, and that's just not exactly going to help you here, as that is going to be everything melting away. GG gets called, and Clem is going to take game 2 of this best of 5. Alright guys, Clem takes a second map. We'll go into game 3 in a second. Just give me 1 second. I just need to set something up while the ads place. Just give me 1 moment. I'll get game 3 on the screen for you guys, which will be to Winter Madness for this next one. Okay, give me 1 moment, guys. Just give me a second, though. Alrighty guys, let's get into Winter Madness as Clem and ByuN go to a game 3 of this best of 5, and Clem 2-0 up. We need a ByuN bounce back if we want to see this matchup getting closer. We will see if we get it as we get started on Winter Madness. In the bottom right hand side, the red Protoss is going to be Clem. He is up 2-0 in this BO5, and a map away from facing Hero in the next round. That would be a top 6 matchup, and winner will be guaranteed top 3 if you win that in the upper bracket semifinals. So that would be a big match, and yeah, winner of that will play against Hero tomorrow. That will not be today. It will not be today. It would be tomorrow. Why was Shin disqualified? No official news outside of Wikipedia, just I presume he just had issues playing to the schedule that was required. I mean, OSC are pretty lenient with the scheduling. So maybe it wasn't that. But, yeah, I mean, they've been pretty lenient letting people pre-play and stuff and all sorts, but if you can't play when they need you to play, you know, then that's still an issue, right? At the end of the day, like, if you can't find any time to play, you're not able to accommodate, then yeah, it's going to end up being pretty rough, so... It might not have been that, it might be something else, but I don't have any other word, so... I would just presume it's something to do with scheduling. Shin's not the kind of guy to do things naughty enough to get disqualified otherwise, so... Probably is going to nibble up at that engineering bay here. He might have, I mean, it might also be a case of, like, he set a time to play and then something happened so he couldn't show up, but they couldn't justify rescheduling it, for example, as well. You know what I mean? Like, there's a few reasons it could have gone down, right? Like, there's a few different ways it maybe happens. Like, I think it might be more likely that, for example, he did not... I think it's more likely that he did not... That he maybe, like, set a time and didn't show, than he just couldn't set a time at all, but... I guess I'm just speculating, so I don't really know. Is this the last day I'm casting before my Pokemon tournament? No, we'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow, and then I'll be away Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, I'll be here tomorrow. Should be a good stream with it being the final day of the OSC. So yeah, I'll be here tomorrow for that. And yeah, I'm gone Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I come back on Monday. And like I say, then I do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I'm away for Home Story Cup. So yeah. Good luck, have fun. Thank you. I'm feeling kind of chill going into it. Not really expecting anything. Just hoping to have a good time. What's kind of nice is because I have another tournament in like 2 weeks, which is the bigger tournament even. So this weekend is like a regional. So this is kind of like a... This weekend is kind of like, imagine like in StarCraft terms, it's like a dream hack, right? It's like a dream hack. And then in 2 weeks' time, it's like a... It's not like the World Championship, but it's like a... It's like an ESL like regional final or something, you know? It's not really a good description, actually, but like... Basically, next week is like a regional, so it's like a big event. But then 2 weeks after is like an international championship, where there's only 3 of those a year, whereas there's like 20 regionals a year, for example, so... So what's really cool is that this weekend I can just play very chill and just like, if it doesn't go well, it doesn't go well, but I can get a bunch of practice in against good players and stuff, right? So I can get a bunch of practice in and feel good about how I'm playing and learn my deck a bunch, and then in 2 weeks' time, then I can get really stressed out, because then if I don't do well there, really... then I'm just like... This was for nothing! But yeah, we'll just... Or, new idea, we just stay positive the whole way through, and it doesn't matter how we do. Because it's all about having fun. And no one with a competitive mindset has ever said that before and actually lived by it, so... Hallucination going across the map. Home Story Cup August. You coming to Home Story, Loco? You gonna be there? Or are you just chilling at home for this one? As yeah, what's up? Dayback Janky, thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Why is Clem Protoss? Clem plays Protoss versus Terran ever since the last year and 2 months or so. It was like the end of 2024 that he switched over to playing Protoss only in PvT. He does not play TvT and has not done it in a long time. And if I'm going to boost through, we are going to see the 3 Widow Mines looking to unload over here. Just getting straight through and putting some damage in initially. Getting a couple shots off. Just going to get the Widow Mine burrowed. And yeah, a couple workers going down. Just going to see that Widow Mine going to unburrow, reburrow. A couple of seconds here. Just going to go in after the probes again. Just going straight through, looking for a little extra. Yeah, 3 workers. This is a bit of a better opening from ByuN, at least actually finding some value this time around. In the early stages. So 3 workers, yeah, a little bit better. We've had some really good mine drop cleanups in this series and the previous series from Clem. This one going a little bit better on this side of ByuN. Got some damage done. Medevac gets out. Nicely done. Yeah, operation yesterday and baby arriving really soon. Oh. The ear and the baby. Jeez. How soon is your baby due? Oh my god. I knew you, I obviously know you're having a baby. I just didn't think how soon it's going to be. God damn. Crazy! Oh my god. Yeah, this guy's... Loco's ditching StarCraft to have a baby. Lame. Hey, what's up, Matt JK? Thank you. Thank you for the 8-month resub on the Prime. Also, congrats on just getting married, Loco. Just probably should say that one as well. Yeah. So like a freaking Instagram post. I'm like, what? Mid-February? Damn, that's real soon. There's a couple of medevacs on load out, and ByuN is going to go moving over. There's nothing really to catch on the map, but obviously you can make some progress with the double medevacs. Stim Combat M+1 continue to come through for a couple of moments. And again, Storm Charge and the High Templar building as well. Army still going down to the bottom right-hand side. So big push from ByuN, heading to the bottom and ready to participate. Again, we have +1, we have Combat Shield, Concussive Shells, a little bit of everything building through there for a few moments. You're going to see the Adept going to get grabbed. Let's just see the Stalker's going to start getting blinked back upon for a couple of moments there. It's just going to push that away. You've seen the Sentry going down, the Archon in some trouble, a couple Stalkers taking some damage as well. Seeing the Stalkers again just gathering, and again we take a couple of moments to just see the Bio is going to go straight through, aiming for that Warp Gate, so Gateway at the frontier taking some damage. The Bio will push in, the Stalker's taking a bunch of damage. Good amount being done here just initially, and we're going to keep that up as there's Widowmine going to go off for the Archon as well. ByuN finding value here on Wind of Madness, and Clem for the first time in this series is actually looking like he's in a bit of trouble. Yeah, he actually had, clamoring to kind of stay, keep it all together and trying to find a defense. Down 20 army supply, and ByuN just on the offensive as well. And I think that's something we just haven't really seen much of from ByuN either. Like, ByuN actually on the offensive. I feel like in a lot of these games, it's just been Clem who now starts stepping on the map and starts bullying around a little bit. Clem still led by 9 workers. Army supply is not too far off. ByuN is once again going to have that kind of upgrade scenario where he's going to have like 1-1 versus no upgrade in return. So that's going to be kind of fun to see how that plays out as well in the next few moments, as we do see the Ghosts, the Marines, the Marauders continue to build. That Bio Force going to come back through, and some more pressure on Nexus on that side is going to come by. A couple of Zealots coming through as well. Just take a moment or so. High Templars going to try and fly her back one more time. A couple of Zealot shots taking some, getting some shots in. Sorry, some Zealots getting some shots in. Try and actually use the right wording. Might help. But this Bioforce is still sat right on top of this Nexus and putting some work in for the moment. Another Storm comes down. The ByuNs take hits. It's going to see another unit going down. Widowmine this time gets picked off. The Zealot Stalker, Immortal, High Templar pulling back through. The couple High Templars morph into Archons. One more Storm coming down just to keep things zoned out. Again, the 2 Archons and the Colossus on the way from Clem, getting more tech online. That's going to make me believe a little extra in his ability to keep on dealing with this over the next few moments. Again, Marine Marauder coming through. The armor upgrade is all coming online as well. Just going to see the couple of Zealots here having to turn away. The Archons, the Immortal regathering. And yeah, Double Forge coming up as well right now from Clem as well. So continues to bring that on the way just for now. Get that set up. We're now going to be seeing the Zealot Force, Zealot Army still pushing through and still looking for a little extra right here. Going to get some Stalkers underneath, chasing after those medevacs. They're finding some extra value too. A little bit more being done just for the moment, but in the grand scheme of things, Clem is still kind of chasing. I mean, there's a lot of units on the right side. You can maybe jump on these units on the left a bit, but the units on the right are going to be an issue. Like, that's a lot of Terran still here representing ByuN right now. And again, one of the main things right now, I think, is the upgrade lead as well. 1-1 to 0-0 is going to make the scrappy kind of Zealot reinforcements a little bit tougher to really pull off. This Colossus comes down the ramp. Those couple Zealots go down. We are going to be seeing the Observer overhead there. Maybe Grab is currently being scanned, but ByuN is going to pull back, get rid of the 4th base, still pressing forward. And he is going to get Clem to say GG's. ByuN going to bring it back by a map, and we're not going to have a 3-0 here on the penultimate day of the OSC Championship 13. Not yet, at least. ByuN says no, 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 none of that. None of this easy peasying through me. I'm going to at least make you fight for a little bit longer. Make this happen. Alright, guys, we'll throw our invites out as we will get ready for game number 4. Is going to be Clem ByuN. Winner moves on to play Hero. That will happen tomorrow. And then the loser of this series will play against Solar. That will happen in a day. That will be live as well. So we will be getting into that after some videos and so with whoever loses this. And then the winner of that plays MaxPax also live. So back to back. That should be a whole bunch of fun. Very much so looking forward to it as we get our game at number 4. Between Clem and ByuN kicking off. Let's do this. Let's dive right into it. Let's see just what is going to happen. Alright, let's kick this off into play. Ruby Rock coming up. Got this ready to start. We're going to have in the bottom right-hand side the red Protoss player. Still has the 2-1 lead. Let's see if he can capitalize on that lead here in this fourth game and close the series out and advance through to guaranteed top 6 in the tournament. This is Clem. While the loser of this series may not be ByuN, but if it is ByuN, if you lose this game, lose this series, it would be a drop down to the lower bracket to play against Solar. And once again, 2 OSC champions of the years gone by would be finding themselves playing against each other there. So, funnily enough, Solar's first OSC championship came against ByuN back in 2016, beating ByuN 3-1 in that grand final back then. Solar able to take his first OSC championship. He won again 3 years later, also against Terran in the finals, and up against Gumiho that time. ByuN did get the OSC championship the year after he lost to Solar in the finals. ByuN is actually maybe one of the most represented players in the finals in OSC history, because he has been in 2022, 2023 in the finals against Zest and MaxPax, losing both of those. They make it 3 second-place finishes and 1 championship for ByuN in the OSC system. Yeah, ByuN, one of the most decorated OSC guys of all time, I guess. And we know as well, he's probably got a bunch of OSC records for tournaments played and matches won, and King of the Hill stats as well. Always worth checking those out at OSCesports.com. Want to find out more about OSC? It's the homepage for all of this. It's definitely a great place to be. Alright, well, we just have ourselves a couple moments of SCVs being nibbled out, this probe being annoying, but obviously not succeeding too heavily or anything like that. Did a pretty decent job for the moment. Back down that right side, Adept in the Warp Gate coming up for a couple of moments here. As we have a moment or two, guys, early in this game, just want to take a moment to once again say, if you're watching on the YouTube, do consider hitting that like and subscribe button. It really does help get more people in this stream. We've got some great matches still coming up today, so get those buttons clicked. Get everyone aware of the fact that we are having a great stream here today, and we've got a lot of StarCraft 2 still to come. So, yeah, hit those buttons while you can. We are on our push. One of our first goals of this year is 50,000 YouTube subs. So if you want to help us out with that, get subscribed on the YouTube today. We have a lot of people watching that do not subscribe. Help us out. Push us towards 50k. And we can hit that milestone that we've been working towards for a couple of years, honestly. It really has been a long time since we passed somewhere significant on YouTube. We're going to... I want to hit it, man. I want to hit it. I want to see how far we can get the YouTube. It feels like YouTube's got some great momentum on it lately, so... let's keep it going. Adept at the front. Marines and starport building during this as well. Let's just have our Blink building from Clem. No surprises there. Blink once more from him. We're going to try and obviously get off to a more stable start than what he had in Game 3, where things did get away from him a little bit. Tell you what, it's been a lot of, like, not fast games today, but it has been a lot of, like, around 10-minute games. Wonder if we get a PvT which can maybe draw out a little longer. I actually, when I saw, you know, Clem versus Cure, I thought there would be a good chance of seeing a PvT that kind of took a little bit more time. And then when, you know, Clem beat, you know, Cure, and I was like, okay, Clem ByuN, I was like, well, it didn't really happen in Clem Cure. In my head, I was like, maybe it happens here. A little bit of a longer, more macro back and forth TVP, but I guess yet to be seen. We'll see how it goes. As we get this set up, Adept is going to step through once again. Just take a moment or so. Get this ready to rumble as the robo facility comes up. Blink coming through, the gateway is still being built, so let me take a couple of moments. Adept still maneuvering around. A couple of seconds as well. The medevac boosting back down to the bottom side with those few marines inside as well. And yeah, gateway, blink, obs, probes, assimilator. All these little bits and pieces coming through for now. See the observer taking a step onto the map then and trying to get some vision. Meanwhile, the Widowmine and Marine drop comes into the main base. Widowmine going to connect through to the Stalker. Not going to be allowed, disallowed in fact. Stalker's pulling through. Widowmine will get chased down. Banshee tank and the Marines continue to come about right there, and we just have the barracks building, SCV on the way. Take another moment or two. Get that going. Stalker, Nexus, a couple of pylons coming through there. The Marine will get going as well. And take a moment or two to come about here. Charge. A couple of probes. The next in the gateway is still building through. Marines, Engineering Bay, and the Refinery coming up as well. Good army from ByuN pushing out, especially the fact it's just triple siege tank. Feels pretty hefty. Heading down to that bottom right side. I see the few Stalkers are moving about here for just a couple of moments. So we get that on the way. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to be there. Marine tank is ready to deal some damage. The Banshee as well. Provides high ground vision and just good damage output as well. So a lot to be done here as we get rid of the first tank pretty comfortably. Second tank as well. ByuN, what was that? That was not it. And just dropping into the natural. This group of Marines come back in again, but I mean, for such a lack of success happening out the front, I can't really get excited about this because, like I say, the front door attack really just went so wrong. We killed 5 workers, but ByuN is going to lose absolutely everything. Like, that is just a complete reset on everything that he's doing here. So I find that a little bit astounding, actually. That really felt like it just did so much that I was just not... I guess I'm a little bit stumped for words, but like I just didn't think it was going to look like that. That was just not it at all. And just unsieged and just pushing in almost too quickly, and they're really done with a moment of just setting up a bit further back, and yeah, that really just went wrong for him. Well, Clem, pretty wrong. I mean, look at resources lost. It's better for Clem, but not crazily so. So okay, cool, sure. See the rest of these dogs coming through. A couple Marines getting shot at. The Marauders and the Widow Mines will join. The Medivacs will be there. The Observer is going to be there too. Siege was way too late. I think he just stepped too far forward, and then when the fight happened, he probably decided it was better not to siege because the Stalkers were already fighting him. But yeah, I mean, basically just siege a few moments further back, even with just one of the tanks, and that could have changed how much Clem could have maybe fought there. Yeah, definitely a funky one. Is not quite how you want things to be going. The Marine Marauder Medevac still coming through. The attack upgrade still coming about as well. Continue to bring a lot of the rest of this in as the Prism and the Zealot go over the right side. The Stalker step forward. Widowmine there is going to get blinked away from, so we avoid that shot. And the rest of the bio is still gathering up. Medevac's out down to the bottom side. We'll drop a 4th Nexus in. Drop a pylon into place. Zealot Stalker still gathering up in the middle of the map. And this Prism into the main base. Going to get ready to go as well and look for a chance to do a little extra. Bio over here. Going to set up as well. Just going to get rid of a pylon. Let's see, the Zealot's going to get in after those SCVs. So really able to get a little extra done already. And this Prism continues to pull away just for the moment. Bio, again, continue to pull out of this just momentarily as we reset through for these next couple of moments. Medevacs gather up on the bottom side. We're just going to be seeing the couple of Medevacs going to be lingering there as well, so they're going to wait for their chance to maybe make something happen also. And Clem is stepping onto the map, so he will look for an opportunity right now to try and get some damage done, getting after a Medevac. The moment it looked like that Medevac was full, but I think it was the Prism that was loaded up underneath it that actually had made it look like it had stuff inside for some reason. I'm just keeping an eye on the minimap because these double drops are trying to do something, but not going to end up committing through just yet, so no success from those for the moment. Well, Widowmine shots going off. Clem kind of tanking these. A couple more Widowmines going to go off. A couple of the Zealots already beginning to take some big shots from that. As you see, the Colossus, the Stalkers, and the Sentries continue to shove on through. So that's going to keep on pushing forward. The Medevac coming about as well. Taking damage. This base taking damage. Zealot, Stalker, Colossus doing the damage. And a couple of force fields to try and keep ByuN at bay. Should work pretty well also. Let's see the Stalker, Zealot, Colossus coming back over. And we are just going to see Summerlands, 1-1 upgrades continue to come by. The SCVs continue to push in with the rest of that army. Another Colossus shows up here, but this is a good pushback from ByuN. There's a double drop over here that's killed a few probes over there. Now some Stalkers in the main base have to be warped in as a response to this also. Just pull back and blink away and try and preserve ourselves for the next couple of moments. Again, the Medevacs load back up. They peel out to the right side also. Just going to try and get out of there as the Medevacs come back through. The Stalker's going to do their thing, getting a little bit more picking off done. A few more bits of damage being dealt here for now. So yeah, a little extra coming through just for the moment here. Get that underway. Seeing where we end up next. 17 dead workers. So Clem takes a lot of damage. These medevacs only have a couple units left in them, but they'll continue to maneuver, try and see if there's anything extra they can possibly find. Just trying to get in for, like I say, a couple of extra shots here and there. See if there's any further opportunity. As you see the Stalkers looking to play cleanup on that in the next moment or so. Big push across the map from Clem. And SCVs are going to start pulling into this as Clem is taking so much work damage. He'll get some back now, having to micro the Hurt Colossus back with the Prisms, doing a good job of that. The Zealots warping in alongside the rest of this also as we continue to push on forward here. You can see that Mule going down and everything else still gathering, looking to poke into the front for a moment or two. So again, we get this shove going. They're still gathering about. Just going to be seeing the Colossus in the front. Has to be a bit careful. A couple of Viking hits coming through to help out as well. And we're going to see a couple more warp-ins coming straight into play. And now just going to be seeing 2-2 on both sides continuing up as well. So upgrades are still pretty even for the moment as Clem keeps the pressure up. What's amazing for Clem is you're pressuring this whole time. There's so much time where SCVs are pulled and not actually dealing damage. And not dealing damage, but not actually kind of mining and providing economy. So Clem just being able to stand at the front here is doing a lot of the work. And we're at this point where these medevacs are getting very low on energy. The couple that have energy are kind of new and fresh, and so they have some healing to be done, but there's only 2, so it's a lot of catch-up to be made against the for a Terran army that's already in the reds and the oranges. There's just so much healing to be found at the moment, and that is kind of the issue that you're seeing break out at the moment as the Stalker Colossus regathers once again. Stalkers take a second to blink back out of here. It's going to be seen that ByuN army still wanting to kind of press its way through, get involved as well if possible. EMP availability kind of pretty minimal as well. There's only 1 ghost available right now, so even that aspect of this is not exactly looking great. So let's talk Colossus. We'll keep on playing through, and we just have ourselves the 2-2 upgrades and close to being done, at least from ByuN. So for a few moments, he might have an upgrade lead and might be able to make something happen with said upgrade lead. So that might be a factor as the Bio continues to push here. There's our Stalker Colossus continues to gather up. We're going to fire a few shots in with a couple of Vikings getting some work done. Stalkers blink back once again. Continue to give chase. That Colossus goes down. In the main base, a few Zealots are coming around. 13 SCVs already being killed. Major damage being dealt over there. The army regathering. Zealot Stalker Colossus resetting. Just take a couple of moments as the Zealot goes down. Cleans that up. And we will, after all of this, kind of resettle. I mean, Clem with an 8-worker lead. Upgrades are dead even. ByuN will be a little faster start, +3 armor. Clem will start his +3 attack. 13 minutes on Ruby Rock, and ByuN fighting for his tournament winner bracket life at this point of time. Tough run for ByuN, man. You got a great OSC seed because you played in so many tournaments through the year and done so well. The first opponent, Clem. Alright, I guess it could have been worse. You could have done worse and faced Clem earlier in the bracket as well, right? So, of course, I mean, if ByuN lose this, he plays solo, would be a winnable match for him as well. But he's not out of this series yet anyways. I mean, down in supply a little bit, but yeah, I think he's absolutely still fighting here. Clem is going to push up again. I think my concern is I feel like overall these pushes of Clem are slowly kind of gaining value for him, and you know, he's starting to expand everywhere, and I feel like we need to start seeing things go a bit differently for ByuN. So this fight might be very important right now. ByuN needs to show us a little bit of success, a little bit of ability to kind of push Clem away. It's not happening. He's losing all the Vikings. There's going to be 2 healthy Colossi, although there's a lot of Marauders, and Clem is going to maybe struggle reinforcement-wise. He's still getting chased. The Vikings actually continue to do that thing. Colossus going down. A few Zealots charged in. Stalkers will get after the last 2 Colossus. Keep this 1 Colossus, chase down the 2 Vikings. The 1 Colossus does stay alive. Again, Marauder is able to do well against the Stalkers. This is now 128 to 110 supply in the game. ByuN has that left side base set up, but he's yet to fully mine from it. He's going to start transferring SCVs now. Keep in mind that becomes a location that Clem can then harass, as Clem now knows that this is a base that's just an extra opening. So while you're pressuring the right side, maybe now you warp some Zealots to the left, and that's going to start pulling ByuN's defense apart, whereas before this, ByuN's defense was completely consolidated right here. The orbital is going to lift off immediately, and there's no defense made just yet from ByuN as the Zealots want to run into this. It's a great EMP, hits all the Zealots, softens them all up. Clem adds a Disruptor into play, using that to try and zone back a little bit here. Thinks about going down that ramp, not able to. Man, the medevac's just out of energy for ByuN. No healing available from those, and that again is just such a costly moment because the healing is going to do so much for you, but you just don't have any energy to do it, and these bio units are constantly stimming because they're constantly in a fight. Clem is making you fight the entire time. and hence is forcing you to kind of stay forever drained on medevac energy, and your army, even though the army supply is within 20, is probably even more so favored to Clem, because all of your units as the Terran are constantly starting these fights on lower HP than they should be. ByuN is not going to have much option here. He types out GG, he's going to give Clem the W, and Clem is going to take the 3-1 victory, advancing through to the top 6 of the tournament, where he plays against Hero tomorrow. That's some very good news for the Clem fans. Clem will play Hero tomorrow in the upper bracket semifinals. What's actually really funky is obviously that Clem will play Hero, but also noteworthy that you win that, and Clem is potentially up against Classic again for another Clem Classic match, because that is just one of the biggest rivalries in StarCraft 2 right now. Isn't that fun? Alright guys, that means we are going to go into Solar versus ByuN as our next matchup, which means we are going to have to hop on over to the Korean server, and we're going to get that Solar versus ByuN series ready to rumble. As yeah, ByuN has fallen down, and he will play Solar in this ZVT coming up in just a couple moments. I'm going to take a quick break though, guys. I'll be right back with you. More StarCraft 2 coming up, and I'll see you guys in a few moments. And just after this, BRB. Welcome back, guys. How are we doing? Alright, let's get into it. Sorry, just reading some good news that we just got. Awesome. Alright. Alright, best of 5 here, guys. Solo versus ByuN. Sorry, just get back on track. It's Mothership for the opening game, and these guys are playing live, so let's get into it and see what exactly Solo and ByuN have to show us here as we kick this off. I'm gonna get this one ready to rumble. Game number 1 of this best of 5 series. Wardy, seriously, who's the third best Terran? If it's ByuN, Cure, then bad seeing as Clem can beat them with his off race. I mean, you can't really look at Clem's Protoss with his off race anymore. Clem can beat anyone with his Protoss. Like it's not his off race, it's his main PvT matchup race. So I don't really think that's really much of a statement. So I mean, yeah, ByuN Cure. I mean, I presume you're counting Maru in the top 2. I don't really know where Maru's at, honestly. Like Maru's good, but I feel like it's been so long since Maru put in results. But he also doesn't play much, so you see him kind of hit like a top 8 EWC and stuff, and then that's all he kind of does, right? It wouldn't surprise me if Maru, Cure, and ByuN were actually all very similar right now. Personally, but yeah, I don't know. We don't really have enough info to really say anything. Maru won the second largest offline tournament last year. He did, yeah. That was also like 8 months ago, you know. That was also like 8 months ago. I think it depends on matchup maybe a little bit more than ever before. I actually think if you put Cure, ByuN, and Maru in a TVT group, the result is completely volatile. I think almost any of them could win against each other. Yeah, the thing is like I feel like Maru has good matchups against like some of the other top guys. Like for example, I think Maru has a really good matchup against Raynor because of his playstyle. So that definitely helps him kind of, you know, I think Maru probably is kind of clearly too. I just don't think it's as clear as it has been in the past. Yeah. So yeah, it's just interesting because like I say, I actually think it kind of depends on the bracket. I actually think I'd have more belief in ByuN or Cure maybe beating some of the Protoss guys than I do Maru lately. But that's probably a bit, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's... I think that's just kind of bias on basically who we watch a lot as well. We don't get to see much Maru nowadays, so we just... It's really hard to say, I guess. You can see a couple drones in the overload coming about. Hatchery coming in. A couple Marines in the starport coming over as we take a few moments. We get this set up just for now. The few Marines are going to come and roll about here for a couple of seconds. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines and the Stimpack continuing to come through. Bulling's going to be there, Reaper and the Marine's going to be there, and take a couple of seconds there just to settle down. We've seen the Banshee, the Cloaking continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the few Marines, just going to come through, and just going to be seeing the Banshee coming up as well. So we got Marines and Banshee coming about, Reactor and the Orbital coming through. We're going to see the couple Queens, the drones, and the Overlord still building as we take a few moments there. So we settle this down, we just take a couple of seconds And the cloaking is coming up for the Banshee, and we do see the few Marines and the Reaper still making their way about for a few moments, and around into the center. And yeah, Lair, Queens, drones, all of that continuing through just for now. The Marines are going to regather for a couple seconds as well. Just going to pull back through here momentarily. And get that Banshee and that Cloak coming through just for now, so we bring that straight into play. And yeah, just going to be having the Lair and the Baneling that's coming about. I guess additional drones coming through. Again, the Lings coming by, the Overlords in production. The Medevac Marine and those engineering bays will continue to produce at the moment as well. So bringing that all online, the Banshee is going to come about. Just going to see that cloaking coming through there. The Stim Pack is coming about as well. And again, the Medevac Marine Force will continue to build. Just for the moment, the Banshee gets up to the top, and we are going to see 1-1 and combat shields continue to come through there. The Lair, Bane the Nest, and the drones and the Overlords will continue to come through for the moment as well. Banshee gets rid of a couple more creep tumors. Again, a little bit extra done for the moment as the Banshee continues to fly up through into the main base. So just seeing what else is going on there. Banshee can now go after a couple of those drones as well. It's going to be 2 drones going down initially, so some decent damage dealt on the early moments. Queen is, Queen Force is going to step forward, and the Banshee going to take a few more shots already. Banshee is going to pull away over on that left-hand side, so just continue to move through for the moment, and we're going to see that Banshee killed in the end. And 1-1 upgrades, combat shield still building through, siege tank, SCVs, and the armory coming online as well for the moment. Again, Ling Bane producing, Carapace, and the Baneling speed coming up as well, so all of that continuing through. Those few Marines will settle down for the moment as well, so bring that straight into play. And yeah, these Marines are going to continue to move across just for now. The Queens are going to step up. Creep Team is going down. Again, the Ling Bane building. Melee upgrades coming through. You see that Baneling speed reducing as well. And that Orbital Command is going to land in the next moment or so down onto that third base. Just going to put that in position here. Reaper is able to get rid of the Zergling already too. Get rid of that. And yeah, the upgrades continuing across the board. So ByuN, I guess the 1-1 is going to finish a little bit earlier here. Solo's heading into the melee upgrades. That Bane speed about to finish up also. Those 1-1 upgrades about to finish. Tank Marines coming through. The melee upgrades still building. The Hydrogen is in production as well. The Lings are just going to wrap around a set of rocks right here and just going to be seeing the Reaper. And we'll get rid of a Zergling as well. It's just going to take that down. Additional barracks coming up. And depots and the tanks and the upgrades continue to build through also for the moment. Army pushes through that top side. Again, the 2-2 already starting from ByuN. Meanwhile, the 1-1 upgrades are still not there from Solo, so we have a bit of an advantage there for the moment. He's going to stem through. A couple Queens going to get jumped on. Just going to be seeing the Ling Bane. Going to get there as well. And you see the Medevacs pulling back the other direction for a little bit. The tank just going to be there. Ling Bane going to be pulling back. 2-2 upgrades building on the side of ByuN. So I got, like I say, the upgrades just now finished from Solo. So not going to see much of a fight with the upgrade disadvantage. And do you see the Marines still stimming about? A lot of the units from Solo are going to counterattack now, actually over to the right-hand side. So they're going to set up and move over there just initially. So they're going to move straight by, just for the moment. Get that in position. Again, just going to see the Lings still stepping by. The couple of Banes are going to come over as well. Just going to be seeing the Lings, the Banes trying to get through there. The SCVs and the Marines are still pulling back for a couple of moments. Just going to see those Banes trying to crash through onto the Marines. Just going to get straight through there for a moment or two. And again, that's 16 SCVs, 18 SCVs going down. And 2-2 upgrades continue to bout. The melee upgrades coming through as well. The Groove Spine's a part of that. Still got the Hive, Lings, and Hydras producing at this current point of time. The Marines are going to step over to the left-hand side. Couple shots coming about. A couple of the Zerglings are still getting shot at as well. Just going to be seeing the Ling Hydra there is going to pick off the Medevac, so we take that down immediately. Going to see the rest of these Marines pushing straight forward. The Queen's going to do some damage. Just going to be seeing the rest of this coming about. Just going to be seeing the Marines are going to fight. Hatchery taking damage. The Queens are going to come through. So we've seen the Marines are actually going to get a little bit of a jump on towards these Queens on the left side. Link Bane Hydra continue to come around here. Just going to be seeing the push for the moment. Solar had a lot of supply. Can he just navigate this into a good fight for himself in these next couple of moments? ByuN is still obviously just on this 8 rack, so I mean, you kind of don't necessarily need to fight a Solar. Like, 2 upgrades will finish soon enough. Then you're going to have yourself the Hive coming online. So there's a lot of benefit from Solar from just kind of sitting here and waiting more than anything else, actually. So that might also just be a factor to think on next couple of moments. Marine's still pushing up. The tanks are still pushing through as well. So a lot of that coming by. Just going to see the Lane Bane running straight over. And we are going to see... Well, here we go. Using the creep as a launching pad. He will not be on creep to actually hit those Marines. But ByuN's supply is going the wrong way. Especially with so many SCVs going down, unless this army now is going to make an impact, which I'm not sure it is. I think this first game is kind of heading quickly towards Solar's favor. Interesting map to 8 racks on. It's kind of a large map. So intrigued that ByuN kind of chose this map as his map to kind of, you know, play like this. As you're going to see the Hydra Bane trying to push through. A couple lings around the back going after those siege tanks as well. They're not going to get very far. A couple of shots coming through. I'm just going to be seeing the Marines. And the Medevac's just going to continue to push back. Going to be seeing the Ling Hydra still building through, the Adrenal Glands, the missile upgrade building up as well. A bunch more of those creep consumers going down currently. Continue to shove through here for the next couple of moments then, so we get a little bit of extra done. Adrenal Glands plus 1 missiles building up also. Just get that set in for a moment or two. And the Medevacs will be just for the moment. The Marines going to get healed up once again. The rest of this Link Bane Hydra still coming about just for the moment or so, and we are going to see an unload into the main base. A few Marines that will latch themselves onto a Spore Crawler to begin with, at the very least, for example. And these Medevacs still low, gotta be careful. A couple of the Hydras will continue in after those. Will the Banes get there? The Marines going down, chasing that away. Hydra's gonna get pickings on those Medevacs as they load and retreat. Solar gonna take game 1 of this best of 5. Alright. Solar taking the opening map as we take this through. Guys, I don't know what you're fighting about in chat. Just let's not fight. Because I didn't read what started, but just chill. Want to fight each other in DMs or something. Otherwise, I'm like, what's going on? Get distracted and then we miss more. It was a rough match. It did kind of feel like Solar was all over that, you know? Like, yeah, he had to give up a base, but it's like, he had to give up a base he was clearly okay with giving up already. Did not really feel like too big of a deal, in all honesty, for Solar. Really felt like he was, like you say, very comfortable kind of throughout that one. Let's get into this next game in a second, guys. I just need to reply to an email super quick. If you just give me one moment, guys, while this gets started. Kick this off into play. I'm just going to put you guys in game. I'm just going to be tabbed out for just 1 second, guys, just as I reply to something quickly, sorry. Just important. I want to get it out while the workday is still alive in the UK, so just give me 1 moment. Alrighty guys, sorry for that. Just had to get a reply on something quickly. Got that sorted. And now we can get back on track. Lovely. If you guys don't like each other, you know there's a great button called the mute button or the block button. You can just block each other and not have to see anything that's happening. It's real easy instead of us fighting, you know. Couple things, gonna nibble at some rocks here. Reaper will come about. Queen is just gonna be there. And you just see a couple command signs coming through. Factory coming by. Just gonna see the couple things gonna be there to knock those rocks down. It's just gonna eat that up. 1 moment or two. And we see where we will go. Got the Queen. Thing speed coming about here as well already. The couple drones coming about. Command center and the starport coming online. It'll take a few moments here early, but nothing too crazy just yet, as Solo does hold the 1-0 lead in this lower bracket match. Our last remaining Zerg, looking to keep the Zerg representation alive for another day or two. Just going to be seeing our couple queens kind of gather and go onto that Reaper. And just a peek to see what's maybe going on. Answer is not a lot of anything, honestly, just yet. Yeah, stop on the command center building, that Hellion on the way through. Bring a lot of that up and rolling here for the next few moments. Reaper pulling back for the moment. They added 3 more maps and ByuN Solo still played on Mothership. Yeah. I think people kind of like Mothership, no? Doesn't get vetoed all the time. Gets played a good amount. It is just like a nice big map, and if you want to kind of play like a nice big game, I don't think people are necessarily upset about it most of the time. And the couple Hellions will continue to maneuver then for just a moment or so here, trying to see what's up. We are going to see that Ling sneaking by into the main base for the moment. A couple Hellions there will try and go after said Zergling to play cleanup on that, and just put some work in on that as best as we possibly can for the moment. So, a little bit of damage being done here and there. Lots of players avoid it because they don't like the scouting thing. I feel like it's so big that the scouting doesn't become a factor on Mothership, though, a lot of the time. Like, it just... yeah. I don't know. Keeping up to date with how players feel about some of the free-player maps feels like a futile effort a lot of the time, to be honest. So, yeah. Anyways, all good. Let's get into this and see where we go as we take a couple moments. And, yeah, a couple engineering phase and barracks all coming through. The Stimpack Marine action coming online as well. I mean, I wouldn't be actually too surprised if ByuN played like an 8 racks again on a map that's more accustomed to the 8 racks, but it was a pretty hefty shutdown in that first game, honestly, as you now see those Lings looking to get a wrap around. The Queen's going to be there, Hellion's going down, a couple of drones being picked away at, and melee upgrades, the Stimpack and the armor upgrades still building through as well. I'm just going to see that Banshee continue to come around on the left here. Again, Stimpack is building up. Marine medevac tank all on the way through as well, so we get that on the way. The Zergling's just going to go jump onto the orbital command over there as well. Get that started. We do have our Queens just going to chase this Banshee for a couple of moments also. So that Banshee getting chased down for a moment or two. It's going to be seeing the Baling Nest coming up, the Hatchery and the Lair coming online as well. Drones, Lings, melee upgrades continue to build. That Baling Nest is halfway done, so yeah, still on his way to the 1-1, and Baling Nest soon. Ent that Lair, get that Baling speed available, and whatever tech he wants to play from there, see if he wants to play into Hydras again, or maybe he has a different vibe of where he wants to take this game. It's not really a Mutalist map, Tourmaline. It's a little bit too small, right, to harass the Mutas and have time to get them back to help defend a lot of the time when necessary and so on. Banshee putting damage out. Hatchery taking damage still. Queen's just going to chase there, so again doing a little extra. The Banshee escapes. For now, those Marines are going to get back through. They're going to get back over as well. Just going to have the rest of this resuming. The Lings continue to chase over. Marines are going to be there. Hatchery going to get jumped on. We're just going to see a little transfusion coming down to bring that Hatchery back up to health. The Lings are still running forward. The Marines will continue to trade for a few more moments. These Lings are just going to run through the Banes as well. And those Marines have to lift off, get out of there, pull back for the moment. Now the rest of the Lings coming through and jumping on the siege tank as well. So just continue to get the rest of this up and running here. Right about now. Armory coming through, 1-1 upgrade still building. And the rest of this coming online for the moment. See where we can take things. It's a lot of Marine tank that's moving across as well. It's just taking a couple seconds to truly get that underway. Big push from ByuN. Has that tank on that corner. The Marines are stepping forward. Banespeed just finished. It's going to give Solar a better chance of engaging into this. And I like the kind of couple Lings split ahead, trying to take some of the tank attention away. ByuN, can he find the target fire on those Banelings? He found it on a few of them. He's going to catch a couple off creep as the tail end of that fight as well. I mean, Solar kind of pushed him back. He got rid of the tank. That means it's a little bit less, easy to kind of stick around here, continue to look for more as the Marines get rid of this Hatchery. That will go down. The few Broodlings are popping back over the other side. Just going to be seeing the Marines still fighting there, and those Broodlings continuing to chase. Those Lings get that. Marines lift back into the medevac, so we escape away once more. The rest of the Marine tank army still gathering together. +1 vehicle player weapons coming up, 2 upgrades. And the Lings just going to want to run through, looking to try and grab those Marines as well. It's just looking to get a catch on all of this. The Marines unloading out of those medevacs, or at least trying to, as the Ling Bane continues to chase forward. Command Center gets cancelled. And +2 melee, +2 carapace building through. The extra Lings all building up. The Ultra Cavern is on the way. Medevacs do just boost away in that bottom right-hand side, so they just escape on out. The rest of the Ling Bane, again, set up into the center here. We do see a Spore coming down over on the side. And yeah, the 2 melee upgrades are very much so coming by for the moment, so a lot of that coming by. The Lings are coming through also, and we just take a couple seconds to set up into the next phase of this game. Weapons chase, Marines are going to get hunted. You're going to see those Lings getting straight through for a couple of moments, and we'll see the medevacs doing some lifting. Just escaping out of there. The Lings are going to grab the siege tank for a moment or so also. And a little bit of work on that as the extra Ultras and the Banes and the Lings all continue through. And got that Chitinous Plane coming up with that Overlord speed also producing. And those Marines continue to put the pressure in at the same time right now. The Marines still step forward for a few moments here. The Ling's going to go up the right-hand side. On the bottom side of the map, a drop from ByuN is going to cancel up the 6 base of Solar. Counterattack here is nice, and getting rid of the Sensor Tower is obviously going to remove some of the vision and the ability to know what's going on. It splits away from those mines as well, playing very well about that. What I don't love here is that these Lings feel like they're going to end up in trouble, although they do dive onto the bio there for a second. He actually had 2-2 to 1-1. And don't get me wrong, I don't think it's going to be an amazing fight. You look at how many Marines there were, it probably isn't going to be incredible, but it did actually for a moment or so there feel as though there was going to be a bit of a chance to kind of keep things going and to maybe make stuff happen, so it was actually kind of exciting. It's going to be seeing the Marines jumping onto a few Zerglings now. The Ling Bane Ultra is all going to move through as well. Just going to bring this straight across. We're going to have our bio continue to fight. The Bane's moving forward. Just going to be seeing this army continue to chase. Woodermine goes into a few of those Banelings as well. It's just going to push straight into that. As you see the rest of this Ling Bane Ultra Force still chasing forward for the moment. Marines are going to be there. 15 SCVs going down. It's a good amount of damage at the moment here from Solar, who is up about 80 supply in this game. And with the Ultras out, it just feels like ByuN has no real kind of response to these in the near future. I mean, you've got Marauders that can kite, sure, but these Ultras are going to be beastly. We're going to have some transfusions to keep this Hatchery alive. We might lose it, but at the end of the day, we're in kind of a game state where I think losing that Hatchery is not going to be all that meaningful. And Solar takes a 2-0 lead, sweeping this series so far, putting himself in a very good position up until this point here in these matches. So Solar, 2-0. Winner of this plays MaxPax, remember, so a chance to play MaxPax in that next round. Solo MaxPax would be exciting. I actually think that one kind of has potential to go either way lately. But maybe ByuN has some bounce back left in him. As man, this is kind of the brutality of the OSC Championship in some regard. You know, as ByuN, you bypassed the first couple of weeks of this tournament already because you just have a really good OSC seed, and then bam, you're in the bracket, and then in 2 series, you know, now he's 1-3 against Clem, into the lower bracket. Oh, you're playing Solar, a 2-time OSC champion. You lose there, and that's it. Your OSC season was all for that, which unfortunately at the end of the day is basically all for naught. So yeah, a little brutal. But let's see if you can bounce back. Let's see if you can make something happen as we get back to it here, guys. Game number 3. Solo with the 2-0 lead and looking absolutely fantastic here early on. Looking to see if he can maintain that heading into this 3rd map. His EVTs just look so good lately, so like I say, let's see if that keeps up or not as we get into this next one. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Terran is going to be ByuN. Taking on the blue Zerg in the upper right side of the map, we've got Solar from Falcons. I wonder how long that Falcons contract will hold up with the EWC situation. So Storming ahead in this series then. 2-0 lead for him in this best of 5, and we look to move through and see what comes up next in Game 3 of this best of 5 then. Take a couple moments. It's going to have the hatchery and the drones building up initially. It's just going to get that on the way. Got the racks and the gas coming through. The SCV producing for a few moments as well. Bring a lot of that by just in those early stages. So yeah, see where we go. See what happens. See what takes place. As it comes down, the Orbital and the Reaper both building up for a couple of moments, so we got a lot of that on the way through. Nothing too crazy just yet. First few moments looking pretty comfortable. Here we're going to shoot a couple of grenades going down when you start the dance. With the Lings, as Solo looks to have this clean defense here. First Ling going low, second Ling is very low, but will not get either of them. Queen popping out to beat the defense necessary there in the end. And Ling's be building, Queen on the way through. Commands him to Orbital, continue to build for a few moments as the Ling's going to get in after the rocks. And those drones continue by. I guess I'll just for a couple moments during this one and see where we end up. Reaper coming about as well. The Lings is going to be there. Queen is going to take a little bop around. The Reaper is going to get pushed away for a couple moments. So again, we move over there for a second or two. And we'll just be seeing a couple Queens, the Hellions, and the Command Center all building up the next few moments. Hellions and the Reaper will join then. We just start to move through the center of the map. ByuN making a bit of a shove up top here momentarily. See where we take this. And two Hellions and the Reaper together. Gonna first of all go after a creep tumor here. And those couple of Lings putting some work in. The Hellion having to be chased away, and like I say, taking some damage already. A little scary as those Zerglings continue to try and keep up for some damage. Stimpak, Hellions, Banshee all building through as well. And yeah, the Hellions and the Reaper continue to make their way back down to that bottom left-hand side. Stimpak building, Banshee on the way, adding on the Marine. Allowing those couple Queens going through alongside the Lings. Bringing a lot of that up just for the moment. Queen's going to fight, Overlord taking damage. A bit more being dealt just for the moment then, so we get a little bit more done for now. Continue to get through just for the moment here. See what else is going on. Interference Matrix on the way, got that Stimpak started as well. A few Queens in position initially to help out. And a couple of those units too, we're just going to see the Queen still firing. The Banshee will take a bit more damage. Again, Engineering Base, Barracks, building as we take a couple of seconds. Lings and Queens gathering defensively. ByuN's on a push with the Hellions on the left side, but he will not get anywhere too significant just yet. No fortune on that one. Couple of Evo Chambers, the drones all building, the Overseer is coming through as well, so we continue to get that on the way. As just have the +1 missile upgrade coming about. Bring that over. The Hellions and the Reaper continue to move around. I'm just going to go after a couple of the Creep Teamers there as well, so making through that for a few moments. Now we do have the rest of this force continue to gather together. See where things are gonna go. Well, a couple of Hellions get chased about. Take a few moments to see where we go. All the barracks coming through, so that 5 racks of production is online. This is where we'll see if ByuN doesn't have any intention of building an 8 racks again in this series or not. With his tournament life on the line. Second step through. Hellions go the other way. One that combat shield both building through as well. There's Marines going up. Banshee's is going to zone. A couple of those Lings already, just trying to push those back around the other direction. Early on here. Let's just see this position. I mean, I like this position. I love the tanks on the high ground. The only issue is the tanks don't hit aggressively super far forward. But you're still making good progress by just kind of standing there and sitting there with those, right? So, like I said, generally do like that. Let's see the Hydras. There's no easy way to get rid of these tanks. You got to go so far creep to kind of make that happen originally, so it really isn't ideal early on. Medevac tank Marine coming through. Just going to be seeing our infestation pit and the hatchery coming about. Ling Bane will continue. Pushing through again, those Hydras still putting out some damage. We are going to be seeing the Marines. So that too, Queen's going to pull back for a couple of moments, just going to get that on the go. Hatchery taking damage, got this hatchery still taking hits. We are going to still try and push on through here. Here we go, Ling Bane Hydra going to start stepping forward. The Bane's looking to crash into this. Getting very close, a lot of the tanks going down, and ByuN is going to get pushed away from this position. Most importantly, those tanks going down really opens the game up defensively for you as Solar. Knocking that away makes you so much better off than you would have been otherwise, because now re-engaging this position is so much easier because the tank damage isn't there. ByuN is taking along to a 4th base, as well as the Lurk Den that's on the way up, though, from Solar and the Hive, means that ByuN is trying to set up for the next stage of the game, while which is basically establishing economy, but Solo's already a step ahead. Economy is set up, and he's stepping up into the tech, which ByuN currently can't really chase him down on. That's obviously not great for ByuN either. Now going to be forced to drop in toward the main, which it just becomes a very predictable move, and Solo can start to chase that down. Like I say, Lurker then done. We'll be able to start the Lurker upgrade shortly. This fight went a little bit better for ByuN. Solo needs a couple extra Banes, and a couple of them do connect as well. Tanks back on the left-hand side. Same story as before. As high finishes, Solo's actually going to prioritize the Vipers, which, to be fair, maybe you can just nullify the tanks. You don't even necessarily need the Lurkers right now. Nullify the tanks, and so much of what ByuN is trying to do in this game just gets shut down from the very start. And then has the vision up there to be able to get rid of that siege tank. The Lings chasing the Marines away. Just want to try and split against the Widow Mines. The Widow Mines actually get really good shots on Hydras and splashing onto Banes. That part could not have really gone better. It's actually a lot of damage taken for Solo just off those mines. I mean, don't get me wrong, ByuN's supply is not exactly looking great coming out of this, but there was a moment that actually, I think, went better for him than it maybe even should have done, which maybe just shows us just how troubled he is right now in this current state of the game. Marine's going to come back over with those medevacs. A couple of Marines going to transfer him back into this base right here as well. And this hatchery was low, and it's going to go down. Solo has other bases in mind from us. I don't think it's the end of the world for him. Because, it's, you know, you don't love losing a base, right? But ByuN has been putting all of his attention into trying to kill that base, so it finally falling is a bit of success from ByuN, but he kind of knew it was coming as well from Solo. Cleanbane Hydra still there to push this army back on the right-hand side, and Size Expanse has now started. We're going to use the Vipers for parasitic bombs. The tail ends of these units from ByuN are just not going anywhere. You can maybe lift up one medevac, but nope, not even that. It just gets worse and worse here, unfortunately, for our Shopify Rebellion Terran. I don't really know where we're going to go right now as ByuN. It feels like things are definitely looking a little doomed. Now Lurkers are out. And ByuN's increased kind of value in this game in the next few moments is going to be drilling for as well. It's not going to help you against the Lurkers, is it? So Solo's just held on so comfortably. Like, this wasn't even a challenge. Usually we see Solo scrapping together his, you know, every bit of life he possibly can to survive through to getting Lurkers out. He didn't even have to do that in this game. Things will chase in, dominate on all sides of the map. That said, ByuN is maxed out, so we still got to respect his army. We can't get over confident, but I do think those Lurkers are going to make it very difficult for you to really feel bad about this situation, I guess. Because the Lurkers now make this game feel so much better for you here. As the Zerg. The Vipers helping to chase medevacs away. A couple of Hydras trying to catch. If the Viper can get him ducked off, that might be nice, but at this point, we're gonna... Oh, we parasite bomb. ByuN's not watching. So we'll lose one medevac. The others will take damage. Stim through the center. Solo's also moving through into the center base, though. Banes will be here, so this infantry's gonna go down. There's no units to protect. The Lurker's defensive from Solo just a bit off to the left-hand side, but they could relocate and probably be okay. And especially with the base going down from ByuN, his 5th base, and also the bottom side 6 o'clock base isn't mining right now, so he's on very limited eco coming out of this, and he has no bank set up either. While Solo loses the middle base, he has the bank, he has the continued income from other bases that will be pretty seriously positive here. And just going to come through, the couple more orders playing cleanup, Changeling's going down, but Solo is up 70 supply and looking great right now here in game number 3. Couple clean step forward, but that isn't pretty. Now the Ling Bane coming over. What are my shots? Oh, dead center on a bunch of those Lings. On top left-hand side, we'll see the ByuN coming through onto this hatchery. And I'm just going to pick through that. The Lurkers are going to get through onto these depots. Open up this pathway. Probably the parasitic bombs available. Once more, these Vipers and those medevacs are low, so if you take parasitic bombs right now, you're going to be losing those units. And that's obviously not a lot of fun either. A little bit of the Ling Hydra just chasing down. factory. And yeah, ByuN's hopes and dreams in this series and in this tournament really are kind of coming away before our eyes here. As I might clean up these lurkers, but Solo's about to run in with everything else coming in from the right-hand side, so... Hello, how you doing? Nice to see you. GG, says ByuN. He has to tap out of here, and Solo will take the 3-0 to advance on through. He will play MaxPax in the next round of this lower bracket. Let's see who will advance through to the lower bracket semifinals, aka top 4 in the tournament. So Solo versus MaxPax coming up next. We're going to get this ZVP ready to go. And to get those videos started, guys, and take a quick couple moments of break, and we'll come back in a few, and we'll get back into more StarCraft. I'll see you guys straight after this. BRB. Alright guys, heading into solo MaxPax here. Thank you, Moran, for the 15-month resub on the Prime as well during the break. As we get into a ZVP best of 5 to determine who moves into the top 4 of this year's OSC Championship once again. Two former champs and go up against each other. In the top left, our red Protoss player here is MaxPax. On the bottom right, our blue Zerg is Solar. In one of this best of 5, figure out who gets a chance in the top 4. Against either the top 4 match would be against either ShoWTime, Christiana, or Cure. Depending on... Oh, I guess no, is there also the hero... Yeah, ShoWTime, Christiana, Cure, or the loser of Hero Clem, so... Yeah, that section of the bracket has a bit more work to be done to it still. Excuse me, as we get things ready to go here in this game. Number 1. Sorry guys, give me one moment, I'll talk a bit more. Just trying to grab my lunch between series. Just had a little bit of scraping the board to do to get to the end of it before we truly cast this best of 5 between MaxPax and Solar. So I'll do that quickly while not much happens. Early game PvZ. Interesting match, these two up against each other. Two players who, when you look at the kind of their history and so, there's always like a lot of story there and a lot of fun kind of stuff to look at. And Solar's obviously been playing great recently. MaxPax is always an absolute beast in pretty much anything he plays in. Although I'd say MaxPax is maybe having one of his rougher periods at the moment. Last time they met, Solar won 3-2. That was on January 13th. MaxPax then won 4-2 in Solar in that mid-season finals, which we saw. We casted that on December 30th. That was after he lost to Solar 3-1 in that same event. So TLDR back and forth between these two in recent meetings. So this really is a series of best of 5 for elimination that really could go any which way, and which really is open and out there for anyone to potentially advance through on. So we'll see what happens. We'll see who gets the edge as we get this going. Hatch coming through, couple Queens building. Stalker there is just going to get the Overlord. Again, the Warp Gate and the Oracle continue to come by just for a moment or two here, so we get that on the way. Okay, a couple Queens, the Lings, the drones continue to come about. A couple Spores are coming up as well. Continue to bring that through just for the moment. Queen's going to be there, so that Oracle is going to take some shots right off the bat. And we are going to be seeing the Oracle still coming through. It's going to get an energy recharge, actually. So it's going to get reset to move forward for a couple of moments. The Adept's still moving through as well, so we get that on the way for a moment or so. Get that all building. Things get moved around. And they're obviously not going to find too much success just yet. Oracle activating through for a little bit of the creep cleanup. Queen's going to get in through for the Oracle as well. It's just, again, a little bit's being done at the moment. The Oracle's still active overhead, picking away at a few of the Zerglings initially. And a lot of that on the way. Let's see, again, Resonating Glaives, the probes. Resonating Glaives coming up and probes producing. MaxPax is going to try and get aggressive with that Glaive, so they're going to play into the Rotron. I do feel like we've seen Zergs take a bit of a step away from a lot of those melee upgrades lately, and a lot of the builds that have kind of been more susceptible to the Glaives, the Thralls have definitely kind of upped the ante in terms of what they've been doing with those. That's kind of an interesting factor here already, as you just have the Oracle going to move back through for a couple moments right now. Also just keep those Zerglings at bay. Oracle will activate, see what we can do here. Glaives coming up, the Adept still building through, the additional probes coming online. +1 missiles and Roach speed building as well. The Roach is the queen. All coming in right now. The Adepts will continue to shade, so onto the map. Solar definitely knows what's coming his way. And like I say, that's what the Roach production is going to be very good for. Let's see how well set up he can be. Let's see how much he can navigate around these Adepts. And see if he can really minimize the damage that they are setting up to do at the moment. Is this game upper or lower bracket? Lower bracket. Elimination series. I mean, the Adepts get in, but the drones pull away without taking losses. Now the Roach is closing the distance on those Adepts, and a bunch of these Adepts keep going down. Now we're going to kill a few drones. We get the target fire some. The 2 Adepts left on the low ground are nearby already, and so they are the ones that target firing as well. So Solar really wants to clean those up. I really get a vibe that Solar's going to keep building units. Yeah, he builds the Overlord speed. I think he's just going to keep building units and just send this. Ling Roach is going to get an Overlord speed to bring a drop load across the map as well. And we're just going to send this. His own Roach speed will finish soon. He actually cancels his +1 missiles. So he does not care about the attack upgrade. He just wants to go with as many units as possible, as soon as possible. Drop load morphing in. Again, the drop load for the Queen, so we can bring the, bring some anti-air against these Oracles. I mean, MaxPax will see units spawning as we kill a few more drones here. It's 74 to 22 army supply. +1 on Blink not done yet. Temple Archives is about to finish, but we do not have time to get to Storm. Best case here, we maybe use that to get into a couple of Archons. And they might be able to help a lot against the Lings or so, but that's also an investment. We are going to go Storm. I just don't think there's a way we can do this with Storm on the way up. I just don't think that actually generates any success for you at all, to be honest. Solar derping around instead of killing him. No, he's waiting for upgrades. He was waiting for the Roach speed and the Overlord speed. So he's not really derping around. He's just waiting for stuff he feels like is necessary before he goes. Well, Stalkers do have their blink at least, as I want to see the Lings move through. Ravager's going to have to be careful with what they pick to go for on the Biles. Battery's already kind of running out of energy. There is a cannon or two that are still adding some damage to this. A lot of the Roach Ravager kind of in the back still. You know, dropping a Bile, hits actually a Stalker or two. The Queen's gathering. Need to be careful about the Queens. Don't want to let those go down and open the doorway to the Oracles being able to dive in above here. It's honestly not looking bad for MaxPax right now. What I'm scared about for Solar is that as time goes on, like, there's going to be more Stalkers coming to this stage. I mean, we're going to see Storm finishing. I'm not really sure how much Storm is going to impact this, but you know, you see there's Adept still causing issues across the map as well, so that's also just adding to the problem of this situation right now. Stalker's still shooting the Roach Ravager, having to pull back. See the Roach Ravager still pushing through. Nexus taking some more damage. Stalker's gonna keep taking damage as well. Solar's still up about double the army supplies, so even though the overall supply is actually getting closer, it is mostly going to be because Solar was losing workers. However, it does put him on time, because if you lose too many workers, then closing this game out might be difficult, as your reinforcements may be limited. Stalkers keep on dropping, damage keeps being done. The Oracles will activate again. They're going to get rid of the Queen, which means that it's Oracle time, baby! They can just hit these units now for free, and we have no anti-air to deal with that currently. MaxPax will hold. Obviously lost the third base. Third base is now creeped up, so we're going to have to do something about that as well. A bunch of probes AFK, so the fact he's ahead in workers may not be that significant overall. And Solar is still making more Ling Roach Ravagers. He's getting ready to just go again. There's the real benefit of having kept those Oracles alive. The amount of value they can just continue to provide throughout this really is kind of through the roof. What's that Ling Ravager going to run up? Just looking for the Stalkers to get surrounded by the Lings. Give the Ravagers and Roaches a chance to actually deal damage on top of those. Again, there's the Oracles. When they get some energy, they will go straight to the Ravagers and try and reduce those numbers down. The Lings, after the Stalkers running out to the middle of the map, we could just really do with something coming in on the other side or so to just push these, Stalkers into like an actual surround. MaxPax is just going to say GG, though. He doesn't think he's ever going to save these Stalkers, and as such, if he loses the entire Stalker count, he doesn't think he can build back up from there. GG's, and Solar is going to take the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Alright, so Solar again aggressive, kind of introduced by the aggression of MaxPax, though. This is a build you do as the Zerg as a response to the fact that everything else is going on. Get ready to set up. And just a couple moments, guys. This ready to go. Alright guys, counting down. Let's get this into this next game. As we have got in the bottom right hand side, the red Protoss player. This is MaxPax. Up against the blue Zerg. In the top left, we're going to have Falcons Solar. He takes the 1-0 lead in the series, and on we go. Continue this right now. Patch drones coming about for a few moments here, so we get that set up. Again, the gate and the assimilator coming through for a couple moments. We get that on the way, just to start out with for now. Just gonna get that coming through here for a couple seconds. See where things are gonna go these next couple of moments. Down. Just going to be seeing the Cyber Core coming up. Next, still coming through as well. Take a couple moments on this for the moment here. I'm gonna propulse back, take a moment or two, reset things here for a moment. I figure out what we can get going for the next couple moments. So again, we get this set up, we get this started, and have ourselves our Stargate and the link speed coming through immediately as well. You can see the Adept still moving about. It's just going to take a couple seconds to move through. You're not going to get steadied here. Link speed, Lings, the Queen, continue to get that going. Going to see the Ling going about. Again, Link speed, Queens, the Lings continue to come about just for a couple of moments. And the Oracle just going to fly through overhead to continue trying to see a bit more of what's going on here. So again, trying to see a little bit of what we get up to right now. Queen is going to put some more damage out, and again, try and find some extra value here from the Oracle, but not going to find too much for the moment. Again, melee upgrade coming by, the drones in production, Overlord, and the creep team is coming about as well. The Oracle just heading back down the bottom side. A couple of depths going to be there to trade with the Lings. And the Oracle's just gathering the right side. Just going to be seeing the Lings and the leg continue to come through. Oracle takes a few more shots. You see the Spore whacking away. Oracle's taking some damage as well. So again, a little bit extra being done there. The Oracle just trying to get in after the Spore Crawler. Trying to find a little extra for the moment. When is Hero versus Clem? It's going to be tomorrow, guys. So it's probably going to be... I imagine it'll be the first match tomorrow, because I imagine by the end of the day, there's nothing else we can do apart from get that Hero Clem series going. So, yeah, I'd guess that's probably going to be tomorrow. First match. The hell of the way to start the day. Nest, the melee upgrade all continue to come through. You see the Adept gonna fight through. A couple of Lings are gonna come over. You know, just gonna be seeing the melee upgrade, Baneling Nest, Hydra Den continue to come through for the moment, so we get that on the go still. Plus one in that blink. Continuing to play as well right now, so we just continue to get that going here for the moment. Get this set up, get this on the way. See where else we can go. Just keep the pressure up. Again, missile upgrade coming through. A couple overlords and so coming about. Ling's going to come running down after those just for a couple of seconds, so moving around for that next couple of moments here. Trying to see what else happens. Stasis Ward going to drop down once more. Get that on the way immediately. And yeah, plus some missiles, Groove Spines. Got 7 Hydras, 8 Hydras now coming up. The Lings are going to be there to push the Stalkers back the other direction. And again, Temple Archives and the attack upgrade will build through as well. See MaxPax putting some good pressure on here with the +2 Storm and the charge coming up behind it now. Solo's ending into the missile upgrades, but he'll also get Baneling Speed. Just trying to set up into as much of that as possible right now. Hydra Queen just going to come stepping through. The couple of Oracles are going to move back. Man, there's so many Stasis Wards that MaxPax can work with there. A few slow Banelings going to try their fortunes. They're kind of just running at the mineral line and will not do much. Doesn't even break down the battery. So good response from MaxPax, paying attention. Really feels like that's the sort of thing that doesn't do, or is barely ever going to really succeed too heavily in these scenarios. So not too much gained out of that. Let's just continue in with the Lings. Still pushing through onto the set of rocks here over on the sides, just for the moment. So bringing that straight through as well. Again, +2 Storm Charge, all building up right now. Again, a lot of that underway. These Lings still working through the rocks here for a couple of moments. The Oracle's going to pull back up. It's going to be getting through once again, as we see the Queen is going to be there. The Lings gather. And we have the Storm +2 in charge coming up as well. Another little Stasis Ward just coming down. Take a couple seconds. See where we go to. Oracles regather themselves, resetting for the moment. Going back over to the right side here for the moment. So, well, all these Banes are going to be morphing, but they're just not quite going to be ready yet. So, trying to see what maybe comes of this. I mean, Solo, does he want to attack? I mean, he's on 82 drones, so I mean, yes, basically yes. As all those last few probes as well, it's going to be 15 workers killed on that base. Solo pulls back, deals with the Zealots. The thing is like Solo has a good economy, but he's on an army composition that is generally based on momentum and kind of dealing damage and being everywhere. So if he wants to see success in this game, he kind of needs to just go, 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 and just not stop going. Like, he needs to go and not look back, I suppose, is what we want to say. Just gonna see those Zealots going through. The Queen's taking some damage. We will see the Prism on the top side pulling back a moment or two as well. Just getting out of there for the moment as the Hydras gather up. The Banes are morphing in. A couple of Archons are coming through as well, so a lot of that coming online just for the moment. Get that started right about now. Get rid of these last couple of Zealots. I mean, I really do feel like Solo's done a good job of dealing with the harassment without doing too much other than just having to pull back home. Tell you what, there's not a lot of Banelings here is my big issue right now. That Storm is not really it either. That doesn't hit anything. It hits where maybe the Zerglings would have wanted to be. The next two Storms were much better, and you can see Solo's Hydra's kind of derping back into the Storm because they wanted to attack into that army, and there's a lot of Storms available. This is why the Banes are necessary, because you should be able to put some pressure onto the High Templar or so. This has not worked from Solo. He's going to back away once again with the Prism warping in a massive Zealots into the main base. And as long as MaxPax is defended at home, this damage he's putting out and what he's forcing in this scenario is truly looking to get better and better here now. You can see the Ling is still wrapping around, so going through there for a couple more moments, trying to see what else we can do. Zealots are still just swiping their way through this hatchery, so a bit more damage being dealt right now. Prism loads up, we continue to back away just for now. Just going to see a bunch of Archons morphing in as well, so 4 Archons morphing, the Stalkers blinking through, a couple of the Banelings getting jumped on as well. Get that on the go for the moment. Just re-attack, building on the Forge, a couple of Zealots getting through for the Zerglings. And the Spores are going to come around, just going to get set. Moving up to the top side, the Lings and the Hydras together, going to try and get a bit of a surround going on as well. The Archon's still pushing up. Big army here. On the move right there, as you can see a couple of those Banes getting picked away at. Facing those Lings, they're going to come in from the other side. I mean, MaxPax getting aggressive might be the opening Solo needs. Half surprised to not see some units kind of counterattacking from Solo already, just try and find some economy while MaxPax may naturally be distracted from the fights that are about to take place. Again, every Zealot warping is just getting off. We need a way to get rid of these Prisms, because just trying to target them down with Queens is not being that successful. That's the sort of counterattack I was talking about. 19-20 work is going down. So MaxPax does not deal with that at all. He is going to kill a 5th base, though, and that's the thing. I think his army is getting to be a bit too powerful for what Solo has. Despite the economy losses, he's able to recover from them very smoothly, while Solo... I mean, Solo's basically still in the same army as before. It's just, it's not as massed up as his opponent right now, which kind of dooms you in this situation and puts you into a pretty miserable place. Well, a couple Stalkers going to shoot, a few more hits coming about. So we're seeing another Storm coming down once again, so again we see that coming about right here, a little bit more being done once more. Nice little stays on these Hydras, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. This one really does look to be a little bit doomed and over. And that is going to be pretty much that. So there we have it for game number 2. We get tied up 1-1 in this matchup. And we'll see where we go with the game number 3. With everything to play for. Stay alive in the competition. Alright, next game coming up in a moment or so, guys. Just ready to rumble. Tourmaline gonna be our map. How does Blizzard determine what splash damage deals friendly fire? I don't know, they probably looked at each unit and figured, would it be fair if this did friendly fire or not? I had to guess. A pretty good approach. Some things just don't really make sense to do friendly fire, you know? GLAGF, counting on down. And we get into Tourmaline. Let's get this ready to rumble. Alright, let's go into Solo vs. MaxPax, guys. Game number 3 as we kept this going. Bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss is going to be MaxPax, and he's taking on the blue Zerg Solar in the upper right for a couple of moments here. It's kind of set up. No lag, asked Solar. MaxPax will probably say no, because I don't think there is lag. I think that's just Korea to NA being nasty. Thank you for joining us today, guys. Appreciate you all. We got 500 viewers on the YouTube. Twitch is just like chilling at like 1,000, and YouTube's just like popping off today. Appreciate you guys watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you're enjoying the games, do consider supporting the YouTube by giving a quick little cheeky click on the sub button, but also you can scroll down and hit that like button as well. It also helps us out a whole bunch. Easy and free to do. We appreciate it if you do. Catch gas pool coming about. Next is in the server core coming in. Thanks to be a couple of queens, a couple of drones all building through. We have the Stargate and the Nexus continue to come about. And that Wolf Gate coming through, the Adept on the way. Just building in that right now once again as you get that set up. And that links to be building, Stargate producing, Stalker and the Warp Gate building. A lot of that coming online as a couple of lings will be there as well. The drones and the hatchery come through too. And they're trying to shade. Doesn't really get anywhere. Again, Warp Gate and the Oracle building also. And yeah, the link speed will be coming through. Queen and the drones continue to produce. Ling and the Queen together push that Adept back out the front at the moment. So again, just chasing that away. And then out of here. Again, Overlords, Lings, drones, a bit of everything. Continues to build on in for the moment. The Stalker's going to take a shot at the Overlord and just try and knock that down right away. And a couple spores coming up, the Queens, the Lings, etc. Again, coming through as well, so
Game
a little bit of
paused.
setup. Looks like Solar may just have a bit too much lag for a moment or two, so yeah, we'll take a moment and try and get that sorted, perhaps.
Game resumed.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, and we resume. That's straight up and running here. Just see the Lings get back down. Just have ourselves a couple of probes going through as well, so we take a couple moments, try and reset. Obviously also trying to just resume through with this ping issue at the moment. Also, we'll just activate, just going to go in after the drones. There's a few drones already going down. Oracles will just activate, we'll take some damage. Again, just going to see the Ling drone continue through the lab building. Again, the couple of probes in the Nexus. Things will be there. The Oracle's overhead. I'm just going to be gathering. And for a moment or two, just going to be seeing the setup will take a moment or so. The Oracles together obviously have that chance to apply some pressure here. You imagine that's going to be a factor in these next few moments, as well as they go for the Queen, actually. So Queen in some trouble right off the bat is a fun way to begin with. Let's see where we go from there as a couple of Oracles come through. And again, Evo Chamber, Roach Roar continue to build. Gonna see the couple of Oracles continue to come back around. Just gonna see 12 drones going down. So again, get that on the go for the moment. Gonna see those Zerglings continue to come about as well. Just gonna have ourselves the Blink and the +1 building. I mean, 12 drones is serious damage early, and Solo is gonna be hurting heavily in the early stages of this game. So definitely not a great starting point right now. Not where you want to be for the first minutes here. Not really sure where we take this right now. This feels pretty rough. We are going to see an Oracle going down. At least we lost a few more drones still to make that happen, though, so it's still not exactly ideal in the slightest. Not great at all. Once again, those few drones drop. We're going to see a few Hydras coming up. The Musco Augments coming about. And again, the Oracle going to come back around on the bottom side as well. We've seen the Stalkers just going to try and come through for a couple of moments there, so we're going to try and put a bit of damage out. We are going to be seeing the Hydras. The Stalkers going to go back and forth for a couple of moments, so fighting through there. Stalkers will just come around. The Ling's going to be there, so let's get turned around the other direction, and we'll just be seeing still the Storm and the Charge coming up, +1 attack coming through. And I've got the Hydra Ling production continuing as well. Solo's just going to be committing off of what is a lower drone count because, well, what else can you really do in this game? It's been a bit of a grim scenario for him, quite frankly. And it's just not been a pretty early game at all, and definitely kind of, at this point, you're kind of feeling forced into what you can do. If he goes soon, maybe you can hit before Storm and get some work done. If Storm finishes, I don't think Ling Hydra's going to stand much of a chance here unless MaxPax severely makes, severely messes up a lot of the fights that are about to happen, basically. So, not really anything but ideal. Unless we just have +2 Storm and Charge all coming up. Prism and the Archon coming about. Ling Hydra gathering, gonna walk into a stasis. That might just do it because then you're only gonna have half your army is gonna be even longer before you can really fight. We try and step through, but it's gonna be brittle. We can blink forward aggressively, as you just saw there as MaxPax. He truly believes at that moment he's gonna be okay. As the couple of Zealots still coming about as well. Ling Hydra still producing en masse. Little Storm comes down onto those Hydras again. +2 attack and charge coming through. And get rid of the pylon on the left-hand side, knock down that wall. Depower it for the moment. Another Storm coming down. A couple of Archons morphing out. Stalker gathering. Archon just coming back over. Hydra's going to get rid of one of those Archons already. And now the rest of the Zealot Archon Stalker force coming by as well. A couple of Zealots going to go chasing after the Queen. And we're going to be seeing our Ling Hydra force still pushing the front. A couple of Zealots getting taken out. We'll be seeing ourselves the Zealots still dropping down here for the moment. So a lot being done. Our Hydra still pushing through in toward the natural. The Archon, the Stalkers, the Zealots continue to shove on in over here. A couple of Hydras keep on moving away. And again, Ling Hydra still producing through. A couple of gates in the +2 attack upgrade coming about as well. Solar is just going to get cleaned up. And this was all about momentum. This was all about continuation. And none of that really happens. At this point, it does seem as though we are going to have GG pretty much on the board here. MaxPax, because his position gets very good. I mean, Solo's going to go with the same army again just to try and make this happen once more. A couple of Archons set up again. Just going to try and get that going. Just going to see the Ling Hydra. We'll try and step through. Things have a little surround on those Zealots. A couple of Archons begin to go down. And Solo just says, G to the G's. Going to get the heck out of there. And MaxPax will take a 2-1 victory advantage, or 2-1 advantage with that victory this series. Elliot's not impressed with whatever's happening outside. Alright, game number 4. MaxPax on the lead. I'll try and get into this in a second or two, so I think it's going to take a moment to try and reset his internet. So we'll try and get this going ASAP, guys. Get this ready to rumble. Let's reload into Old Republic. Beautiful. Alright, counting down in a moment, guys. Like I said, just get Solar in here. I'll be ready to properly resume. Sweet. Okay, so yeah, we'll just take a moment to try and get the sword. Alrighty, guys. Take a couple moments here, get this ready to go. Alright, guys, just waiting for Solar. He's relogging, so he's just taking a moment or two to get this back on track. There we go. Perfect. Alright, gonna kick this off, guys. Get this ready to go. Just a couple of seconds, get this started out. In a moment. Perfecto. Let's get this started up, guys. Appreciate you all. And thank you for sticking with us in a few moments. Let's get this underway. In the top right is going to be our Red Protoss player, MaxPax. He's in the lead of this series, taking on Solar in the bottom left, our Blue Zerg. So we enter this game number 4, and we look to see who will take a chance provided to them on Old Republic. Can Solar get to a 5th map of this series, or will it be MaxPax to close this one down? Those are the questions we are left asking. Get this ready to rumble. Okay, just similar coming through. A couple of drones in the hatchery coming about. We'll get that on the way. Take a few moments. Let's get settled in here and get this started off. See what's going to happen. As we get this ready to rumble. So, Soul in the bottom left, MaxPax in the upper right, game number 4 of this best of 5. And get this ready to go. Stargate next is coming about. The Adept on the way. Link Speed and a couple of Queens continue through for a few moments. The Adept and the Warp Gate will be building. We get that up and running for a few moments right now, so just bring this into action. Again, still needs to make sure that this early game is a lot smoother than last time. That's what really set him off in the wrong direction, unfortunately, that previous map. To try and settle this down as that Link Speed comes through. And get this ready to go. So yeah, Link Speed building, couple Lings on the way. Taking that chance to establish control here. Oracle producing through, that Warp Gate coming by. Yeah, a couple of probes coming about as well. Just for the moment. Adept's gonna fire, Link goes the other way. See, the Queen is going to fight back. And Link Speed will be finishing very soon. A couple of Queens coming about. Drones on the way through. Hatchery building. Stalker going to go and poke at that Overlord for a couple seconds. So, got a bit of damage out. The Ling's going to dive by toward the third. Just in case there's anything that comes to that. Although it doesn't really look like there will be for the moment. Well, the good news is the Oracle's back at home still. We're not killing drones already, so that's a positive compared to before. And a couple of similars coming straight through. The Gateway and the Warp Gate all building about. And a lot of that coming straight by for now. And see what comes next as move over here for a second or two. So Overlord's still chilling, as you can see. Trial Council Forge Rover Facility all build up. Do you have the Gateway and the Nexus then on the way by as well? So again, we do what we can with the tech coming up from MaxPax as the Oracles now get 2 drones, but obviously it's not quite the crazy amount of drones we killed in the previous game still, so for now at least we're going to be okay here. Let's just get set up. The lair coming through, the Lings getting established, lair, Evo Chamber, Roach Roar, and all of that building by just for a moment or so. Get that set into place. One charge building from MaxPax. Again, the gates and the probes continue to come about. Going to see the Robo Facility is about to finish here. We do have the Oracles flying through for a moment. A couple of Adepts are going to go shading. A little Revelation onto some Zerglings. Get that on the way as well. Right about now. Plus one on that charge coming through. And the Prism and the Temple Archives coming about. The extra gates are coming over. The Oracle will activate onto a few of these Zerglings already, so just going to try and get straight through onto those, looking for a little bit of opportunity. And +1 missiles. And the Roach Speed will be coming with that as well. Those few extra Roaches also just on the way. Yeah, we take it easy for a couple moments. As well, maybe not so easy as 4 drones go down. The Adept start to deal some damage over on this other side. The Lings are going to run through. The Queens are going to be there. This Adept will already be taking some shots. And we just have again +1 in charge on the way through as well. A couple of Archons still building by for a moment or so. Extra Roaches building up again at the missile upgrade, Overlord Speed and Roach Speed to all of this as well. It's going to be having the Prism coming down to the south for the next few moments. Those Lings going to take that chance to run across over to the right. Just going to get it cancel to begin with, and we continue through. A couple of Archons and Scouts will start fighting. And a couple of Archons are going to have to lift up. The Zealots are going to pull back. So does Cena +1. The Storm continuing by. And Immortal. The Gateway's coming about here for the moment. The Roaches are still producing through. And yeah, +1 missiles and Roach Speed continuing for now. Archons will chase. A couple of Queens getting shot at. The Ling's going to be there. Roaches as well. A couple of Zealots trying to get through for a Roach. Just going to see the little recall coming down at the moment. Just going to be seeing the Zealots are going to charge into this as the Roach count is pretty good here. And obviously the Queens are arriving too, so big aggression time out of Solo. Let's see how successful we can be chasing all the way through. Well, there's not a lot of units to tank, but it's going to come down to the Archons, the Immortal, and how well we can protect these tech units from MaxPax. Can we keep enough of them alive? Can we do enough with those to kind of fight through this? So far the micro's been good, but we're getting to a point where any shot on that Archon that's low already will kill it off, right? And that's just going to continue to be the case. There's a couple of Ravagers morphing from some of the lower HP Roaches as well. Solar setting it right on the front doorstep here. Is it going to be enough at the end? The Roaches, the Ravagers continue to set up. Immortals and the Archons will continue to settle as well. Got the Storm coming down on the said Roaches. A couple of Zealots are going to get struck down. Again, that Storm fading away for the next few moments as well. To just see the Roach Ravagers still building about. Immortals and the +2 attack upgrade going by as well. Couple of Corrosive Vials. Just going to be seeing the Roach Ravagers. Still looking good. I mean, number-wise, Solo's got a lot. Like I say, it really comes down to protecting these tech units. And I just see 2 Archons fall at the same time there. It's not exactly going to be doing that at all on the side of MaxPax. So his number's not looking great, and Solo looks as though he might be bringing this right back to take Tide Series and to take us to a Game 5 of this best of 5. Ling's going to wrap around. Battery going at full. It's going to be seeing the Immortals and Tempos coming through. Third base going down. I mean, we've got a ton of Tempo. We do have Storm, which is going to generate some energy. MaxPax tries to defend the natural. It's interesting because it feels amazing for Solo, but, you know, there's a lot of Immortals. It is a little bit less Roach heavy than before. I think I'm a little bit skeptical about this army composition of Solo because it was just super Roachy initially. Now it's a bit more Roach Ravager focused, and with the Roach Ravager combined, I think that's a little bit better. A little bit more hope of maybe something coming around here. So they were Ravager moving through again. It's another nice Storm straight on top of the army. Take a few shots onto the rocks. It's going to be seeing the Cybercore coming through as well. Again, Storm in a good position there. It's going to be seeing the rocks going down. Another Storm coming down onto the Ravagers and the Roaches. Files into the gap right now, and just going to be seeing this army still looking to get through for the moment. Well, Zealots charge. Swarmhost in some trouble, so Solo going Swarmhost behind this. Very interesting, where maybe just because MaxPax is a 2-base Protoss, Solo just says, cool, if I can just kind of keep you pinned back with Swarmhost for a while, I'm just, you know, you're never really going to have much of a chance to get back in this. Especially because Swarmhost can kind of... I feel like Swarmhost can be traded against if the Protoss has enough economy in the first place, but maybe that's something that Solo just says, you know, is not the case here. You know, if you don't have that, then you don't have it. Again, the Roach Ravage coming through, the Overlord coming about, Prism, the Zealots coming over. Just got those few Locusts dropping down. They're actually going to create a bit of a surround on this army, which is awkward. You actually have to step into the Locusts, which do a lot of damage output. Solo has no respect for this army, so he's going to walk through all those storms. That is one hell of a way to lose an army as Solo. I mean... there's a few too many storms to really just step through and just believe you can kind of outmass against, so don't think that was the play, if I'm going to be completely honest with you guys, as the Ravager Roach regathers to the bottom. Going to come through again, a little bit of a push through for a moment or two, so we just get that going right here. A little Storm coming down, Roach Ravager going to take some damage. He's going to be seeing the Locust dropping into place. Continue to chase forward for a few moments, so again looking to get forward, and more Storms coming in straight into this to try and help us out. We're not going to be seeing MaxPax really fight until the bitter end with this. Essentially a 2-base all-in, and Solo just able to rebuild out of each and every wave of this, and should be able to be okay coming towards the very tail end of all of this right now as this army from MaxPax swings around the bottom side. You see the Ravagers obviously going Scarper in as well. I mean, we've got to still respect the army because it is just pure Mortal Archon. Like, there's a lot of value on that. As the Small Hosts continue to step through. And just look for a little extra. Lock dropping down, getting the arc on. Roach Ravager storming ahead. And like I said, I think this one is going to be good enough to take us to a 5th game. It's just waiting for Solo to finally get the final breakthrough necessary to truly make this GG. And there it is. Game 4 goes to Solo. We're tied up 2-2. And we're going to a 5th map here in a few moments' time as it comes down to this final game. Solo or MaxPax, one player stays alive in the tournament, the other will be seen elimination. Alright, stepping through that in a couple of moments then, guys. We will be ready to go momentarily. Game 5 coming up right now. Okay, let's just get this set up. When Mana play? Mana's been knocked out of this event for a while. Mana's been knocked out of this one for a hot second, to be honest, since... Did he lose yesterday, or was it the day before? Maybe in a couple of broadcasts ago, but yeah, he got knocked down a while back. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is going to be MaxPax, and he fights to move on in this event, taking on Solar, the blue Zerg, in the upper right corner of Celestial Enclave here. This one ready to go, and we are about to get this started. Alright, so just set this up and get this going. A couple drones, the hatchery coming about here just for a couple of seconds. We get this on the go initially. Let's see that probe moving about, matching the pool on the way, and we see where exactly the Game 5 takes us. Will it be Solo? Will it be MaxPax to continue to advance on through? Okay, next in the Cyber Call coming up, a couple Queens and the Lings all coming in. Handling speed coming about, just going to get that on the way for a couple moments, build this up. Oh, what's up, Scorpion SC3, thank you so much for the 11-month resub. I have another sub to shout out, give me 1 second, I'm going to scroll back up to that. So I missed someone, I think, during the last series or so I'll just... catch back up on that. It was Numbfish. Thank you so much for the fresh new sub as well. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for subbing up and supporting the channel and the content and the casting. Appreciate you guys. Alright, Link speed building, couple of Lings on the way, Stargate and the Warp Gate building through, and the Adept coming up. Game 5 of this series. Server does prefer MaxPax. I think that has been a factor across the course of this series, to be honest. And then Adept coming about. Link Speed coming up. Queen and the drones all building through. It's going to have the Oracle and the Warp Gate continue to settle here for a few moments. Oracle moves out onto the map. It's going to get straight across. And Oracle and Warp Gate together. Continue to come through. Next is going to settle in. It's going to be seeing a couple Queens and Lings all building up for a few moments. So we get that on the go. Get this started. See where we're going to take things next couple of moments. Yeah, Lings, Queens, Spore coming through. Oracle going to activate through for a Cryptium. Just going to grab that already. Easy pickings. Adept will be able to turn a Zergling around. Just going to push that back. And the drone's building up. A couple overlords on the way. Probes, Nexus, Gateway coming through as well. That Oracle still building by. Ling's going to try and get a wraparound on the Adept as well. It's just going to try and pick this off for a couple of moments. The Oracles will activate through for some of the drones. A couple drones taking damage. The Ling's going to wrap around looking for those Adepts. Going to get one of them off to the bottom side. And that and Roach Drone both building up. We have got the Forge, the Twilight Council, the Nexus. All those little bits and pieces coming through. Get the couple of Oracles looking for that damage. It's been a big factor throughout this series so far. So I'm going to get that straight into place right now. To the best of our ability. As the Overlord speed, we've seen this one before from Solar. Get that Overlord speed going initially, and we kind of just go from there. Kind of follow through after. The Oracle going to be nearby. The Zerglings will chase, and again the Stalker will continue to come across as well. That Oracle drops another little revelation down to keep things on the go. Overlords, or drop a Lord I should say, is on its way. Away until +1 and blinks. This is going to be a nice fast timing from Solar. Can he get enough done early enough to make this worth it overall though? That really is the biggest question mark of all at the moment. Batteries building, the couple cannons coming through, Roach Ravager Ling still coming online as well. The Oracle activating here, and the Queen going to fire back onto the Oracle. There's the Drop Lord. I mean, we've got the cannons coming through, so we are preparing here. What's fun about the position from Solar is obviously going to kind of go between the third and the natural, so you've got a bit of a choice on how you approach the jump on this, and there's going to be a bit of time until Blink is done yet, so if you can catch these Stalkers right now, this is a good way to get damage done early and guaranteed. 5 probes go down already, good start from Solar. The cannons are dead on this location. Like I say, Stalkers do not have Blink just yet, so MaxPax isn't ready just yet. The Queens need to zone out. The Oracles, of course, are going to get rid of that pylon that stops Warpins coming into this position. I mean, these Stalkers are kind of stuck in the back corner. The Lings are still chasing. Corrosive Vial going to get one of them. We pull a lot of units back to the front. What is Solar's idea here? I mean, we're going to drop down the recall, just get those Stalkers back to the high ground. So MaxPax is now going to give up the third base, which means that when he follows up from this, he's going to have +1 and Blink against a Solar who is, okay, he's on less. He's going to go Hydra Den. I like it. Solar's recognizing his opponent's probably going to, do something a bit more defensive on the 2 bases now. And as such, he's going to try and improve his army through to the Hydralisk rather than it just still being Ling Roach Ravager, which obviously in the grand scheme of things probably ain't all that impressive. You've seen the Oracle coming through, a couple drones coming about, Workers coming down, Hydra Den coming up as well. Just going to see the rest of this coming about right now. Just trying to move through. We will see the Groove of Spines, the Roach Speed, all of that still coming up at the moment. The Stalker's going back the other way. The Eva Chamber and the drones building as well. A couple of Corrosive Valves in toward the warp ramp there. In toward the gap as the Ling's going to load back into the Drop Lord. Pull away for a few moments. The Roach Ravager still trying to hold the front. Like I say, Solar's attacking Roach Speed, Hydra Den. No attack upgrades or so, and that is something that MaxPax has in his favor. The +1 attack is obviously going to be, something fairly noteworthy here overall. As the Ravagers will gather. Again, the Drop Lord just sitting overhead there for a couple of moments. Wait to see what truly comes next for these guys. The Stalker's going to get rid of a Cryptium or 2. And again, the rest of this Ravager Queen Force is just going to gather back up as well. So we do finally, as MaxPax break out. What's interesting is he only just now throws down the third base on the in base, which maybe he could have done a whole long time ago. He did not, didn't have to wait to kind of clear out the low ground to kind of, re-expand. I do like that he went up to an extra Oracle. These extra Oracles have been a big factor, but will not do much necessarily against the Hydras. And like I say, that's what I like about Solar's position right now. I wonder if Solar's just going to send on like +1 Hydra and Roach speed. And like he just goes and just sees if he has enough to just end this game off of the position he put MaxPax into. Like if he just surges only into units from here, MaxPax is down 15 workers, has been for a hot second. Maybe there's some possibility. This Drop Lord dies, doesn't really do much. The Fuelings get out, they'll just be sacrificed more or less. It's nice to keep your opponent thinking. His Solar does look for a cool wraparound here. There is a stasis we got to set off initially, which we do manage. And the threat of the wraparound does force the Stalkers to blink away. And so you stop dealing damage for now as Solar sits on that rich Vespene. He's actually going to go into the Lurker Den, so he's not going to look to just end this. He obviously already added another 9 drones since we first talked about that. But he's also going to look to add the tech on the Lurker Den as well. And he's so close to just... I don't think if he just held down the unit button, though, he would just get maxed out. And maybe that's not something that's worth relying on, especially as the opponent's going to have Storm soon. What is interesting is obviously that MaxPax's third base is now the in-base, and so that's less minerals available because he only has 5 patches there. And considering the main will start a mine out too, MaxPax is not truly on 3-base economy. He's on a much more limited economy than it would seem, so his position is maybe even less good than it initially seems, but like I say, it's not like it really feels amazing in the first place anyway. Bit of a weird game state as I do like Solar pressing forward and just keeping an eye on things, seeing if there's anything to be done about this right now, although we can obviously see that there is just not. A couple of Corrosive Vials, going to hit that Cyber Core, Storm on the ramp. And again, anything you can do to make life difficult is nice. We're going to open up the setup on the left side as well. Only just now starting the Hive, which we got the Lurker Den. I wonder if he made the Lurker Den because he's like, crap, I might need some defensive Lurkers before anything else. But now that the Lurker Den is... Now that Lurker Den is kind of done, he's like, oh, I didn't really need them. Now I actually need to get the Lurkers to be upgraded. So I wonder if that was kind of the logic there. Or if maybe that truly was just a bit of a mistake that he didn't realize he was missing the Hive initially as well, possibly. Stasis Wardies everywhere. Yeah, there are Stasis Wardies all over the place right now. There's the Roach Ravager. We'll make a play. Open up a little bit of space here as well. The other unit's going to gather up. Nexus charge. All coming around. The Stalker's going to go after a couple of Fear Tumors. That Storm hits absolutely nothing. That was perhaps the worst Storm we could have dropped there. Solar's maxed. He wants to push. He wants to get things done, and you cannot blame him for that. It is the right kind of time to be looking for it. So away we go. Going to see the Stasis catching a few Zerglings. We're going to see some Lurkers burrowing up. Units from the right side looking to pressure in at the same time. So looking for this multi-prong, but you got to be careful not to kind of get your own army caught kind of on its own, like kind of split up. You don't want to let MaxPax just dive half of this army and take a good trade because of it. That was nice though, because that actually is going to be these Lurkers again here. They play a bit of defense too, and MaxPax trying to hold on to another base as he expands forward at this moment. Lurkers actually going to be able to do, should be able to do well here. They don't have seismic spines yet, which is maybe the one thing we're really missing out on currently. The Storm on this round, we've seen a couple of those Storms so far. Solar is rebuilding with Lings and Hydras. Army on MaxPax is still mostly sitting out in the center of the map as well, so we're waiting to see if that really holds any further effect. Pushing up here, trying to rally through. That cannon in some trouble. Stalker High Templar off to the sides. A couple Storms coming down. The Lurkers looking to get a jump on this, and they are going to burrow up, but they're not going to really reach the High Templar with their siege. It's not going to do that much overall, considering what we were probably wanting to get out of this, to be honest. And we do just see another Storm coming down, so we set that up. We will see another Revelation coming down as well. A High Templar stepping through. Queen could have killed that maybe, but missed the chance. Now we are going to see Solar with a big attack on the other side. So this is kind of the moment when MaxPax wants to go on the upper right side as well, because he wants to at least go base for base here. We'll see the Lurkers put in a lot of work. There's not really a great answer to the Lurkers. There's a couple of Tempests starting to spawn out soon, but they're just not ready yet. We really need those to be ready before anything else comes about of this. Going to see that hatchery in the front going down. Cancellation. I mean, MaxPax gets supply blocked actually as well, so continuing to produce here is going to continue to be a difficulty. More Storm coming about as well. All of those units moving about. Storms all over the place. Solar trying to catch this army. He hits a lot of Storm damage. Man, you know what's really a killer is that Stasis, because if he actually gets up the right side with those few Hydras, these Stalkers get a lot more trapped in, and there's a lot less they can really do to kind of get out of there as well at the end of it all. So That could have really been kind of a cool move that just doesn't quite land at the end of the day. So let MaxPax 150. Just gonna see the look at Hydra pressing through that. ByuN already in some trouble. And step straight across here. Storm comes down. Temple Archives taking damage. Ravager going to fire a few shots off. Another couple storms coming into place. Just going to see the Biles continue to drop down at the moment. Damage being done. Pushing straight through. This Hydra's going to run up. This is all good for MaxPax because obviously this is a position you don't really want Solo to be in. And now you're going to be backed into a corner. Hydra's in your main base that you've got to try and go deal with. The Stargates in that main base are in trouble, so they are absolutely going to be an issue. Because you kind of want to keep building Tempest in this game against the Lurk account. The Lurks are sieging up the natural expansion as well. And MaxPax is just going to run out of bases to mine from here. If he doesn't do anything about this, well, yeah, like I said, that's more easily said than done. The Tempests are picking through. Spire is desperately in need here from Solo, who just built a bunch of Hydras as well, though. So he's not going to have Corruptors just yet. We blink some Stalkers forward, trying to fight against those Lurkers. Don't get me wrong, those Lurkers are going to go down. How much do we lose in the process as everything moves forward? So yeah, I'm going to kill a couple of High Templars with the Lurker shots, so that at least is a benefit for Solo. The few Hydras in the main base will start to go down. 158 to 86 supply. It's definitely still a supply favorite, but like I say, we need to make sure we have the right army to deal with the final few units here from MaxPax. I'm mostly looking at those Tempests. And if I'm looking at those Tempests, because I'm really thinking that we probably need to yeah, get some Corruptors up to be absolutely okay, but maybe it's all right anyway. Only 2 High Templar left, so only 2 Storms or 4 Storms max available. So maybe if there's not enough kind of that, then the rest of this doesn't really matter. We got the Oracle. We'll get in position here to put some damage out, and we are going to be seeing the Hydras just going to go for the Nexus. Quite the commitment, and we are going to be seeing the few Zealots over here getting caught as well, so MaxPax going to lose those, is not going to get through with them as he wished to. Hydras, Lings, Viper, all still building, the units gathering around. Just going to be seeing the Ling Hydra still producing through for a couple moments. The army of Solo still swarming across to this bottom side of the map here currently. The Storm dropping down, just going to be seeing the Lurkers in position again. Storm up that ramp. If the Storms are up the ramp and there's no Storms available on the right side, that's obviously where we should go. This here is going to be the stasis wards a little bit, but we pop those with just the Lings, and now I don't think these Tempests have enough support. If the Hydras have another lunge forward, then this is going to make it a very easy scenario. GG says MaxPax. He knows he's been bested here, and Sola is going to clinch his way through this series 2-3, or 3-2, I should say, sorry. 5-game epic, gets it done, and is going to be the one moving through to the top 4, and we have Zerg representation in the top 4, which is obviously not originally seeming to be. Alrighty guys, we are going to take a couple of moments here, and we're going to dive into the next matchup, which is going to be more from the elimination bracket. Sola advances through. He will play the winner of the other lower bracket gauntlet, which is going to be Cure versus Christiana. Winner versus ShoWTime. The winner of that plays the loser, of Hero Clem. A lot of that will be tomorrow, but what will be today is Cure Christiana, and that winner match versus ShoWTime. So, give me a second, guys. Get this started up. And get this ready to rumble. Alright, let's invite through. And we get ready to go into this, my friends. While we're getting that sorted, let's have a quick look at the Ladder Legends Academy, who are sponsoring this season of OSC. Thank you so much to them for that. If you head on over to ladderlegendsacademy.com, you can master StarCraft 2 with Ladder Legends. Learn from professional coaches through video tutorials, build orders, masterclasses, and personalized guidance. There's a bunch of free content if you want to check it out for free, first of all, and see what you can work through. Tips of the week, going to be some replay analysis, and ways, just plenty of different ways to kind of learn, get better. And this is all the free content, but of course there's plenty of content behind that premium pass as well, if you want to be improving your way through the StarCraft 2 ladder and wanting to become a ladder legend yourself. You can go through specific races and stuff as well. As you can see, there's 23 free options, but then there's 117 premium options, so loads of different choices here in terms of what you can get access to. Again, there's specific coaches as well that you can find out more from and sign up for sessions with. Again, you can find out about all of this over on the Ladder Legends website. They've also got that Discord server, so if you're looking for more info, you can jump on there and ask them about it as well. And that is ladderlegendsacademy.com. Alright, let's go going into Christiana versus Kua in the lower bracket. Kick this off and keep the games moving as we go through into this opening game of this best of 5 elimination match. Once again, Christiana, probably the biggest underdog name kind of at this point in the tournament. You know, if you look at everyone that's kind of taken part and kind of gotten to this stage, you're like, well, yeah, Christiana maybe is the one who's due to drop out now. But let's see if you can maybe put up a little bit of a fight as we get this ready to rumble. In the bottom left, our red Terran player is going to be Kua. And he is taking on the blue Protoss in the top right side. It is Christiana as we get into game number 1 of this best of 5. Alright, so Christiana, definitely our underdog here. Can he come up with a little bit of an upset? Fun to see where this is going to go as we have the probe going across the map. Interested to see if Christiana kind of approaches this aggressively, or if he sits back and lets it kind of develop more into towards some kind of a macro play. Intrigued to see where we take this as the racks and the gas coming through. Gate and the probe coming about. SCV chasing on that probe. We'll just get hunted back a couple of moments. Alright, next is Cybercore coming through, the Reaper and the Orbital coming up. I'm just going to be seeing the setup for the moment as the probe gets up to the top side. Get this underway initially. Okay, the Adept coming through. I'm just going to see the Reaper in the factory coming about as well. Take a few seconds here to move over, see what's going on. So yeah, Reaper just scout through. Let's see what's up. Throws a little grenade down, put a bit of action in, just to start us off there as well. And yeah, Reaper pulling back for a couple of moments. Well, a couple of Reapers gather. Let's take a moment or two to see where we're going to go. It's going to see those 2 Reapers moving about here for a couple seconds. And coming around for the moment. Reapers. Actually going to get themselves caught by the probes. They have to grenade themselves out of the surround, only to die anyway because the Stalker's here. That was a bit of a disaster from Kua from the very first few moments there, so that's not exactly what you were looking for. Not ideal. As a couple of Marines continue up that starport building, the factory looks to get over to the tech lab on that right-hand side. I'm going to place that down in the main base as we still see the Cyclone of Kua stepping out to the front. Again, starport, orbital coming through, the tech lab coming about, refinery still building, gateway in that blink coming online as we speak. So just bringing a lot of that online right away here. Cyclone and those 2 Marines will join up together as well, so we just get everything settling. Punching the cloak coming up, a couple Marines in the tank coming by, Robo Facility for Christiana. We'll be setting up as well. And the probe just takes a second to move over to the right, trying to see what's up. We have the Nexus dropping down on this location here. So again, just getting that ready to roll. Full moment or two. Get that in position. Yeah, the probe just continuing to head down to the middle of the map. So just journeying for now, getting across to the other side. Get in position there and see what will happen. Link is about to be done. Just going to be seeing the Stalker coming up. Banshee tank, Marines, cloaking. Little bits of everything coming by. That probe still steps over. We just have the Marine Cyclone tank settling at the front. Pretty peaceful for a few moments then. Nothing too much going on just yet. We'll see where the Stalkers get us. Is they're going to be the next thing coming across the map initially. It's coming straight down, getting in position for a moment or two. Have a couple of workers going down across the map as the Banshee shows up. But that's not exactly going to do too much either. As the Stalkers chase, the Banshee gets hunted. That Banshee will indeed go down. So the Banshee falls, the Marine tank Banshee there going to chase the Stalkers away as well. It's just chasing this all out of here. Yeah, this army of Q are continuing to come through for the moment. A couple of Stalkers on the other side. Going to get set up as well. Really trying to get involved in this for a moment or two. A couple of those Marines still taking damage, and a couple of these Stalkers still return fire as well, so a little bit more being done. A few more shots coming about right now. Obviously, overall, nothing too crazy though. Let's just have our units setting up. Bunker's about to come into play there as well. Just going to get that in position. Let's have our Stalkers back around the bottom. So Q is setting up to push in on the top. The units moving around the bottom in comparison, so a little bit of movement around over there. Now this pylon will begin to take some damage. Pylon going to drop immediately. Depowers the robo facility. Stalkers blinking in at the back. Going to get rid of a couple units, including the reinforcing Banshee. A bunch of the Stalkers take a bunch of damage, but Christiana will be kind of okay still for the moment. The Stalkers continue to play cleanup just here, so again, we set up for a couple more moments, try and see what else we can do. The workers going down, just going to be seeing the robo facility depowered now. The Banshee's going to try and play cleanup a little longer. Stalkers going to get here. I mean, this is going to be a cleanup. We are able to step forward, pick off all the siege tanks. And while there's a bunker and Marines and Banshees here, at least the siege element of this is kind of taken away. That's going to make this a much weaker situation now. As you see, the Marines continue to drop. The Stalker's going to go in after the bunker. Banshee's still falling. I mean, this took a little while longer to kind of clear through the bunker as I thought. We're actually going to see the Banshee really target firing down these Stalkers and kind of working some wonders for them. So actually doing very well in that regard at the very least. Well, Stalker pulls back over the right side. This Banshee gets back to work once again as well. So we actually find ourselves more damage to be done, especially because this battery was powered by the pylon that was over here. So kind of a cute find to be able to actually get some extra damage dealt. As Q goes Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 upgrade. The Banshee on the way out of the left-hand side. So he saw another Banshee that's trying to make a move just for the moment as well. Stalkers through, middle of the map. Again, upgrades coming about. Everything getting settled here. It's going to be seeing the two Banshees together. Going to go into that top left-hand corner. So just get that in position straight away. And yeah, we have our Stalker still joining up. Impact Combat Shield and +1 all building. Marine Marauder Medevac coming around. The Bio Army going to be here to help us out as well. A couple of these Stalkers being chased away right now, so just getting shoved out of there. And the two Banshees, I guess, will follow to try and see what more damage we can do over the course of this one. So those Banshees cloak up, going to step across. Going to be seeing a couple of probes that get chased around for a few moments. Can't wait to see where everything else goes on this as the Banshees get to work. 3 workers going down already, so some nice damage being done. Just going to see the Banshee still escaping off to the side. Again, that charge coming through as well currently as the Nexus, Forge, and Robo Bay building. Battery on the way through as well. Fourth Nexus coming down. Charge is building. Banshee is going to nibble through the probes for a couple of seconds, so again we find a bit more damage. Not too much, but at least a little bit adding up for the moment. A couple Stalkers getting there as well. Rejoining for a moment or two still. At the very least, as now the few ByuNs unload out to the left side, I imagine we want to try and catch these Stalkers or so if they make a bad blink over to the left and try and escape away. We're actually going to drop a recall down. It's just going to feel unconfident about this, and Christiana feeling a bit of pressure. It's going to recall home. Don't really think he needed to recall per se, but he did, and as such, here we are. Reset down. As now the rest of that Zealot Stalker Immortal Force sets up as well. A couple of these unit Zealots warping into the fourth base, sorry, as well. So numbers just keep rising. Christiana continues to settle here on Tourmaline in this game number 1. Big push around the bottom side. It's going to be coming through. Big shove around for a couple of moments. So again, we get this set up for the moment. Get that underway. It's going to be a dead fourth base almost immediately here. Oh, that said, well, the Zealots are going to charge in on the left-hand side. Yeah, unless we do something about it. And the Zealots charge in from the left-hand side and actually start to make this look pretty darn reasonable. This Bio Force still going to end up getting chased back for a couple of moments. And yeah, we have to go running. Zealots still going to keep on chasing. Well, this is going to be Christiana pushing Kira away. Kira's still going to have a good supply lead coming out of this, but should be able to come out in an alright kind of position. Stalker, Zealot, and the Colossus coming over. Just going to be seeing the +2/+1 upgrades coming about. Demops, thank you, by the way, for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Just before Kira comes back with a stab of his own, punching back at Christiana right now. That Colossus is super low, but doesn't seem like we can close the distance on it, so that Colossus for now will live. Again, +2/+1 coming about. The Vikings still producing, Starport building. Again, Thermal Lances on its way through there as well. That Colossus still coming by. Continue to get this underway for the moment. Good amount of bio. Step back through the bottom of the map. Back over that right side there. Again, a couple of probes already going down. The Banshee, we'll get some damage dealt. A bunch of additional Zealots warping in. We're going to see 3-4 workers going down right now as well. So there's going to be 4 workers, 5 workers dropping at the moment here. So good damage dealt. A lot being done. Again, nice to see these Banshees. How many Banshees did we build this game? We've lost 3, so this is Banshee number 4. Amazing that we're still kind of finding damage with it. But obviously, at this point, it's such a random timing that it almost feels like, yeah, you probably should, because he's preparing for the Banshee 12 minutes in the game. Stalkers blink down through this bottom side, and they will continue to chase that army away. So away we will be chased. Army gets taken out the other side. Just going to see the Zealot Stalker. Colossus still pushing through. A couple of Marauders go down almost immediately. Now these Zealots are still taking damage also. So good shots coming through. The army just resets back to the center at the moment from Christiana. So it pulls back up to the top. Another Nexus into the front. So that's a 5th base coming through. I guess that's the 4th base. This will be the 5th base. But this is the base that was already up. So I mean, you pick and choose what you call them. Doesn't matter too much. The important part is we're getting back to 5 bases. And Kua is just a 3-base Terran. So where are we going, Kua? If we're just a 3-base Terran, what is our plan at this point of the game? Because, okay, sorry, he does have a 4th command center. I just missed that. I'm looking around looking for it, but it was just above the blob of the army. So, okay, so he's going to become a 4-base Terran. That makes me feel a lot better about myself, because I was really saying, all right, Kira's doomed, but yeah, he's not be as doomed now, as we do get the Vikings at least reaching out. They do get a Colossus there. Force field's coming down, a couple of Stalkers still going, Disruptor shot landing again, trying to do a little extra. Vikings still chasing, Colossus still being hunted. When Disruptor goes down, that Disruptor going to land onto Marauders once more and push through once again. Next is going to take a bit more damage. You've seen Disruptor's coming back the other way. Disruptor's looking pretty good. A lot of this army heavily simmed, so it's going to get one shot by the Disruptor hits. And we've seen the Bio pulling back. The Vikings end up landing. They're going to try and land far enough away so they can not get too involved. Obviously, the Disruptors trying to reach them, and the Vikings lifting up, landing down, making some fun plays here overall. But the majority of this Bio army gets pushed away, and Christiana is going to win this fight, and Christiana is going to come chasing through to the bottom side of the map, looking to make some pressure in these next few moments. On the top side, this Nexus taking damage. We are going to be seeing the Colossus coming through. 3 upgrades on the way. Missile turret building right now as well. Sense Tower will take a few more shots. We are going to see, I mean, Kira has to pull together a defense now if he's going to survive here. 20, 25 army supply down. Christiana pulls back, but we're only pulling back for the Colossus, right? No? I mean, okay, we denied a base, but I actually think we can do more. Christiana, you completely wiped the floor with this fight previously. Like, I think we can keep going, no? Surely. Apparently not, but Marine Marauder Medevac still building. 3 upgrades coming through. The Sense Tower coming up. bunker coming by. We will see the Zeldstalker Sentry Force coming around the top. And we're going to move into the center. Planetary Fortress and the ByuN going to fight through. A couple of Disruptor shots going to fire, landing into a couple of the SCVs and the Mule there. Now the ByuN comes over, going to jump in after the rest of these Zealots. Just going to get straight in after all that for the next few moments as well. Continue to settle and seeing what the next part of this is going to be. Just having Christiana continue to press through this bottom side. Again, Marine Marauder coming over. The armor upgrade coming about. It is 3-2 to 2-1 right now. Secura has better upgrades to help him take this fight. Disruptors forcing him to split backwards and to deal with this. That one doesn't do much of anything. Kira trying to fight forward while having to deal with the Disruptor shots firing his way. A couple of EMPs come down. We continue to chase now. These Disruptors are all in trouble. They're going to be abandoned, so he actually takes a chance to dive on the Colossus as well, getting rid of a lot of the tech units. Akua is having an absolutely fantastic time. He does eat a Disruptor shot toward the end. He has been taking damage kind of throughout this, though, as well, so it's also kind of been a factor. The Stalker's blinking back through, coming back to this side. It's going to be seeing a couple more of the Zealots getting wiped out as well for the moment. So a few more shots coming about just for now. +3 armor coming up at the moment here as well. Gonna get that on the way. A couple of units gather about, get ready to go. Bunch of extra Zealots just warping in right now. Just going to bring those through. Colossus Immortal building. The army settling down the center. Heading to the bottom side. +3, +2 upgrades coming about. The Immortal expiring. The extra gateways coming by. We're just going to see the army back in the center. Haven't really looked around the map in a hot second, but there is a base in the upper left side. Can put into place here as well. So that base in the top left comes through. Well, what, 6-7 bases right now is Christiana. I mean, he kind of owns the map as he should do. In winning kind of engagements for, you know, back to back here recently is continue through again. This army just pulls back out to the bottom. So again, moving through once again. Liberators, Marines, Marauders, Advanced Ballistics coming by. It's going to be seeing a couple command centers still building up also here. Set up the Prism, and we are going to see the Liberators sieging as well. So a bunch of the Libs getting set for the moment. Back through, Advanced Ballistics halfway done. The Liberators are still building as well. Just going to see the rest of this settling for now. Resources lost is at 21.6 and 19.7, so Christian has been less efficient, but he has pretty much kept Kua as a 3 to 4 base Terran player, so you know that part of it is pretty serious. I'm just going to be seeing the bunker taking some shots, going to be taking some hits. Another Disruptor shot coming through. Can't quite do much right there, right now. There's a couple extra Liberator zones. They'll set up as well. CCs and the Libs coming about. Marauders and the Ghost still producing through. Rest of that coming around right now. 97 probes, so masses of economy for Christian as he just sits tight at the front for the moment. Well, game slows. Obviously, with Liberators out, it's going to make this a lot tougher for Christiana, and hence, we love to see the Fleet Beacon. We love to see the Stargates. That's something that really does progress you in the right kind of direction here. Templar Archives coming down too. And the Zealots are going to come over. ByuN's going to get there. A couple of Zealots getting picked away at already. Just going to be seeing a bunch of those being cleaned out. Viking Liberator still up in the skies. Another Zealot being gets cleared away. And again, the Stargates, the Fleet Beacon coming through for the moment. Vikings and a Ghost coming up as well. Colossus shot at 2 will settle down. The Liberator is going to siege on the left-hand side. No idea why Christiana stopped pushing. Kind of agree. I actually felt like he had a push that he didn't have to back away from. Now he's going to let this go to a later stage, although hard to disagree with the later stage of the game for Christiana when the map looks like this right now. But of course, you're giving someone with the skills of Kua the chance to at least get back in it when maybe that never should have been a thing. Now, this is the issue, right? I guess the Liberators push up aggressively, and right now we're not set to deal with Libs. There's only 2 carriers on the way. They're not even out just yet, and carriers themselves aren't exactly great against Libs. It's more the Tempest and the range that can break through these sieges that works a lot better. See those liberos continue to shoot. A couple cannons taking damage. And this forward base is going to get taken down. Q hits on the right side at the same time. ByuN just going to load up. Medevac's peeling back. ByuN going to stem through. We're going to see the assembly and the cannon and the probes. Nice little push from multi-pronged. I mean, most importantly, we're going to get rid of at least one base in the front here. Clips. We're going to see John Mass. Just going to be seeing the Stalker's going to have to be turned away from that. Couple carriers, the mothership, plus 3 armor coming through. 6 Vikings, plus 2 ship weapons all building as well. So we continue bringing that about right now. And it's going to be seeing the Zard Stalker Colossus Force back down to the bottom side at the moment. It's getting straight back in. Again, Storm, Carrier, upgrades. Still got both corner bases trying to be established, although maybe this top left doesn't survive very long now. I was going to say, do we not have an EMP to stop the recall? And yeah, well, we did, but it was too late. So the recall already came down. It's just gathering about. Zard Stalker coming over. And batteries and the cannons going through. Storm and the armor upgrade coming about as well. Hunter Fortress will be firing. Zealots are going to get jumped on. Viking Lib moving around. Q going to get back to the bottom right. This base will just be cancelled, so he's going to stop that base from being a factor. Not going to let anything come through of that as the Bio Ghost will continue to trade here for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing a couple more workers going down. So again, a little bit more being done for now. Storm plus UI weapons. Shields all coming through as well, so we continue to get that on the go here. Got about 9 workers going down currently as we just see the rest of this coming about. Big push from Cristiano around the upper left side. Definitely a good collection of units that could possibly come through right now. We'll see what they can do. That's Stalker Carrier. Gathers to the top and the mothership there as well. This one's definitely drawn out into a nice long PVT. There's Cristiano and Q. But, you know, shape up to each other, and it definitely felt like Cristiano was doing very well early, but obviously lost a bit of that momentum, lost a little bit of what he was trying to continue to get done throughout. Now, we can just see the Marauders, Marines, coming up. Just going to see a couple of gates in some trouble, the cannons in trouble. Like I say, it's these multi-pronged kind of attacks that are definitely succeeding from Q, attacking one way, bringing it back and putting attention the other way. This kind of continuation has been big so far. We'll see if it continues in this game number 1. Again, opening game of this best of 5. The winner of this plays ShoWTime after this today as well, guys. So, hell of an opening setup. Four carriers building, plus 2 air weapons, and that shield coming up as well. So we just get all of that coming through for now. Bottom right side, just going to see a bunch more cannons and batteries building as well. So just get the rest of that coming up just for the moment. Bringing that through. Again, plus 3 ship weapons, plus 1 vehicle plane coming about. ByuN going to take a stim into the center. Let's see a couple of these probes already continuing to go down right now. So again, playing clean up over there in the bottom right. You see a Bio army that continues to shove forward. A couple of Stalkers going to have to blink back away from trouble right now. Another Storm coming down. High Templars are dying, so are the Zealots. The Zombie of the Terrans actually standing very strong against us. It feels like anything we're warping in is just not being enough just yet. Maybe that's enough Zealots now to really shut this down and to push this back after what has been a continued effort there that has just not really done enough at the end. That was a pretty wild few moments. Viking Liberator coming back around, just going to be seeing the medevac in the center. Another scan coming about. Again, Libs and the Vikings gather through, plus 3 ship weapons coming over. Missile turrets on production, command center being added as well. So just see our plus 3 air weapons and the shields coming through. So lots of air upgrades from Cristiano as we enter the true, end game absolutely of this map right now. Is just going to tank some interceptors and actually going to survive for the moment and going to be left here because Cristiano presumed they were dead already. They're going to get a bunch of probes, so Q continues to work through the workers here. ByuN going to head to the bottom right side. There is going to be a bunch of structures here that we can work through. A couple of EMPs coming down, a couple of Zealots, and the Stalkers going down as well. We continue to shove through this. And the cannons, the batteries taking damage. The Stalkers trying to fight through. But there's just not enough defense here. The high tempo of the Storm gets EMP'd. We're going to warp in another round as Zealots, but this just feels expensive, considering I don't think those Zealots are going to make much of a difference compared to what we've already seen. They killed one Ghost, and that's about it. We need like a bigger, chunkier army. Like, this is a real commitment of Cure. Christian just doesn't really feel like he's respecting it. Look at the resources lost, by the way. Remember when this game was like a 2k difference? Now it's 42k to 24k resource loss difference. Cure is finding extreme efficiency on each and every one of these fights, and why is that? Well, it might be because we've not landed a splash damage commitment or any splash damage on the army for a long time. It might be that these carriers are not honestly doing much at all right now, and it might be because we keep warping just baseline gateway units into way too much Terran bio that's never going to do anything. So Christiana making a bunch of, unfortunately, very inefficient trades and keeping himself from being able to progress into a better state of this game at this point in time. Massive missile turrets over here. I like that Kira says, well, we are late in this game and there's money to be spent, so he's going to get a bunch of static defense up. And so it pulls back through. Just going to see the Vikings and the Libs coming over. And again, the couple of missile turrets coming through as well. Except this is still settling for the moment here, as we just have some continued commitment through. 26 minutes here on Tourmaline. Now Squatters will fire. Missile turrets at the front going down. The Interceptors are going to fire through as well. Sensor Tower, missile turret, all in trouble. We are going to see this planetary fortress will fall as well. And we have a massive Liberators going to make their way up to the top as well. Continue to chase that down. A few Marauders here are going to go after the Assimilator and the Nexus. Christiana and Q are both maxed out. It feels like QQ is getting so much done with so little. Like, how many times we've just seen these bases just be kind of under attack and taking a bunch of damage and things not looking great. We're not going to see the planetary fortress there. Is going to be picked up, so we're just going to take that down already. Knock that away. The rest of these carriers coming through, and I mean, this bottom right base has definitely been something we've been dueling over for a little bit as well now for a while. So, okay, carriers, some other ships setting up. We're going to see these Interceptors. This is a better fight. These Interceptors are actually going to get rid of all the Libs that are just sieged in an awful position, considering the state of this. So that's definitely going to be a very helpful fight. Vikings will come through. There's going to be another Storm coming down. The Ghost, the Vikings all coming over for a little bit of a shove into this army. The MPO2 coming down. Carrier's taking a bunch of damage. Colossus gets taken out already as well. 5 more Libs, couple more Vikings continue to come up, couple CCs building. I'm going to bring a lot of this straight into play right now. Those Vikings pull back straight off the bat as well. So it's just going to peel away from this. Everything else settling to the top side. Waiting to go, go, go. 46 to 30k resources lost. Keep an eye on that, because obviously we'll see what this next fight looks like. What's interesting is Q does not have money in the bank. Like, okay, he's built a lot of stack defense as well, but he does not have banked up cash. So there is kind of a world where, you know, you take a fight as Christiana, you can rebuild a crap ton of stuff before your opponent can, because your opponent just has no rebuild potential right now. So honestly, right now may just be the very best moment to start fighting. This Viking's going to come through, going to go after a couple of carriers already. Tempest in the front, maybe in some trouble. Obviously the Storm trying to zone things out a little bit as best we can as well. Vikings continue to trade. A couple of shots coming around. We are going to see those Interceptors having to retreat. Vikings plus 3 vehicle plating all coming up. Orbital command coming through. Just going to have the carriers and the tectonic destabilizers building. I can't believe we're still building carriers. I honestly really feel as though it's like, well, what have these carriers done for you all game? Nothing but look scary, really? Like, a couple of fights, sure, but like, imagine how much you could be doing right now as Christiana if we had more Tempests. Imagine the distance at which we could be fighting through this and just kind of clearing out some of this Terran, you know, stacked defense, or even just some shots in the Terran army. Yet none of this is possible, none of this is plausible because of the fact that we're, you know, we don't have a Tempest count, we have a carrier count, and carriers just are not that good in the grand scheme of things at the moment. missile turrets are going to jump through a bunch of those interceptors. Damage being done. That carrier actually needs to be careful not to get missile turreted down. Be a little embarrassing as the Liberator will get that High Templar. Bottom right base of the Terran will not be allowed. So again, Q are not allowed that extra base. That would mean that they have equal bases in the game. But the 17k resource loss difference obviously means that for now, at least, you don't need that base. That base will win you the game. If the trades are just even from here on out, this base wins you the game as Q, because you will then just have more resources available to you than your opponent. But even without it, if no one mines that base and we trade evenly from here, Q might just about still have more than Christiana overall. Depends how impactful some of the static defense is, because obviously sometimes that's an investment that may not actually come into play. Fight breaking out, the time warp is down, a couple of carriers are still flying their way forward. Tempest and the Colossus moving through as well. Good storms to try and help keep pushing the Vikings back the other way. Christiana trying to commit through. Q on 144 supply against the 175. Christiana already spending a ton of his money in terms of reproducing here. Like I say, Q did not have as much to start rebuilding with, but he'll rebuild a little bit right now. EMP hitting those High Templar in the front as well. Just going to see the army getting back to the bottom. Orbital Command moving back through also. High Templars will warp in, and we do see the, again, Orbital taking some damage. A couple of EMPs coming down. Vikings will chase forward. Carriers and the Colossus still taking some extra hits right now. Some Liberator sets up as well. Vikings are going to shoot through. Just going to continue to chase. One more storm comes down nicely onto those Vikings already. You can see the few ghosts are coming through, and they're just going to pick through the pylons. So again, getting some damage done. Orbital Command just going to come across and drop down onto this location in the bottom right-hand side. So again, we get that set up as well. Just for now, a couple of disruptors coming about, interceptors coming through. Those Liberators still building right now as well. Marine Marauder coming about for the moment. Archon's going to settle this army of Q in the bottom right side between the bases at the moment. Going to look to maybe set up for a fight over here as we start to step forward. The Stalkers and everything else have to be cautious as we do drop an EMP down. Getting a lot of units there. A lot of the High Templar getting caught in that immediately. Now the Vikings, the Medivacs come back down the bottom. Orbital Command will fall right off the bat. The besieging, EMPs dropping. Keeping the army away there just for a few more moments. The rest of the Marine Marauder coming through. The Liberators will siege once again. Just feel like Christiana is not winning a fight at the moment here. This rebuild from Q has been good, and he's now maxed out. Christiana's bank is gone. I think Christiana's supply is kind of being propped up by his bank previously. It's 64 to 65. Let's make it a 43k resource loss. Again, 22k difference. Too much inefficiency in this game, and now as your main kind of force gets taken down, all these carriers die. I once again ask the question, did these carriers do enough in this game? He built 18 of them. I just don't feel like they were impactful. I never looked at these fights and thought, man, carriers are so good. Yeah, the carriers killed things, but I don't think they killed anything that other units would not have been able to. As, oh my goodness, we step into that disruptor to actually target it down with the ghosts. Great call from Q, and it does pay off for him, so he does find the value there, so credit to him. That was not an easy decision to make. And he does, like I say, come out of that with a disruptor kill and no dead ghosts at the moment. Can the massive kind of gateway units at the end here maybe do something for Christiana? Like, are there just so many Vikings that are now going to be kind of useless? Like I say, I think the crazy thing to me is we're on the verge of seeing Q winning this game without the bottom right base. That is just a sign of how bad the trades have been from Christiana in this opening game of this series. That is really, really rough. As we now see the Libs are going to siege again. We're going to get down to the bottom side. A couple more SCVs are going down. Disruptor shot firing. A couple Marines get hit. The Stalkers get in after Liberator 1. They get in after Liberator 2. Now these Archons get chased away. The Immortals getting hunted down. It's going to stim it up. EMPs all across these Archons. The Stalkers as well. I mean, this army of Christiana is going to melt away as Kira is going to get it done. You guys want to rewind back to when we asked, should Christiana have maybe kept pushing and maybe kind of ended the game? Yeah, maybe he should have done. Yeah, maybe he really should have done. Because, he had opportunity in this game, absolutely no doubt. And it fell through in a big, big way. Alright. Game 2 coming up in a couple of moments. You guys are going to go to Taito Citadel. I'm just going to get this started and count down. And then we'll kick this off into the game, guys, and I'll just BRB a moment. Although one of our casters just went BRB as well. Wait for them to come back, and then we'll start this off, because I would like us to just keep it moving along for now the best that we can. Sakir gets the 1-0 lead in the end. Christian definitely showing that he has potential, but man, he potential is one thing, but actually showing us the closing of the game is another, I suppose. But let's see if we can perhaps improve on that in a game 2. Here with the 1-0 lead. To be fair, I know the final fight maybe was not great, but like, there was a long time where the fights were actually not terrible for Christian. He was actually trading evenly for a good amount of resources in the game. The problem is earlier on he'd already thrown away such a resource advantage that I would say that that's kind of something that he was never really able, like, once that 15 to 20k difference was made, we never really broke away from that. And also Q didn't ever really trade better than that anymore. But Christiana never really showed us a way to kind of go back the other side, as we are still waiting for our caster. Do 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 do. I guess I'm gonna start this off. I'm just gonna step away for 1 second. I'll be right back with you. In the top left-hand side, the red Terran player taking the 1-0 lead is going to be Cure. Up against the blue Protoss. Bottom right, we've got Christiana. Game 2 of this BO5. See what we can do with a fresh game ahead of us. Game 2, as we have our probe coming about. Get this on the way. The racks and the SCV coming over, getting the probe, keep on producing. Take a couple moments to get this settled down. Resetting down to the early game here on Tyto Citadel. We're kind of excited to see where we go then. And like I say, does Christiana keep the aggression up, or does he feel good about maybe doing something similar to the last game? Just, you know, let's maybe press on the advantage that we create. So obviously, like, you know, that was a game where Q got aggressive. Christiana found a good defense and found some good counter-attacking opportunities as well. Do I prefer Tempest over Carriers late game PvT? I mean, I'm just under the impression that Carriers are just not necessary late game PvT. Because the thing is that nowadays in late game PvT truly is you're usually up against, like, you know, Liberators and so you just need the Tempest to be able to shoot them down from afar. Whereas if you kind of go mass carrier, you let the guy go kind of mass Viking Liberator and you just get kited. Like, it's so difficult. Because carriers were better when Storm was better. Because Storm... Oh, I say Storm was better. Oh, God. Everyone's going to be coming for me now. Carriers were better when Storm was more instantly powerful. Because when the Vikings clump up to try and one-shot the carrier, or so, bam, Storm comes down, and the Vikings just can't really do that as much, right? So, like, you know, the Vikings got punished more, whereas now, because Storm is more of a zoning tool... Because Storm is more of a zoning tool now, and it still does good damage, but over time, like, the Vikings don't sit in for very long. They just want to step forward, bam, a shot, they get away. So because of that, the carriers just don't have as much support as they used to have, whereas Tempests can take advantage of the zoning more, because the Tempests do damage over time. So if you zone with the Storm a little bit, and the Tempests are kind of, you know, I said damage over time, they do damage over a longer period typically. They're much more like the setup and kind of do things over time army than the carriers are. So I think that the dynamic of Storm changing really pushes the game towards Tempest in the later stage, because they just complement the Storm more, and Storm is almost necessary in that stage of the game too. So yeah, I think right now Tempests are so much better. So yeah, I think it's quite complex. It's not just like oh, it's over this or it's that. I do think it's definitely a case of Storm kind of probably changing what was good, and kind of it changes the Terran army as well, right? So there's just a lot of different things. A couple of Hellions will move through. Something's coming about. Blink and the Raven coming through. A couple of barracks coming about as well. Something's going to poke on the Nexus. Widow Mine's going to burrow into the mineral line. A few workers going down. Nothing super crazy just yet as we do work our way through for 3 workers from the starting point. 1 more probe in the main, however. There's still a Widow Mine active. The Stalker warps in onto it, and unfortunately that means the Stalker dies, so that is going to be very costly there. As 4 probes get killed, a couple Hellions are going to pull back, and we are going to be seeing the Engineering Bay Barracks and the Refinery coming through. Nexus and the Assimilator coming up as well. As we get into this third base setup from Christiana, that's going to be a starting point here for this game number 2. On the bottom side, a couple Hellions gather up. From Server Nexus Gateway coming about, Assimilator coming by, +1 in Stimpak. Building in as well, and we'll just see our barracks going to float on down to a tech lab here. Just going to get that in position. Also, 2 Stalkers zoning out the Medevac. I'm just going to see some Stalkers blinking underneath. Medevac takes some damage. Widow Mine goes down before it can do anything else, so that is a good continued defense. However, the Hellions will get in onto the natural, and the probes pull in to fight these Hellions. I always wonder, is it worth the probes pulling in to fight the Hellions? Like, what if the probes just run away? Well, I guess running away lines them up, but what if you just split them? Like, and just leave them? But I often wonder if that does more or less. I think it honestly is... I feel like running into the Hellions almost always gives them a first good shot, because you're... Just as you would be running away, you're then running into them kind of in a line, and so they get the first shot off and they get a lot of splash, and that lets them finish off a bunch. Sometimes I think if you know you're going to have units nearby soon, it's better just to leave the probes mining even, perhaps. Tempest on their own suck, but with Tempest on their own suck, but with support they're good. Yeah, but I mean, we're talking about a state of the game, right, where, you know, that late in the game, you're going to have the support for the Tempest, right? I mean, it's like I said, I mean, there's so much to it. Clearly, Christiana didn't feel good about building more Tempest, and hence he went into the carriers. I actually think from a lead, carriers can be good, but then Hewitt just sat there defensively and said, well, okay, then do something with your carriers, and Christiana was like, oh. You're not wrong, I cannot do anything with my carriers. How unfortunate. Probes going down, we will just see our +1 in the charge, continue to come through. Attack upgrade coming about, Widow Mines, Marines, and the Medevacs keep on building. CC and the barracks building up, Forge on the way. Let's have ourselves this game 2 setup, setting in. Oh, nice catch from Cure. Gonna get to the other side of those Stalkers and will kill a bunch of them off. So 4 Stalkers going down, and Christiana down at 26 army supplies. Cure moves onto the map. So scary, but he is at least going to have a Colossus defensively in these next few moments. That's one thing that should help us kind of go the right direction on the defense right now. Fire over to the right, batteries coming up. Just getting a see concussive shells in the armor upgrade building. The bio back to the center. A couple of Widow Mines will set up that as well. Both base drops onto the 6 o'clock. As you see the, again, 1-1 upgrades, thermal lance, all of that coming by at the moment, so we just get that up into play. And yeah, 4th base coming online. Cure really felt like he had the opportunity to do something more with his bio army moving out on the map, and it just feels like he did not really do too much to take advantage of that. Not sure if that auto turret is necessary at all. It does absolutely nothing. As we get the next, we get the pylon. Like I said, I'm not sure the auto turret really delivers any sort of value there, to be honest. Mine actually connects for a Stalker, which is not pretty. We should be able to blink away from the next one, but we don't. Messy from Christiana, making mistakes that are completely unforced. That is going to cost you a few units, and expensive units at that. Stalkers are not super cheap, and you do not love replacing them because they eat into your gas and they eat into everything else that you kind of want to do during the later stages. Vikings building, just going to be seeing the probes coming over, and again the armor coming up, starport building, +2, +1, all on the way in. Marines going to sit on that watchtower, wouldn't mind the right side, settling down as well. This time will be blinked away from properly. Stalker will not give itself up for now. The Marines going to go onto the Zealot here as well, just going to pick through that for the moment. Zealot goes down. And we hold the watchtower with that Marine as well at the front, so keeping an eye on this. On the top left, everything just gathers from Cure, who seems to want to max out before he commits through to anything else going on in this game, so not making any significant move just yet. Stalker, Disruptor Colossus gathering, another Widowmine shot going off, nothing too crazy, kind of expected. Bring everything else around, and again, 2-2 on the ship weapons coming up as well at the moment. So, you're looking good. I mean, honestly, like I say, my biggest question was, maybe could he have already been attacking just a little bit earlier on? And I think the answer probably, realistically, could have been yes. It didn't come around like that, so let's see what happens now. To settle into this game too. Got the army coming down the right side, a Nexus on the far right. Christiana once again being allowed to get to a lot of bases. You're going to try and take this trade. Disruptor will zone you backward. We've done 2 Disruptors at a time right now from Christiana, so a lot of Disruptor build-up at the moment here. Bio pulls all the way back. Vikings ship weapons coming through. The Fusion Core getting going. The army still here from Christiana getting set up as the Zealot Stalker Colossus force gathers. You see the Disruptor trying to land. Doesn't quite manage it just yet. The few Vikings taking damage are going to come back the other way. Shot still firing through. Christiana's army collecting back on the right side. Just going to see on the left side a few Zealots warp in. They're going to move up in toward the natural expansion. Ghost Marines, the Vikings, gather up as well. Just going to see the Zealots going to charge straight through, go after the SCVs. And yeah, these Zealots continue to go down. The Zealots keep on getting picked away at right now. Full Workers getting picked away at. Again, 4 Libs, Fusion Core coming up. The Ghost, the 2-2, all coming in as well. The Zealots, the Colossus, and the armor upgrade also coming by for now. Stalker, Disruptor, coming up to the top, just going to push in for a couple of moments. Zealot's going to get wrapped around on this bunker. Disruptor shot firing, a couple of Marines and the Marauders coming through as well. Disruptor's kind of landing, but, well, there's a reason we say Disruptor sucked right now, and that's kind of why. A bunch of Disruptor shots landed then. Because it was mostly Marauders that took the damage, they pretty much all just survived through. Which kind of makes it feel like, well, what did you really gain in this trade as Christiana? It's kind of why I like the Disruptor change, because I'm like, well, if you're not able to like truly commit onto your opponent's army, should you really just be able to kill things while running away and retreat, like, you know, with Disruptors? Then there's something about like watching multiple Disruptors land, and it feels very insignificant. That obviously doesn't feel right either. So yeah, it's kind of a tough one to hit a balance on, I suppose. Because the moment you make it insta-kill, it feels very good. The moment it doesn't insta-kill, it just feels very bad. So what is the in-between? There's not really, you know, there's not really an in-between on that, right? Shot still being dodged away from here as Q continues to split back at the moment. A couple of EMPs coming down, going to fight with this, as we are going to see the couple of Liberators are also still trying to get into the front. Going to try and get some sieges going onto this army, perhaps. I mean, actually have a bunch of Libs just back over here still, and if we hold back on that position, that can be very solid too. Still not really going anywhere with that just yet. Ghost going to take a few more shots, a bit more being done. Just going to be seeing 11 workers dead. These liberators really make it so difficult for Cristiano, though. There's like nowhere he can really comfortably go, as you do see the Vikings able to grab a Colossus there as well. So it's going to be another nice connection, another nice pickoff. Disruptor Army trying to come through once more. Everything else just pulling you back. Again, we take a few more moments, but nothing really coming of this for now. Back to the top side, just going to reset. A couple of those libs are going to get sieging, and the Stalkers will begin to make their way through this set of rocks. And Cristiano keeping the aggression up. He is expanding during this as well, so he's going to a bunch of additional bases. That is important here. So a bunch of those additional bases coming through. Those liberators all staying sieged. And the CC just floats out over to the left-hand side. 3-3 upgrades, a couple libs in the ship weapons coming up as well. 2 Colossus and the +3 attack upgrade. Building at the moment. Still got a Stalker Disruptor Army, middle of the map. Gonna regather with everything else. The Zealots, Stalkers, and the Colossus together right now. It's gonna come through here. Get ready to potentially make a bit of a push through. Big push to that left side. Zealot Stalker coming through. And Colossus Disruptor with this. Couple of EMPs, the few Marauder shots already putting in work. The Zealots get turned around the other way, and we do have Cristiano still looking up the ante right now. There's a couple of Disruptors and a fire, but man, the Liberator count is just ridiculous. I wonder if Q was just like, man, he did not deal well with my Liberators in the previous game. I wonder if he can just keep doing this and taking advantage of them. And so he just kind of went to them a bit more quickly in this one without... He never really got that aggressive, even though the opportunity was absolutely there at first, so... part of this was a little bit of a surprise, honestly. Let's look at that +2 ship weapon coming through, another Disruptor shot firing by. You do see the Vikings coming in for one more Colossus kill. It's going to pick that off already. Another Disruptor going back the other way. And the Liberators are going to siege up once again, going towards the rest of that army too. On the right-hand side, ByuN Ghost is going to fight for the EMPs, hit the Zealots immediately. Ghost just have to lift back up, we escape away, so Q actually has to pull back at this point. Shot's going to go bang bang. We do see those SCVs getting caught on the bottom side. Big push through, and this is something we're not in position to deal with at all as Cristiano, so that's goodbye to the economy of this base, and probably to this base as well. Had the EMP to stop a recall, but never dropped it, and we never recalled, so I guess that was fine. Now we move in toward the natural, bunch of free Zealots. Until the other units show up, we EMP the Stalkers. How does this fight end? We actually end up pulling a few of the Marines back through the other side, protected by the choke point a little bit. Force field helping too, and they're actually going to get a chance to lift up and leave, but a full medevac gets sniped down by the medevacs. Good targeting there by Cristiano, doing what he needs to at least get a finishing kind of blow in this engagement in his favor, which is, like I say, definitely necessary, because otherwise things were not exactly looking pretty just yet. Now this Viking Liberator force back the other way, back through the top side, just for a moment. Areas building, +1 air weapons, +3 ground armor coming through. The Zealot and the Stalker. Gonna try and get involved as well, just chase a medevac or so around. Cristiano needs to reestablish these bases. These bases are imperative to him because the bases are going to be what allows him to kind of, you know... These bases are super important because the bases are what allow him to kind of take some of the worst trades, which is kind of what his army is built to do. You can see 9,000 resources lost in this game. Worse off for Cristiano, so we need to outmine the Terran, but losing multiple bases on the outsides of the map is not great, especially when you're not taking down bases of Kua in return. This game's looking a lot more convincing from Kua just from the very get-go compared to Game 1, where obviously Game 1 definitely had a lot of Cristiano about it. This game feels like it's been Kua the entire way through, and we're only really going to this stage of the game because Kua said that we could, you know? So it definitely feels very good in that regard. As the Vikings, the +3 ship weapons coming up, just going to have ourselves the missile turrets coming by as well. Zealots into that upper right-hand side, so they're just going to keep moving through. The Stalkers gathering, scan coming down, giving track of them for a few moments. Away, a few Marines going to stim into the bottom left, where there is a pylon and a probe. Up for grabs immediately. Pylons in the top right, just going to be easy targets as well, so just going to grab those. Get one, get two. Take those down. Just going to keep trading. Tempest coming up. So we are going Tempest this game instead of carriers. I mean, I like that a lot more. I just will be, a little bit reserved because I still do think we're going into this in a much worse state of the game. I mean, Christiana is a 6-base Protoss versus a 6-base Terran. That is not comparable to the last game where he was like a 7-base versus 5-base for a while, then eventually 7 versus 6. 6 on 6 is very rough. And there's this gold base that we can contest as well. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Because right now they mirror each other in bases, but the difference in bases could be this bottom left gold versus the top right blue. There's not an equal base left on the map, so holding one of those could be massive, especially if we take the gold. Alright, we'll come about. Liberators are going to siege. Vikings going to try and chase down those Tempests. You see one of them going down already. Storm coming about, +2 air weapons coming in. The carriers will still build. But this is another base going down, and, being 6 against 6 base is all well and good. If you stay 6 against 6 base, and obviously that's not happened here, as another base goes down. Christiana will try for the gold base, but that feels like such an exposed area. I'll be shocked if Kira isn't over there in the near future to try and knock that location down, honestly. I feel like that's almost just a matter of time. I think we actually lose this base before we lose the left side, though, to be honest. That would be even rougher here, realistically. This looks like the first game. It does, kind of, at this point, but at the same time, not really, because this time, like I say, Kira got here A lot more comfortably, and B, last game, Christiana actually had like a 5k bank to work through, while Kira had barely anything. And this game, Christiana has not much in the bank, while Kira has a bunch of money to work through. So, yeah, it looks similar in terms of the fact it's gone late, but we got here in such a different scenario. The mothership just got nuked by those Vikings, my goodness. This air fleet is just absolutely ridiculous. It's so strong. Once you get to this stage, what's Christiana going to do about it? I mean, we've got 8 High Temple for some Storms. I think only 2 Archons is maybe not great, but then at the same time, how do you ever get the Archons in reach to truly help? And I thought he was building more Tempest this game, yet here we are still on 8 carriers. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm gonna start getting flamed for flaming carriers, but I just didn't see them work in that first game, and I'm not seeing them do much of anything right now in this game too either. So I can't say I'm loving it. Command Center comes down as Kira's just gonna try and take Christiana's base. Maybe we could just take this base instead, Kira, but sure. I mean, if we hold this position and Christiana does nothing about it, like, he's gonna run dry on money sooner rather than later anyway, so this probably doesn't even matter that much in that regard. As you do have the missile turret wall set up as well, so the air unit's going to struggle even more so to get through here. EMP onto that army, just going to see a couple of those interceptors going down. We chase through again. I mean, this is where you need a storm, but the storms are A, not coming down, and B, like I say, I'm not sure the storms are going to be deadly enough. Like, again, in the past, even if you caught the Vikings for a couple of moments in the storm, it was significant enough that the Vikings kind of regretted being there, and they regretted trying to, make your life miserable. Now that's just not going to be the case. They can get forward, and they're just so ready to pull back. I'm just not convinced it's going to matter. Pushing over here. I mean, this base is just doomed. Meanwhile, this base over here, I mean, the fact that Christiana will see this command center building is just kind of like oh, I'm screwed kind of situation. Again, the Vikings continue to chase. Christiana is now at 34 to 15k, so that's the resource loss difference we had in the last game, but with half the amount of resources traded already. So if it continues in this sort of direction, you can just see everything about this game 2 has just been worse for Christiana than game 1. And if we get into a game 3 here, I would love to see Christiana. I mean, we will get to a game 3 because it's guaranteed, but I really feel like Christiana has to take a different approach in this game, or in this matchup, because there is this army composition and getting to this later stage army is not working. Full stop. Like, this just is not working. So we kind of got to go do something a little different, I think, really. Whether that's be aggressive early, whether that's not build the carriers, I don't know. I mean, if this is how you're comfortable playing, it's how you're comfortable playing, but part of being a great, great StarCraft 2 player is finding a way to adapt during a series. And this is going to be one of those times where the game is going to ask you to adapt, otherwise you're just screwed. Because, yeah, you are not making this happen otherwise, as, it's going about. Stalker's going to get there. A couple of missile turrets taking damage. We will be there. We'll continue to push by the mothership. will be floating in overhead as well. Just going to see the rest of this coming through. The couple of Liberators going to get settled there as well. We'll be seeing the couple of units continue to come about. We are going to be seeing the Storm coming down. The Vikings taking damage again. Another Time War coming through as well. The Vikings going to get rid of the Mothership. These Vikings can kind of just solo this army. I mean, what they don't solo is going to be on the ground. And I mean, obviously the Vikings are only doing this because of the support of the Libs stopping the ground army chase forward as much, but I don't know, man. This doesn't feel like it is what we need it to be. Chase 3-1 smaller. Stalkers blinking underneath. Medivacs will be in trouble. The Vikings still taking damage as well, so punch being done there. Now going to be seeing the Vikings going to turn for the Tempests, and Christian just going to say GG. Resources lost at the end. 25k difference. Honestly, could have been worse. I honestly think. GG's. I think at the end, Kira just doesn't even need a micro that much, so yeah. GG's. He has too many Stalkers in the army. It's weird though, because what do you replace those Stalkers with? More Storms? Maybe honestly just more action around the map. Like right now you're getting bullied into a position as well and you're not able to do anything about it. Maybe you need to kind of do something on the map to make your opponent move around against you and to, you know, go and do things. Because if you're not going to do that, then that's really a problem, you know? Then that really is a problem. Alright guys, game number 3 coming up as Kira takes a 2-0 lead in what has turned out to be a lengthy TVP, even though it's only 2-0. What, 35 in a 25-minute game? Not bad at all as you head straight to a third map here. Q with the 2-0 lead, looking to advance through. The winner of this plays ShoWTime. We saw ShoWTime and Q have some long games back in the WardiTV 2025 Championship as well, so maybe we're going to be locked into some long action here as we count down and get into this. Let's take this away. In the bottom right corner, the red Protoss player down 0-2, looking to bounce it back. It is Christiana here in the Ladder Legends Championship bracket for OSC Championship 13. The winner plays ShoWTime in the next round. That will be our last series of the day. So, and then this entire tournament wraps up tomorrow, guys. So make sure you come back again tomorrow. Make sure you're following and subscribing on Twitch and YouTube, respectively, to see when we're live with tomorrow's final day of the OSC Championship. Will it be Kua who will be standing there? In the top left, our blue Terran player. On SCV to the right of the map. Engineering Bay block coming down from Kira, looking to take control of this early. Looking to make this go in his favor for a little bit quickly. Tempest have more range than the Vikings. I mean, he barely had any Tempest though, right? Like, he had like 2 or 3 Tempest. Like, 2 or 3 Tempest barely feel worth it. Just like every now and then you kind of pick away half of a Viking. I hate the I don't like being negative, and you know I wouldn't say I'm good enough to kind of make such broad statements as this, but like we haven't seen carriers in pro PvT in a hot second, and the reality is because I just don't think the carriers fit late game PvT right now. Like I just really don't think they have that kind of power factor to them anymore. I mean, we just see so much more Tempest play, but if you're not going to embrace the Tempest play and you're kind of half-heartedly kind of Tempest, then I don't really love that either. I mean, just we got to do something a little bit more serious here. I think on the side of Christiana, if we go late once again. CC drops on the natural. Nexus and Twilight Council both building through, so we get that on the way initially. Gate and the Stalker building up as well, so we bring that straight into play. So far, so good. So with that CC coming down, seeing what will come through next. Instead of building up for a moment or two. Getting that on the way. Hellion coming down the low ground as well. going to be some two Hellions together. We'll chase away at the Adept. One Adept shades into the natural, instantly recalls. And we'll just pull back. Alright, well, starport commands that are coming through. The couple of batteries coming around. I do see the Hellions going to make their way through the top of the map. It's not ideal. 4, 5, 6. I mean, we have no damage output against this right now, so that's not exactly great. 7 workers going down. Just going to be seeing the Hellions being chased around. It's really not going to go well at all. That's going to be that. Good morning, Wardy. Do you get a plaque for 50k YouTube subs? You don't. You get one at 100k YouTube subs, which obviously we're an absolute mile away from. But you know what the first part of getting to 100k is? It's getting to 50k. Bam. So yeah. Nothing super exciting for 50k, just the fact we're halfway there, and while obviously it's been a long journey to get here, I'd say the YouTube's doing great right now with the streams and stuff, so you never know when it's just going to pop off, and maybe the last 50k comes not so difficult, not so difficultly as, or not so hard. The set. Never mind. I'm just not going to talk about it anymore. I've just murdered it 4 times over. It's done. There's nothing else to say on this one. You guys know what I'm trying to say. You know what you mean? Yeah, cool. Maybe the next 50k comes easier than the next words. Yeah, honestly, yeah. There we go. 7 workers go down. We are going to see these Hellions are going to get caught. But man, they have just done damage in this early game. This is pure. 4 Hellions have killed 15 probes in the end. So that is a lot of damage done at the end of this. We see the gates coming through, the couple of barracks in the engineering bay coming about. Raven just pulls over to our left-hand side, and I mean, yeah, just so much damage done. Here, it might have real killing potential in this game then, kind of continuing forward from here. We will see shortly as the couple of probes, the charge, and the gateway all coming up. As well as the +1 attack, the Marines and the tank coming through, refinery coming around. Stalkers, we'll just step through a moment or two. The Raven coming around the bottom side as well. It's Raven. Again, up to the bottom for a couple of seconds. We get that on the go. +1, still in combat shield. Continue to come about. I'm just going to see that Raven about to head into its main base, so it's going to deal some damage as well. Not exactly something we want to be dealing with right now, as Christiana, who is already horribly behind in this game 3, while down 0-2 in the series. I mean, this is pretty much as bad as it gets. If he wins this series from here, this really is kind of battling back from the lowest of lows, because this position is pretty gosh darn awful, to be polite about it. Combat +1 all building. Just going to see the bio coming around. The couple siege tanks are going to be there. Cyclone is there with this as well. I promise pull back over, so we just take a couple of seconds. And we do obviously have Kira is about to be on all his bio upgrades, so we're going to see if all this damage done early is going to be enough just to straight up close the game out or not. Let's just step through bio coming straight over and get going. And yeah, I mean, Cyclone locks onto a Stalker here already, so that's already going to be some nice damage being dealt. I mean, I'm not really convinced what Christian does about this push. He has a couple of Archons, which are nice. He has a few Zealots, but not really that many either. There's a lot about this, which I think you can kind of just see that you just don't really love it all right now, as we are going to see those Immortals are going to jump through the tanks at least. The Archons going to get in the front. The +1's going to help, but this, to be fair, has been a bit of a better push through than I guess I was originally expecting. The Archon's still pushing across, the Zealots there to help as well. And we are going to be seeing the army of Christiana actually just push Cure all the way back to the other side, so Christiana actually getting a bit of a push back here. Now I will come in and say what I didn't say before, which is I actually think that he surprised me here. I actually thought Christiana was just going to roll over and die, and he will not. Cure will stand strong in this game for the moment. The rest of these units stepping through. We're just going to see the Bio army coming across the double hubs. A little overkill, but it will indeed see that army stepping to the right. I don't love Christiana still being on the map. I mean, I also don't love his probes not mining properly. Raven still being annoying. He's going to jump on this base, but I don't think this army deserves to be on the map at all. There are like 5 Zealots. There's no reinforcements. You kill 12 SCVs as a starting point, but that really is just the luxury of the Terran not knowing where you were at. Now you lose your tech units, and now what? You're going to have the rest of this Protoss force chased down already. Zealot Stalker can't break through into the front. Hey, 12 SCVs equalizes the worker camp, which is something, I guess, but you're not really in a great spot otherwise. I mean, we're on our way to Storm, I guess. You know what? I'll say maybe we don't need a GG here. Like, maybe we could stay in it and just see. Maybe you get to Storm, you get some good Storms off. Don't be right. I think Christiana's position is bad, but I'm actually almost surprised he GG's rather than giving it a go, but we're also down 0-2 in the series, and that might also just not exactly feel great at this current stage. Guys, let's have a quick peek at the Ladder Legends video, and when we come back, it's going to be our final series of the day. Cure advancing through. We'll play against ShoWTime. That comes up next. BRB.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Welcome back, everybody, as we are waiting for games to come through for ShoWTime versus Cure. It's going in a moment, guys. Alright, listen up. Get ready to go. TKL just jumped into a lot of games, so I'm going to presume he's not joining us. Alright, let's get into ShoWTime versus Cure, guys. Let's get this ready to rumble. He's definitely not allowed to get right. Cool. All right, let's do this. Let's jump on in. So, TVP, Q vs ShoWTime, kicking this off right here, guys. We got ourselves one last series today. Let's see if Q or ShoWTime will be advancing through. Let me get this up and running. Are any of the games going to be live tomorrow? I'd guess so, because we had live games today, so unless they're literally playing tonight, then I would imagine so. Maybe the start of the day, perhaps, is like replays or so to help with the potential issues with like wrong E-Cup or something. I don't actually know what the groups are like on that, or how it might impact us, but I'd imagine a bunch of the games are live tomorrow. Maybe like 1 or 2 from replays, like worst case. So yeah. I think you Brad Jordan on the YouTube. 100k soon enough. Give it the hard work. I'll get that. Don't worry. I am motivated. I don't know why, but a silver play button seems very fun. Also, at this rate, guys, we only need another. We only need to do like another 15-20 years of streaming, and we might get the next Twitch statue as well. So it's very exciting too, isn't it? How wonderful. How wonderful. Alrighty, guys, we are kicking off into game number 1 of this best of 5. I should probably put the best of 5 on the screen, and we will see where this is going to go. Probably heading down to the bottom side to start us off here. There's a couple of SCVs going to come in. Probe is going to go down, and pushed out of here. Secure pushes that probe of ShoWTime away initially. Command center the reactor coming through. Put that on the way out. I'm just going to see how Oracle coming about as well. Depot, Cybercore, Simulator, all these little bits and pieces going through as well. Just for a moment. This all set up. Does anyone know when Hero vs Clem will be? Tomorrow. Everything in the rest of this tournament is tomorrow. So everything wraps up tomorrow and every other matchup. 6 series until we crown ourselves an OSC champion. Like I say, that will be 100% tomorrow. So yeah, any of the games you see remaining will take place then. It's gonna be good. Like I said, we have to start the day with Hero Clem if I'm not mistaken, because obviously Hero Clem is required to play anything else in the lower bracket or anything else in the upper bracket. So I'm pretty sure we start today with Hero versus Clem, and we just kind of work through from there and see what we can do. Couple Marines broken over, Adept to take some damage. It's going to be seeing the CC. Going to finish up for a couple of moments as well. That on the way. But this is starting. Sorry. Couple Marines will fight these Adepts then, and we'll just see those going back and forth. A couple of Adepts going to shade. What time are we looking at tomorrow? That's a great question. Either starting at the same time as today, or 1 hour later. I'm not actually sure what we decided on yet. It's up to... It kind of depends on how Eddie's scheduling it alongside the wrong E-Cup stuff, because I'm sure there's at least 1 or 2 players that maybe clash, so... whenever they figure that out, we'll know, but... It'll either be the same time as today, or 1 hour later. Like I said, I don't know just yet. Orbital facility probes, the blink on the way through, refinery and the depot coming about, medevac and marines are producing. It's going to drop a 3rd Nexus down from ShoWTime here as well, and a medevac tank marine all producing about. Got a couple of Adepts going to go shade their way forward as well. And marines in the Cyclone going to continue across the map as well. Just going to bring that over for a few moments here, get that in position. And currently, away we go. Marine Cyclone gathering for now. Cyclone just locking on, just going to be seeing the Death taking some damage, just going to be seeing the Marines continue to push through, so Cyclone able to stay kind of locking on, keeping this going for the moment. Pretty good damage from Kira initially. Micron like he's Clem, and he's going to be able to get a lot of these stalkers. He might get all of these stalkers if they don't just go straight up run away right now, which is kind of nutty. Another stalker going down as well. Mortal on the way up, Banshee in the tank, the Marines continue through. Just going to be seeing the rest of this continue to come over. Let's do have the extra Marines unloading. And set up in the center. Rest of these units coming across right now. Just seeing the army settling, tank sieging, and we're ready up for a push into this upper left-hand side. So we're going to try and make this happen. The SCV's pulled. Let's see how well Kira can do. It was a good start for him against the Stalkers. He's now looking to double down on this here on Winter Madness as he pushes straight to the upper side of the map right now and looks to make this happen. So, pushing in. Marine, tank, Banshee. Again, good little group of units to work with here as the Stalker's already taken some damage. A few shots coming about. Stalker's going down. The Zealot goes down. Tank's going to keep firing. The Immortal taking a few more hits as well. So, again, good damage done across the board just for the moment. Nexus now taking a bit more damage as well, and the other units are going to gather back up here just for the next couple seconds. What much can we do here? 5 workers going down, Nexus gets killed. I mean, ShoWTime just in a world of trouble right from the get-go. Battery and Pylon will follow, taken out by those Marines. That's going to be a factor also, just for now. Continuing through with that currently as we see the rest of this army coming back over, and the Marine tank still chasing. Stalker going to get jumped on as well, also getting cleaned up right here. Marine tank force is going to get in after the gateway. I mean, do we just never clean this up at this point? That might actually be the case, honestly. I think this is looking a little bit rough at the moment for ShoWTime. Down 25 supply, big siege on the front. We do have some Stalkers around the side to maybe try and do something with, but well, let's see. We've got the Immortal that adds a lot of damage to the tanks too. The tanks go down pretty quickly, to be fair. We obviously engage in before the bunkers are ready as well. We can then back away with these range units, so that is pretty good for ShoWTime in terms of a defense, but it is coming after a point where we've already taken a whole bunch of damage and ended up in a bad position to begin with anyway, as we now have this bunker still taking shots, a few Stalkers and the Immortal trying to punch through that. The 2 SCVs obviously doing a good job of trying to keep this alive. Both bunkers on fire from both sides, so good effort from Q, really trying to make the most of this, but even better effort from ShoWTime. He cleans up everything in the end. It was just freaking expensive, right? Third base, dead. Bunch of units to make this happen, dead. You know, there's so many problems at this point kind of going on from here. Definitely going to be an issue. Stimpack Combat and +1 will all build up. Medevac Marauder building as well. Just going to see the Stalkers and the Immortal continue to go over to that right-hand side. Medevac retreating away down to the bottom right as well, just for now. So yeah, Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 all coming through. All the upgrades coming about. CC in the barracks building in. Reactor coming online also here as we just have our units loading. ShoWTime would like to do something on the counter-attack, but it will not find much, and instead it'll just go Nexus and a Robo Bay as we see Stimpack Combat Shield and the +1 continue to come through. So all of those upgrades continue about as our units settle into the center of the map here. Stalkers pulling off to the right side. Stim Combat and +1 all building through. Marauders and Vikings coming about. Barracks on the way. Up this Banshee just going to go in after a few of these probes already. The Stalkers are going to be there to turn around onto the Banshees as well. And, I mean, not exactly what you want to see at ShoWTime as you're trying to recover from damage taken early, and now you've got a freaking Banshee in your base, and that's just miserable, honestly. We are going to deny concussive shells, but that's not the biggest of deals, and the only reason Q is not dealing with this is because he's going across the map with an army that will not be stopped. ShoWTime recalls, and even misses the recall on a couple of these Stalkers, which is also not ideal. I actually think Q can probably stim A-click and completely disrespect this army. Maybe Force Fields could make it a bit tougher. What does he want to do with the Raven? Do you anti-armor missile? I was going to say anti-armor missile, Matrix. He actually auto turrets. I don't think it really matters, obviously. Take your pick. Choose your spell cast. It's all going to do the same because this bio army was going to get the job done anyway. Game 1 goes the way of... Yeah, game 1 goes the way of... here. We'll dive right on into a game 2 in just a second, my friends. Alright, counting down, diving in. Let's go game number 2 right now and kick this off into play. My friends, you're watching the OSC Championship 13. It's the second to last day. Tomorrow is the final day. I'm genuinely very excited to wrap it up tomorrow. Not because I'm happy that it's going to end, just happy that it's going to be really fun. And it's been a really good tournament so far. It's been really awesome to watch. Been a lot of really cool games, and hopefully you guys have been enjoying it all. As we now look to wrap this up. ShoWTime up right, Cure up left. Game number 2 of this BO5. I guess I've been trying real hard to not say anything about the chat, but like, if you genuinely watch back Wings of Liberty games, I think that is the best state of SC2. I find that very difficult to agree with. The best part though is that you're entitled to your opinion. However, we've chatted about this for like 25 plus minutes in the chat or something now. I think it's time to move on, leave it, because if some of you think that way, that's fine. If some of you think the other way, that's fine. It's the sort of thing you're probably not going to agree on, so I think we can just chill out and move on. Because yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be changing their mind like this. Kind of thing you kind of decided a while ago, probably. Just gonna see a probe nibbling. Just gonna see the SCV looking to get depot down. Hold on, we can build more carriers? No. No. We're not allowed to build any more carriers. Carriers are off the menu. If ShoWTime builds a carrier in this series, well, I guess I won't be too upset because it means we get later in the game, but I will also be upset because I don't want to see carriers again today. The best part of all is bit-by-bit prime callouts. I actually think the best part of Wings of Liberty was just the fact that there were so many different players because the game was so undeveloped. Everyone kind of had their own style. Everyone kind of did their own thing. Like, everyone was just kind of their own player, and, you know, copying people was not necessarily a thing because a lot of people were just figuring stuff out still, and it was cool to have so many players who could be viable, and you could, like, every game could look so different. The problem is, well, the problem of time is that over time you realize that 95% of the build used in Wings of Liberty are complete trash that worked because the players were terrible compared to what players are like today. You know? So yeah, just having that undeveloped metagame and stuff being good because people were bad is kind of fun, you know? Like, the skill level increase from Wings of Liberty to now is just so monumental. It's actually wild. Cyclone gonna play cleanup. We lose 4 probes already at ShoWTime though, so he's not exactly having a great opening here on Mothership. Not the start he was looking for. Stuff was good because people were bad. You love it. I mean, it's true though. Like, the medevacs literally got given a boost because people got way better at defending medevac drops, right? How on the earth did anyone succeed with medevac drops before medevacs had their boost? Yeah, well, because people sucked at defending medevac drops. Can you imagine trying to drop with medevacs nowadays without boost? You'd be laughed at, like... You know, it just looked so impossible because people got so much better at it, you know? The skill level went up so much. And when you consider some core elements of the game had to be buffed to still stay relevant, can you imagine how many things were just kind of gated out by the fact people just got better? Because they were never really that great to begin with? Like... Maps are different, yep. A lot was different, really. I mean, that's... everything was very different back then. Back then, Antigua Shipyard was a macro map, and that was like a map which had like 4 bases per corner, and it was like the most macro map of all time. But it was only really crazy macro if someone took a 5th base in the other quadrant of the map to where they spawned in. Like that's what really developed that map into like, oh my god, this is it. It's a macro game. Or Terran player tries to hold the gold in the middle of the map, and everyone's like, oh, buckle up, we're going to the late game. But back then, actually, that did mean going to the late game, which was like a long time still. But like nowadays, people would own half of Antigua Shipyard in the first 4 minutes of the game and be like, you know, and then the Terran would push out with their first few Marines and just kill the Zerg because, well, yeah, the map's tiny. StarCraft 2 came a long way. Marines just gonna chase over. Observer goes down. Stalker's gonna get chased and picked away at. People said the same about WoW Classic. Oh, that is an argument we can get into. Oh, that's a great statement. There is no way you can compare Wings of Liberty to Legacy of the Void to WoW Classic and retail. Wow. Surely. There's just no way. Banshee getting some more damage. Stalker's chasing them unsuccessful, and now Kira's going to siege up through the top side. Thanks for siege. Marines will push forward. Just going to be seeing this gateway, taking some damage. We've seen that battery going to be taking damage. Observer goes down as well. I mean, this is a bunch of probes. ShoWTime is just in trouble, man. These Stalkers getting pushed back. Banshee's going to appeal to the top and what, just sit here and pick away at probes in this mineral line, which currently there's no answer to, so yeah, take the opportunity, take the advantage. You see 10 workers still going down. The Marines going after the pylon. 12 workers being killed. The Banshees around the back going to get in after a couple of probes as well. This is looking like a disaster for ShoWTime. 14 workers killed. Army's still sieging your natural. Maybe not kind of hitting your natural actual base right now, but like we're close enough to causing trouble to kind of see that this is not exactly pretty. We may not be rocket scientists, but we are StarCraft 2 players. I think we know where we're at. And then again, we come over and we actually clean it up just like that. So maybe we do need to be rocket scientists. I mean, ShoWTime's still down a ton of workers. Yes, in the immediate kind of moment, cleaning this out is nice. It's a big step in the right direction. It doesn't fix the game state for you, right? You're still in this position, which is pretty rough, honestly, through and through. Worker count bad. Terran just building up, 5 racks even, so we're going to go very aggressive on the 2 bases. All the upgrades finish soon. Protoss is Zealot Stalker. And not even on a lot of gateways. It's Zealot Stalker off 4 gates, so it's not even like we have a ton of gateways to make this gateway-based army work. Which is really going to rub in just how bad a scenario this is going to turn out to be as these Zealots get turned around by the Marines initially. ShoWTime's fine. Chrono all good. Look, if Chrono saves ShoWTime in this game, I think it's time to truly nerf Protoss. Guys, he's not good. He has got Zealots and Sentries versus ByuN. Now, that works if you have a severe a severe high amount of Zealots. The SCV pulls the nail in the coffin because the SCVs are just going to sit in the front of this and they are just going to tank this damage and there's no splash to work through. The first Colossus is not here yet. We need to buy a hell of a lot of time right now if this is truly going to work for ShoWTime, and I'm not seeing it, honestly. Not seeing it. Not when Q is committed like this. I mean, we are going to buy a bit of time when one Colossus pops out. Maybe we can buy enough time for a second Colossus. No range, so the tanks are going to be very valuable here because they can basically zone the Colossus from coming over. We're going to throw bunkers down, which kind of puts the pressure on ShoWTime to do something sooner rather than later here, because if you wait around, it's not going to be very fun. You'll see kind of a little bit of a split here. The tanks do not target fire the Colossus initially. Now we will. Units on the top side melt away. Units on the bottom side melt away. And that is going to be ShoWTime. Guess what? Melting away. I mean, too much damage taken early. This third will fall. Kira at 70 to 30 army supply. ShoWTime saves the Colossus, so we'll get a second one out and give us a chance, but we didn't kill a single tank previously, and because we're only on... Okay, now we're on 8 gates, but now we don't have the economy to support 8 gates, So now you can't even get the, get the gateway count that you need, or the gateway units that you need to really break the tanks down. And like I say, the Colossus don't break the tanks down, because the Colossus are going to be what are dying to the tanks. Marines can go. Warp Gate coming through. So it's just going to get hit. Just going to see the bio firing. Tanks going to fire up onto the Colossus. They're all going to drop. I'm just going to see the Stalkers going down. GG says ShoWTime. Kua takes a 2-0 lead. Kua looking really good. Kua is such a wild player, because I really feel like Kua's had a bit of a down period lately, where he's had a bunch of matches where it just didn't feel like it was really Kua. And then he comes in here today so far and is looking absolutely phenomenal. As we load into Game 3 of this series right now, Kua on a 2-0 lead at the best of 5. Alright, let's jump into Game 3, guys. Gonna keep it rolling. Kua versus ShoWTime continuing through. Let's get this started up and ready to party. Do 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 do. Alrighty, guys, we have ourselves in the top left-hand side, the red Protoss player. Down 0-2, and tournament life on the line. Gotta win this right now. It is ShoWTime. ShoWTime, who started deep in this winner bracket and lost a classic, and now he's on his way to losing to Kua. Kind of similar story to ByuN on the other side of the bracket. Actually kind of funny, ShoWTime and ByuN came in as basically the same level of seed as each other. And it looks as though both of them are going to, I mean right now, unless ShoWTime turns the series around, then they're both going to have the same kind of pattern, which is that they get 3-1'd in the upper bracket, and then 3-0'd in the lower bracket, which is, again, just wild. Again, that's why you get those OSC seeds. This doesn't happen early in the tournament to you, but, yeah, kind of rough. Remember that the winner of this advances to play the loser of Hero versus Clem. So tomorrow we'll have Hero versus Clem. The winner plays Classic. The loser plays the winner of this. And then Solo is in the next round of the lower bracket for the Kua/ShoWTime/etc. matchup. And then we have the, obviously the bracket just playing out from there. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 series tomorrow. Gonna be good. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. See if ShoWTime can bounce back. What's really crazy is obviously we started this turn with so many Protoss, but we are now on the verge of, if ShoWTime loses here, we're going to have 2 Protoss, 2 Terran, and a Zerg remaining at the end of the tournament here. Not bad. Kind of got to cheer on Clem. Clem has the potential to kind of take away any mirror matchup possibility for us tomorrow. Unless ShoWTime makes the return against Kua, which is possible as well. I mean, count ShoWTime out, but just at the start of this game, let's presume Kua is looking to win. Gives us a couple of things to talk about, at least. Stalker moving about, Twilight Council Adept and the Warp Gate coming online, the factory building through, Command Center coming up. I'm going to see the couple of Marines in the SCV will build. The Hellion is on its way. And the few Marines just hanging out the front for the moment. Marines going to pop out the barracks. Away we go. We'll move for the moment as the few Marines gather up. And again, the Adept gathering in. A couple of Hellions are starting to spawn with. I guess we'll see the intentions of those in the near future. And now it just looks like one Hellion actually going across the map. So one Hellion across the map, the other few Marines gather up. Adept is going to be there to poke through a little bit as well, so just going to get that on the go. Get this kicking off. A few Marines gather on the natural. Again, blink in the warp gate building. Robo facility coming through. Gateway still settling. And yeah, the Adept is going to shade around for a few moments as well. Medevac in the Cyclone still building by there. And that up and running. Adept takes the Watchtower. Marines is going to gather. Cyclone going to be alongside for the ride. Marines will jump into the Medevac. And away we will go for some opportunity. Let's try and drop across the map. Cyclone will take its own way across. Or make its own way across, just walking along. And yeah, Blink on its way too, as we settle down into this. Got a lot of that set up. Marines are moving. Cyclone will get pushed away from the tower, but at least the Medevac gets around these Stalkers, though ShoWTime is going to be responsible, and he's going to pull back against this for the moment, so able to bring that back through the other side just for the moment. Medevac Marines going to get into the back of the main base. A couple of those probes going down. The Stalker's going to step forward, looking to try and get to the Medevac. A few of these probes are going to get nipped away at as well. You see 3 workers going down. The Stalker getting picked off. Marines still want to get over and go after another couple of those probes. 5 workers, 6 workers going down. It's a good starting drop from Cure. Once again, getting damage just done early in this matchup, man. Like, he just keeps finding a way to put himself into really good positions early here against ShoWTime. Making ShoWTime's position in this game just tough. Like I say, it's not game-ending or anything, but it's difficult to be kind of breaking out of these advantages of your opponent each and every time as the starport. It's going to cancel up the add-on there as the Stalkers get a little bit of something done, but Stimpack starting and Cure. Like I say, good start, long way from being done, but just the fact that Cure is up 2-0, I don't know. I have a good feeling that this is not the start you want when you're down 0-2. It's not the start that kind of motivates you into like, yeah, you know what, I can bounce back in this series. It doesn't really feel like that at all just yet for ShoWTime. Stalkers gather. The Raven on the top, going to move back around. Just going to see a couple more units dropping into place. Again, the Stimpack and the +1 coming through. Racks in the command center building up as well. The Stalkers will still just sit tight. See what we can do. Cyclone, ByuN keep on gathering about, so we take a couple of moments. Order turret gonna go down. Four more probes. Not where you want to see still, right? Again. Just coming about. And continuing through. Stalkers, the Observer, over to the sides. Attack coming in on that engineering base. We get that on the way through. Again, Marine Marauder, Medevac, Stim Combat, and +1. All these nice little bits and pieces coming about as well currently. Stalkers around that right-hand side. +1 combat shield building as well here currently, so we get that on the way. Bring that through just for a couple moments. Figuring out where we want to take things for the next couple moments. ByuN just going to gather here. 3rd CC is going to drop into place. Workers going down. Stalkers trying to fight. Trying to trade out a little bit. And drop a recall on these Stalkers back over to the far left-hand side. So they're going to gather over there as a couple of other units come about as well. So we just reset things for now. Put this back on track. Yeah, things reset. And a few probes coming about. Just going to be seeing the Zealots actually going to take a chance to try and dive forward there. Force fields are going to come down. Don't really do much with the force fields. I mean, maybe we buy ourselves a bit of time as Skewer wants to push into this position. Some of the Widow Mines getting to go off. Not doing too badly, I guess, overall. Next, a few Zealots warping in. ByuN getting ready to shove up this ramp. Again, +2 attack, +1 armor going around. Extended Thermal Lance is about to complete. You see the rest of this army. There's Bioforce pulling back through the center for now. Zealots will just clean up the order turret in the back. Again, the Bio Army settling down in the center as well. You see the obs on a couple different sides. ShoWTime gets good vision. He will actually try and make a move around this left-hand side, which could be pretty fun. Coming down this left-hand side, Kira's off over to the right. He completely misses this, and that could get interesting very quickly. Stalker Colossus will just push on forward. Bunker going to get taken out. We are going to enter something of a base trade right now. As we see Kira pushing in on the other side. So he's going to come through. Bunch of SCVs going down. 20 workers just dying Ion immediately right here. And, well, Kira's just going to go straight for the heart of the Protoss. Into the natural. Once again to the main. Shut down some of this production. I see a Chrono Boost on the Forge. Trying to get +2 finished up is cute, but I guess we'll see if it's effective. We actually have a good defense here. Vikings and the Marauders put a bit of damage out on the Colossus, doing some serious work. That's one of the big tech units taken out. I'm really surprised Kira doesn't get up here, shut down the reinforcements, shut down the pylon, shut down all of the structures, right? That really feels like the way to guarantee a bit of a better position right now. Is in this base trade, ShoWTime sits 98 to 93 army supply. As Bio comes moving up, the pylon going down, the +2 attack upgrade. Still building on that forge. The Bio keeps on trading for a few moments. Finally going to get rid of the +2 at least. +1 armor is denied just before it finishes as well. It could be impactful, of course, if the engagements start coming around at some stage. Right now it's 108 to 93 army supplies, so it's possible that that's a factor. So Stalker moving through. And yeah, we're not going to see what happens here. Is we just have the rest of this Bio coming about. Just going to be seeing the pylon over here going to get picked away at as well. Nexus will go down. ShoWTime has a bottom left base building. Q is going to try and reestablish somewhere, but there was a Zealot that just saw where his structures were heading to for the next couple of moments at least, so that part of this is not going to go really anywhere. A few hallucinated Colossus coming about. Army gets back over to the right side. Back up to the top again, pushing in again. Orbital setting up. Stalkers going to try and fight. Zealots running through. The Colossus starting to deal some damage. In we go. Big Bio push. I mean, these hallucinations are putting in the work as well, but can they do enough? Kira trying to just sim on into this. The last real Colossus gets microed back. Sorry, there's 2 real Colossus still. Oh, we're going to go down to only Marines. That's where the Colossus could absolutely find value. Oh my goodness. They go to 19 versus 15 supply. It's 4 Marines, 4 Medivacs, and a Mine versus 2 Colossus. The difference being is that Kira has money to rebuild, and he needs tech labs. He needs tech labs, and he needs... I love the Viking, because like I said, there's actually nothing really else in the game outside of the freaking Colossus. So actually, a Viking or 2 goes such a long way right now. There's no way to fight back against that. And ShoWTime has to straight up rebuild a gateway to even start thinking about that, because he would have to get into a gate, and then a Cybercore, then a Stalker. He has 2 gates up to the top of the map, and he is going to look to repower those, which would be huge. Getting those 2 gates up and operational. Now, Kira should know they're left behind, but he's not making a play for them yet because he only has a few Marines. I don't think he's too eager in getting too involved too soon because he doesn't want to end up in a rough position either. And what a crazy little moment is the Liberator and the Marauder continue by. Gate and the Pylon still coming up here. I see those couple Colossus gathering. The Prism is right there as well. The Liberator building. I like the Liberator too. I like the Marauders. I really think that's going to be huge as we stim those ahead. I guess just wants to make sure they're leading the charge. I think even just having a couple of Marauders that you have to respect with the Colossus and try and target them is going to take so much time. Because if you just target the Marines and you leave those 2 Marauders hitting your Colossus, it's just not going to be good enough, is it? Coming across here, it's going to be sitting kind of on the low ground. Colossus are supported by a Zealot. Like I said, there's no Cybercore in the game, so we can't get Stalkers up, so that one Viking will make the slowest of victory attacks. So the Marines back. Just going to try and get toward the Prism, splitting up, trying to avoid the splash damage right here. Doing everything we can. First Colossus goes down. ShoWTime saying GG. And Kira is going to end up with the 3-0 to knock ShoWTime out. GG's. Well played. Thank you so much, Ladder Legends. And thank you so much to OSC for the support of allowing us to cover this event. A quick peek at the bracket, guys, and I'm going to nip off a little bit quickly today. So thank you so much. For watching and tuning in, we do have this coming up tomorrow. So tomorrow will be Hero versus Clem. The winner will play Classic, and then the lower bracket will be Kira versus the loser of Hero Clem. The winner of that plays Solar. And then obviously the rest of the bracket plays out from there. Should be an absolute banger of a day as we wrap this up tomorrow, guys. I appreciate you all. I'm going to run a set of ads in the outro. Check out Ladder Legends as well, but I'm going to dip out because I'm going to go and play some Pokemons. So you guys have a good day, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow.